Chapter 16 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 16. A Voice from the Lost One. A few days after the departure of Maurice for Dresden, the Duke de Montauban made a formal proposal for the hand of Mademoiselle de Merivale, French etiquette not allowing a suitor the privilege of addressing the lady of his love except through some kindred or friendly medium. His pretensions were of course made known to Bertha by her uncle. She received the communication with a fretful tapping of her little foot, and a toss of her gambling golden ringlets, which bore witness to her undisguised vexation and saucy disdain. The uncompromising manner in which she declined the proposed honor threw her guardian, who had strengthened himself to enact the part of Cupid's messenger by a somewhat liberal repast, into a state of astonishment which threatened alarming disturbance to his laboring digestive functions. "Really, my dear, you speak so abruptly that you make me feel quite dyspeptic. What possible objection can you have to the young Duke?" "A very slight one, according to the creed which governs matrimonial alliances in our enlightened land," returned Bertha, pouting through her sarcasm. "My objection is simply he is not an object of the slightest interest to me." "But the match is such a suitable one that interest will come after it is consummated," answered her uncle. "I do not intend to marry upon faith," retorted Bertha. Then she broke off petulantly. "In a word, uncle, I do not intend to marry a man who is so insipid that I could not even quarrel with him, whom I could not think of seriously enough to take the trouble to dislike, to whom I am so thoroughly indifferent that for me he has no existence out of my immediate sight." There, keep cool, my dear. Nobody intends to force you to marry him. I did not know it was necessary to be able to dislike a man, and to have a capacity for quarrelling with him, to fit him for the position of husband. A very unwholesome doctrine. Emotion is particularly prejudicial to the animal economy. I thought the cultivated taste which the de Fleuries so evidently possess might have some weight with you. That dinner they gave us was unsurpassable, and if I am to marry to secure myself superlatively good dinners, I had better unite myself to an accomplished cook at once," replied Bertha demurely. "That's very tart, my dear. All acids disagree with me, and your acidulated observations are giving me unpleasant premonitory symptoms." Bertha noticed that the bon vivant had in reality begun to puff and pant as though he were suffering from an insipid nightmare. Being so thoroughly habituated to his idiosyncrasy that she had learned to regard it leniently, she made an effort to recover her good humor and answered, "I know my kind uncle will not render me uncomfortable by pressing this subject, but in the most courteous manner will let the Duke de Montauban understand that I do not intend to marry at present." "Make you uncomfortable," rejoined the Marquis, struggling for breath. "Of course I would not for the world. Do you take me for an old brute? And I have just made arrangements to drive you to the Bois de Boulogne and dine at Madrid's this evening. A pretty state you would be in to do justice to a dinner which promises to place in jeopardy the laurels even of Monsieur de Fleury's cook." "We will strike a bargain," returned Bertha, with her wonted gaiety. "If you will agree not to mention the Duke de Montauban, I will agree to do justice to the dinner at Madrid's." I am content. We will drop the Duke and discuss the dinner." The attentions of Madame de Fleury's brother to the heiress had been too marked and too open for his suit and its rejection to remain a secret. Gaston de Bois heard Bertha's refusal commented upon, and there was a buzz in his ears of idle speculations concerning the origin of her caprice. Was it some blissful internal suggestion which diffused such a glow of happiness over his expressive countenance when he next saw Bertha? Was it some hitherto uncertain ground of encouragement, made sure beneath his feet, which so wondrously loosened his tongue from its dire bondage? Was it some aerial hope, taking tangible shape, which imparted such an air of ease and elation to his demeanor? Gaston stammered less every day, his impediment disappearing as his self-possession increased. On this occasion he was only conscious of a slight difficulty in utterance to rejoice at its existence, for it rendered delightfully apparent Bertha's thoughtfulness in catching up words upon which he hesitated, and concluding sentences he commenced, as though she read their meaning in his eyes. Gaston had not seen her in so buoyant a mood since they parted at the Château de Gramont, but the tide of her exuberant gaiety suddenly ebbed when she noticed the look of pain with which he involuntarily responded to one of her chance questions. She had asked if he thought it was probable Maurice would find Madeleine in Dresden. Again that singular expression on his countenance, again that sudden change of colour at Madeleine's name, again that involuntary starting from his seat, with a return of the olden habit which placed fragile furniture in danger. Was it the remembrance that Madeleine was lost to them which occasioned M. de Bois' sudden depression? Was it an overwhelming sense of doubt concerning the result of Maurice's mission which made his response to Bertha's inquiry so vague, his sentences so disjointed? Once more Bertha asked herself whether he were not, after all, the lover Madeleine had refused to mention. Yet, if this were the case, how could Gaston have appeared so much less anxious and less concerned at her flight than Maurice, who loved her with unquestionable ardour? Why had M. de Bois aided so little in the search for her present habitation? The young girl could not reconcile such apparent contradictions, and while she sat perplexing herself by futile efforts to unravel these mysteries, M. de Bois was equally puzzled to rightly interpret her silence and abstraction. The interview which, at its opening, had been as bright as spring morning, closed with sudden April shadows, and there was an April mingling of smiles and tears upon Bertha's countenance when she retired to her chamber after M. de Bois' departure, and pondered over his strange expression when her cousin was mentioned. Why, if Madeleine was his choice, was his manner toward her so full of tenderness? Why was it that she never glanced at him without finding his eyes fastened upon her face? Why had he so much power to draw her irresistibly towards him? Why did his step set her heart throbbing so tumultuously? Why did his coming cause her such a thrill of delight, and his departure leave such sense of solitude? A void that no one else filled, a pain that no other presence soothed. Meantime, Maurice had reached Dresden, and was searching for Madeleine, almost in the same vague, unreasonable manner that he had sought her in Paris. But the mad course upon which he had started, and which might have once more unbalanced his mind, met with sudden check. The day after his arrival in Dresden, he received a note which ran thus: "Madeleine is not in Dresden. She entreats Maurice to discontinue a search which must prove fruitless. Should the day ever come, as she pray it may, when her place of refuge can become known to him, no effort of his will be required for its discovery. Will not Maurice accept the pains of the inevitable present and wait for the consolations the future may bring forth with the hope and patience which must sustain her until the blessed period shall arrive? Maurice was almost stupefied as he read these lines. He crushed the paper in his nervous fingers to be certain that it was tangible. He compared the writing with the one upon the envelope which he had taken from Bertha. If that were in Madeleine's hand, so was this. He looked for a postmark. There was none. The letter had been brought by a private messenger, and yet Madeleine was not in Dresden. How could this be? That in some mysterious manner she had become acquainted with his movements was unquestionable. Her thoughts then were turned to him. Her invisible presence followed him. It was some joy at least to know that he lived in her memory. Maurice, without a moment's hesitation, without letting his own personal suffering weigh in the balance of decision, without allowing his mind to dwell upon the probabilities of tracing Madeleine through this new clue, resolved to comply with her request. When he returned to Paris and placed her letter in Bertha's hands and told her his determination, she impetuously urged him not to be guided by their cousin's wishes. She pleaded that Madeleine was sacrificing herself from a mistaken sense of duty, that, if her place of abode could only be revealed, Bertha's own supplications might influence her to abandon her present project, and to accept the home which Bertha, with the full consent of her uncle, could offer. Maurice listened, not unmoved, but unshaken in his selected course. He felt that a woman of Madeleine's dignity of character, a woman of her calm judgment, a woman who could look with such steady, tearless eyes upon life's realities, a woman who would not have trodden in flowery ways, though every pressure of her foot crushed out some delicious aroma to perfume her life, if the stern lawgiver Duty summoned her to a flinty road and pointed to a glorious goal beyond. Such a woman, having deliberately chosen her path, having tested her strength to walk therein, having pronounced that strength all sufficient, deserved the tribute of confidence, and an even blind respect to her mandates. Besides, compliance with her wishes was a species of voiceless, wordless communication with her. It was sending her a message through some unknown and mysterious channel. Maurice presented this in its most vivid colors before Bertha's eyes, but in vain. She was too wayward, too unreasonable, too full of passionate yearning for the presence of Madeleine, too sensible of an innate weakness that longed to lean upon Madeleine's strength, to see the justice and wisdom of the conclusion to which Maurice had arrived. As soon as their painful interview was closed by the entrance of the Marquis, Maurice sought the old Jew, and ordered him to prosecute his search no further. Henriquet, who had already extracted a considerable sum from the young nobleman, and looked upon the transaction as a safe investment calculated to yield a certain profit for some months to come, was very unwilling to relinquish his promised gain. He assured the Vicomte that he had lately received information of the greatest importance. The party to whom the jewels had originally belonged had at last been tracked, and the undertaking was on the very eve of success. To abandon it was a refusal to grasp the prize almost within their clutch. Whether the cunning Jew spoke the truth or fiction mattered little, for Maurice, in spite of these alluring representations, did not allow himself to be tempted to violate Madeleine's express command. He had, as it were, accepted his fate, and cast away the arms with which men war with so-called destiny. Struggle and rebellion were over. To wait impatience was all that remained. But what was to be done with his existence? In the plenitude of youthful health and strength was his life to ebb away, like an unreplenished stream flowing into nothingness? His days became more and more wearisome. The hours hung more and more heavily upon his hands. The feet of time sounded with iron tramp in his ears, yet never appeared to move onward. In his eyes a cloud and burthen lay. A shadowy sorrow dropped its pall of darkness over his mind and obscured his perception of all awakening, quickening inspirations. A smouldering fire within him withered up every vernal shoot of impulse, and turned all the springtime foliage of thought and fancy sere. His voice, his look, his mien betrayed that an ever-living woe encompassed him with gloom. Ronald fruitlessly strove to rouse him from this state of supine despondency. The active employment and all-engrossing interests which would have medicined his unslumbering sorrow were remedial agents denied by his father's unwise decree. As a substitute, though of less potency, Ronald strove to inspire him with his own strong love for literature. The young American had a passion for books, which were the reflex of great minds. His quick hearkening to the voices breathing from their pages, and made prophetic by some sudden experience, the ready plummet with which he sounded their depths of reasoning, the sentient hand with which he plucked out their truths and planted them in his own rich memory, to grow like trees filled with singing birds. These had rendered his comings with master spirits one of the noblest and most strengthening influences of his life. What wonder, when literature was so bounteously distributed over his native land, that made itself vocal beneath every hedge, enriched the humblest cottage with a library, found its way in the inexpensive guise of magazines, a welcome visitant at every fireside, poured out its treasures at the feet of rich and poor, liberally as liberal sunshine, freely as the free air. Maurice, educated in a different atmosphere at the same age as Ronald, was a stranger to the companionship of written minds, save those to which his college studies had formerly presented him, and his dark unrest rendered it difficult for him to follow his friend into the teeming Golconda of literature, and to gather the gems spread to his hands. And when, at last, Ronald's enthusiasm proved contagious and kindled Maurice to seek out some great author's charm, it too often chanced that he stumbled upon passages that irritated him and increased his moody discontent. We instance one of these occurrences as illustrative of many others. Ronald, whose busy brush had been brought to a standstill by an unusually dark day, when he returned to his apartment, found his friend reading Bulwer's Caxtons. Maurice was leaning with both elbows upon his table, his fingers plunged through his disordered hair, his brows almost fiercely contracted, and his wan face bent over the volume before him. "I found some grand pictures in that book," remarked the young artist. "Which are you contemplating?" "No pictures. I have not your eye for pictures," answered Maurice, with something more than a touch of impatience. "I am moved, haunted, tormented by truths which have never more power than all the ideal pictures pen ever drew or brush ever painted. You place me here before your library, lure me to read, and every book I open utters words that make my compulsory mode of existence a reproach, a disgrace, a misery to me. Read this, for instance. Life is a drama, not a monologue. A drama is derived from the Greek word which signifies to do. Every actor in the drama has something to do which helps on the progress of the whole. That is the object for which the author created him. Do your part, and let the great play go on. Do! continued Maurice in an exciting tone as he finished the quotation. "It is a torment worthy of a place in Dante's Inferno to know that there is nothing what is permitted to do. I too am an actor in the great drama, but I have no part to play save that of a lay figure, motionless and voiceless, yet unhappy. Not being deprived of sensibility, I am goaded to desperation by inward taunting because I can do nothing." "The play is not ended yet," answered Ronald, with as much cheerfulness as he could command, for his friend's depression affected his sympathetic nature. "We may not comprehend our roles in the beginning. We may have to study long before we can thoroughly conceive, then idealize, then act them." "I could bear that mine should be a sad if it were only an active one," returned Maurice, again fixing his eyes upon the book. Ronald could make no reply to a sentiment so thoroughly in accordance with his own views. He constantly pondered upon the possibilities through which his friend might be freed from the shackles that bound him to the effeminate serfdom of idleness, but the magic that could unrivet those fetters had not yet been revealed. Still, he was sometimes stirred by a mysterious prescience that they would be loosened, and through his instrumentality. Ronald's nature was essentially practical, without being prosaic. The rich ore of poetry, inseparable from all exquisitely fine organizations, lay beneath the daily currents of his life, like golden veins in the bed of a stream, shining through the crystal waters that bore the most commonplace objects on their tide. He thoroughly accepted that interpretation of the ideal which calls it a divine halo which the Creator has encircled the world of reality, but while he instinctively lifted all he loved into supernal regions and contemplated in the glorious spirit light that heightens all beauty, he lost sight of none of the stern actualities of their existence. His imagination had fashioned a hero out of Maurice, and he had thrown his person in heroic guise upon canvas, yet he clearly beheld and mourned over the morbid tendency that was weakening his mind and threatened to render his character and his life equally unheroic. Only a few days after this conversation we have just narrated, when Maurice entered Ronald's sitting room, he found the student with an open letter in his hand. As he lifted his eloquent brown eyes from the paper, a glistening moisture beaded their darkly fringed lashes, and an expression of ineffable tenderness looked out from their lustrous depth. The letter was from his mother, one of those messengers of deep affection which transported him into her presence, placed him, as he had so often sat in his petted boyhood, at her feet, to listen to her holy teachings, and to be thrilled to the very center of his being by her words of love. During his 3 years of separation, at a period when the expanding mind is the most impressionable, these letters, weekly received, had surrounded him with a heavenly aura which seemed breathed out through a mother's ceaseless prayers, and had kept his life pure, his spirit strong, his heart uplifted, and preserved him from being hurried by the wild, ungoverned impulses of youth, rendered more infectious by the volcanic fires of genius, into actions for which he might blush hereafter. It was one of the undefined, unspoken sources of sympathy between Ronald and Maurice, that the guarding hand of woman, influencing them from a distance, preserved the bloom, the freshness, the pristine purity of both their souls, even in the polluted atmosphere of a city where immorality is an accepted evil. Maurice, who had never known a mother's hallowing affection, gained his strength through his early attachment to a maiden whom no man could love without being ennobled thereby, and Ronald, whose heart had never yet awakened to the first pulse of tenderness which drew him toward one he would have claimed as a bride, owed his powers of resistance to a strong as passionate devotion to a mother who united in her person all the most glorious attributes of womanhood, and whose idolizing love for her child was tempered by wisdom which placed his spiritual progress above all other gain. While he was struggling to win laurels in art's arena, she strove to bind upon his brow a crown whose gems were heavenly truths, a crown the pure in spirit alone could wear. Blessed the son who has such a mother, safe and blessed. His foot shall tread upon the serpent that lies beneath the tempting flowers in his path, ere the reptile can sting him. His hand shall resolutely put away the cup of pleasure from his lips when there is poison in the chalice. He shall walk through the fire of evil lust unscathed. No laurel that wreathes his brow shall render it too feverish or too proud to lie upon that mother's bosom with the glad, all-confiding, satisfied sense which made its joy when it lay there in guileless boyhood. That mother's love shall smooth for him the rough ways of the earth, and place in his hand the golden key that opens heaven. As Maurice took his seat beside Ronald, the latter, hastily sweeping his handkerchief across his eyes, said in a vehement intonation, "I have come to a sudden determination. I am going back to America. The trip is nothing, 10 days over and 10 back, a mere trifle. I can spend a couple of months with my parents and be back in time for autumn work. Instead of sending my picture, which is nearly completed, I will present it in person." Maurice sighed as he answered, "They will be proud of your work. Happy are they who have work to do, and who do it faithfully." "That is a sentiment worthy of an American," rejoined Ronald. "Indeed, you have unconsciously stolen it from one of our most distinguished American writers, who says, 'To have something to do, and to do it, is the best appointment for us all.' The extent to which I have insensibly Americanized you is very evident. A thought has just struck me. You are weary and melancholy, and seem to grow much paler and thinner every day. It will revive and strengthen you to accompany me. Come, let us go together." "Let us fly to the moon," answered Maurice, half scornfully. "Ronald, why do you always forget that although we have lived precisely the same number of years, and I may be said to have lived so much longer than you, if we count the time by sorrows that make belong the days, though we have both passed our 21st anniversary, you, as an American, have obtained your majority and are a free agent, while the law of France renders me still a minor for 4 years. You know I cannot stir without my father's consent, and of course that is unobtainable." "Unobtainable if you choose to imagine that it is, and will not seek for it," answered Ronald rebukingly. "The wisest poet that ever penned his inspiration says, 'Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win, by fearing to attempt.' Do not let your traitorous doubts frighten you from the trial." Maurice smiled away his rising irritability and said, "I think, Ronald, your mind is so full of poetic arrows that one could not take a step or lift a finger or draw a breath without your being able to hit him with a verse." "A verse may hit him who a sermon flies," retorted Ronald laughingly. "A man is easy to hit who sits down with folded hands, like him of whom my rhythmic shaft just made a target. But to speak seriously, do you wonder that true thoughts, beautiful thoughts, which have been thrown into the music of verse, keep their haunting echoes in some stronghold of memory and surge up to the lips when a stirring incident causes the gates of the mind to vibrate, while the very proof of the poet's genuine inspiration, his chiefest triumphs, lies in this, that he speaks a familiar truth, a common word of hope, a little word of comfort, a simple word of warning, with such a potency that it strikes deeper into the soul than any other adjuration can reach. It defies us to forget. It takes the sound of prophecy and thrills our hearts and governs our actions in spite of ourselves. So much in the defense of my poetic memories. Now be generous enough to admit that poetry is usually mingled with a large portion of prosaic common sense, which resolves itself into action. My scoffed-at poetry interprets itself into this matter-of-fact prose. Unless you have the courage, the energy, to ask your father's consent to accompany me to America, you will not get it. If you ask, you may get it. And if you accompany me, it may profit you. Come, what say you? I shall be ready to start this week." "So soon?" ejaculated Maurice, who, often as he had witnessed the promptitude with which the young American moved, could not yet familiarize himself with his national rapidity of action and decision. "You call it soon? Why, if I had said the day after tomorrow, it might have been termed soon, but it seems to me a week is time enough to prepare for the journey around the world. Come, if you have a half an hour before the post closes, dash off your letter and let it go at once." As he spoke, he cleared his writing table of books and papers by which it was encumbered, and placed a chair for Maurice. The latter, who was always carried onward by the rushing current of his friend's strong will, wrote, on the spur of the moment, a letter more calculated to impress his father than any deliberately studied epistle. The restless and gloomy state of mind under which Maurice labored revealed itself in this impulsive effusion with a force which might not have found its way into a calmer communication. The frequent applications for money which Maurice had been compelled to make, that he might meet the demands of the old Jew, were not without their influence in preparing Count Tristan to look favorably upon his son's solicitation. The Count imagined that sums so constantly demanded were squandered in a manner habitual to gay young men in Paris. He had experienced much difficulty in complying with his son's last request, and became painfully aware that it would not much longer be in his power to supply him at the same extravagant rate. As a natural consequence, he hailed the proposition to travel, which might break off any unfortunate connections or liaisons as he might have formed in Paris, and without their aid divert his troubled mind. Then the present would be a favorable opportunity for Maurice to visit his estate in Maryland, and to learn something further of that railway company which seemed of late to have suspended its operations. Maurice was not less astounded than overjoyed upon receiving his father's prompt and unconditional consent to his proposed trip. He at once carried the letter to Bertha. She was too generous to oppose a step which promised to be advantageous to her cousin, yet she could not contemplate their inevitable separation without sincere sorrow. "I wish I was going with you," she sighed. "It seems to me everybody is going to America. Have you not heard that Marquis de Fleury has just received an appointment of ambassador to the United States? I wish my uncle would let me travel to some foreign country. I am weary of this Parisian ball-going life." "Has Monsieur de Fleury received his appointment at last? I had not heard of it. Who told you?" inquired Maurice. "Monsieur de Bois, this very morning." "Gaston goes with him, I presume?" "Yes, he said so." "That is expected pleasure. That is really delightful," exclaimed Maurice enthusiastically. Bertha did not reply, but she certainly looked inclined to pout, as though she had no distinct perception of delight in the question. In a few days Maurice and Ronald were on the great ocean. A fortnight later, the Marquis and Marchioness de Fleury and the secretary of the former, Monsieur de Bois, were also on their way to the New World. Bertha worried her uncle by her sad face, listless manner, and low spirits, to say nothing of her loss of appetite. to his thinking the most important feature of her malaise, until he was convinced that she had lost all interest in Paris, and that her sadness would be increased by a longer sojourn in the gay capital. When she admitted this, he kindly inquired if she desired to travel. "Yes, very much," was her reply. Whither would she like to go? To Italy? To England? To Russia? "No, to America." America? Land of savages, land of Pawnees and Choctaws, land where the cooking must be in its crude infancy. Her uncle could not listen to such a barbarous proposition, and, finding that he could obtain no other answer from his wilful and incomprehensible ward, he carried her back to Bordeaux, consoling himself with the reflection that although the visit to Paris had not been permanently advantageous to his niece, the culinary knowledge acquired by Lucienne was a full compensation. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Fairy Fingers, a novel by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 17, Chiffons. Chiffons. Talking chiffons, writing chiffons. Will anyone have the goodness to furnish us with a literal yet lucid interpretation of this enigmatical form of speech so incessantly employed in the Parisian beau monde? Among the translatable words of the French language, among the expressive terms which cannot be rendered by equally significant expressions in our own more copious tongue, among the phraseology invented to convey ideas which the phrases themselves certainly do not suggest, the common application of this curt little word, chiffons, holds a distinguished place. Look for chiffons in the dictionary, and you will see it simply defined as rags. Yet chiffons represent the very opposite of rags feminine, and conjure up multitudinous array of feminine fashions, fripperies, fancies, follies, indispensable aids and adjuncts of the feminine toilette. We have headed this chapter Chiffons, and given an imperfect definition of the term as a signpost of warning to masculine readers, a hint that this chapter is to be lightly skimmed, or altogether skipped, for it unavoidably treats of chiffons, which the necessities of the narrative will not allow us to suppress. The Marquis de Fleury had been appointed ambassador from the court of Napoleon III to the United States of America. Madame de Fleury's state of mind, in spite of the consolation afforded by a number of strikingly original costumes, which she innocently flattered herself would prove very effective during the sea voyage, was deplorable. Terror inspired by the perils of the deep was only surpassed by intense grief excited by her compulsory banishment to a land where, she imagined, the invading feet of modiste and Mantua-maker had not trodden out of all resemblance to the original Eden, a land where women probably attired themselves with a leaning to antediluvian simplicity, or in accordance with strong-minded proclivities, and the men were, doubtless, too much engrossed by politics and business to be capable of appreciating the most elaborate toilette that could be fashioned to captivate their eyes, a land, in short, where taste was yet unborn, and where it was ignorantly believed that the chief object of apparel was to perform on a more extensive scale the use of primitive fig leaves and furs. To prevent her from falling into the clutches of American barbarians, Madame de Fleury secured 2 French maids as a bodyguard. Into the hands of one, skilled in the intricate mysteries of hairdressing, her head was unreservedly consigned. The other, versed in the more varied arts, had entire charge of the rest of her person. But these aides-de-camp of toilette were deemed insufficient for the guardianship of her charms. The moment her sentence of exile was pronounced, she had summoned the incomparable Vignon to her presence, and piteously painted the difficulties which must have beset her path when she was remorselessly torn from the reach of the creative fingers of the artist courtier. Vignon had unanticipated comfort in store, the most accomplished of her assistants, one who had exhibited a skill in design and execution positively marvelous, had several times expressed a strong inclination to establish herself in America, and would gladly make her debut in the New World under the patronage of the Marchioness. This information threw Madame de Fleury into such ecstasies that all the waves of the Atlantic, which had been ruthlessly tossing their wrecks about her brain, were suddenly stilled, and she declared that Mademoiselle Mélanie must make her preparations to sail in the same steamer, for the knowledge that she was on board would render the voyage endurable. The Marchioness complacently added that she felt so much strengthened by these tidings that she could now look forward to meeting, with becoming fortitude, the trials incident upon her residence among a semi-civilized nation. We need hardly relate how soon, after reaching Washington, the fair Parisian discovered that civilization had made astounding progress, if it might be estimated by the deference paid to Chiffons. Nor need we portray her astonishment at finding that American women of fashion were not merely close copyists of extreme French modes, but they exaggerated even the most extravagant, and hunted after the newest styles with the national energy which their countrywomen of a nobler class expended on nobler objects, and were more ready to deform or ignore nature, and swear allegiance to the despotic rule of the crinoline sovereign than any Parisian belle under the sun. Madame de Fleury's royal sway over the empire of Chiffons was soon as thoroughly established in Washington as it ever had been in Paris. Dress or headdress, bodice, bonnet, mantle, gaiter, glove worn by her multiplied itself in an important imitations, and every feminine chrysalis set forth its ballroom butterfly in a livery to match. Whatever style, shape, color she adopted, however extraordinary, became the rage for that season, and disappeared from sight, totally banished by her regal command at the inauguration of the next. At one period no skirt could sweep the pavement or lie in rich folds at the bottom of a carriage, unadorned by an imposing flounce that almost covered the robe. A little later, the one sober flounce was driven into obscurity by 20 coquettish small ones, and these were displaced by primly puffed bands, which gave way to fanciful keys running up the sides of the dress, where they seemed to have no possible right, and those vanished when double skirts commenced their brief reign, to be dethroned by a severe-looking quilted ruffle marching around the hem of the dress and up the center to the throat, and this grave ornament suddenly found its place usurped by an inundation of fantastic trimmings, jet bugles, passementerie, velvet, or lace. So much for skirts. Then the bodices. Now nothing was to be seen but the square cut, which revealed the fine bust of beauties in the days of Charles II. Now graceful foals à cour sentimentally ruled the day. Now infant waist became a passion. And now the most maternal forms aped juvenility borrowed from their babies. Then for sleeves. At one time they were wide and long and cumbrous, forbidding every trace of the most rounded member beneath. Then they took the form of antique drapery, disclosing the arm, almost nude, save for the transparent lace of the undersleeve. Then the close, tight fit of the Quaker left all but the distorted outline to the imagination. And bonnets, at one moment the tiniest bird's nest of a hat, embowered in feathers and buried in lace, was perched on the back of the head, reminding one of Punch's suggestion that it could be more conveniently carried on a slather by a domestic walking behind. A little later, the only bonnet admissible closed around the face like a cap. Laces and feathers had disappeared. A few tastefully disposed knots of ribbon or a single flower were the only ornaments. But Hardly had good sense nodded approvingly at the graceful simplicity with which heads were covered, when lo, the bonnet shot up like bright-hued coal shuttles, over which a basket of buds and blossoms had suddenly upset, and went through a variety of fantastic transformations wholly indescribable. So with other articles of attire. Mantles that had established for themselves a natural and convenient length suddenly grew down to the hem of the dress. Basques, high in favor, were routed by zouave jackets. Girdles were at the moment drawn down with tight pressure until they barely surmounted the hips. The next were allowed to take an almost natural round, as far as their fitting locality went, and next were put wholly to flight by pointed Swiss belts, with enormous bows and long flowing ends, while these, in turn, were chased from the field by picturesque scarfs. Then, as regards the disposition of that native veil of unsurpassable beauty which adorns the head of women, now all locks were braided low at the back of the head, almost lying upon the neck. Now they were surmounted at the crown, and rose in stories higher and higher. Now they sprang into a pair of wings from either side of the temple. Now they clustered in a tuft of disorderly curl above the brow, now smoothed and bandolined close to the face, and nodded with an air of quiet simplicity behind the ears. Whichever of these modes the Parisian queen of the chiffons rendered graceful in her own person, every fair one, with the slightest aspiration to style, strengthened her claims to be thought fashionable by scrupulously assuming. What wonder that Mademoiselle Melanie, prime minister to the absolute sovereign, could scarcely receive the crowd of clients that thronged to her doors. She hired a spacious mansion near the capital and furnished it with consummate taste. She combined the vocation of Mantua-maker with that of milliner, and supplied all the materials she employed from an assortment of her own selection. This was one secret of her astonishing success, for it gave her control over the entire apparel of her customers. Regarding herself as responsible for the tout ensemble of each toilette that issued from her hands, and her reputation as at stake if any defective touch marred the general result of her adorning, she exerted a thoroughly despotic sway over those whom she undertook to dress, and refused, in the most positive yet courteous manner, to allow them to follow the dictates of their own faulty fancies. As a skilful artist examines a picture in the best light, that all its beauties may be revealed, she placed each one of her subjects in the most favorable aspect, studied them closely, searched out every fine point which might be heightened, and pondered over every defect which might be concealed. She had a rare gift of knowing how to embellish nature, how to bring forth all capacities of face and form, and how to modify the fashion of the day to the requirements of the wearer, instead of slavishly following an arbitrary mode, and thereby sacrificing all individuality of beauty. Dress became high art in her hands. Wondrously harmonious were the effects produced. Blondes looked softer and purer than ever before, without becoming insipid. Brunettes grew more piquant and brilliant. Nondescripts gained force and character. Pallid faces caught a reflection of rose tints. Too ruddy complexions were toned down by paling colors, and sallow skins found their ochre hue mysteriously neutralized. Angular shapes were draped so gracefully that their unsymmetrical sharpness disappeared. Too ample forms exchanged their air of uncouth corpulence for a well-defined roundness. Low statures seemed to spring up to nobler altitude. Women of masculine height sunk into feminine proportions. In short, Mademoiselle Mélanie was not a Mantua-maker or a milliner. She was a genius of taste, the artful embodier of poetry in outward adorning. Her own person was strikingly attractive, but the severest simplicity characterized her attire. Her manners, though affable, were exceedingly reserved. Without any apparent effort, she repressed the familiarity of the vulgar and rebuked the patronizing airs of the assuming, winning instinctive deference even from the ill-bred. By her workwomen she was almost worshipped. Young herself, she impressed them with the sense that notwithstanding her lack of advantage over them in the point of years, her superior skill and knowledge entitled her to be their head. She sympathized with their griefs, inquired into their needs, sometimes ignored their shortcomings, but never their sufferings, and took care that the thread which helped fashion a lady's robe should not be drawn with such a weary and overworked hands that, in the language of Hood, it sewed a shroud at the same moment. She was seldom seen in the streets, and when her duties called her, she went forth closely veiled. But her distinguished air, the simple elegance of her apparel, and the dignified grace of her movements could not escape admiration. She soon found a carriage of her own indispensable, and selected an unostentatious equipage, but allowed herself the indulgence of a pair of superb horses, because she chanced to be an appreciating judge of those noble animals, a rather unusual knowledge for a courtier. She seldom walked or drove alone. She was usually accompanied by one of her assistants, a young Massachusetts girl, with whom she had been thrown into an accidental communication shortly after her arrival in the United States. The history of Ruth Thornton is one every day repeated, but not less touching because so far from rare. Born and bred in affluence which emanated from the daily exertions of her father, his death left his widow and 3 orphan daughters destitute. The eldest early assumed the burdens of wifehood and maternity. Ruth was the second child. A girl of high spirit, she quickly laid aside all false pride and earnestly sought to earn the bread of those she loved by the labor of her fair young hands, until then strangers to toil. But where was remunerative occupation to be found? Needy womanhood so closely crowded the few open avenues of industry that it seemed as though there was no room for another foot to gain a hold, another hand to struggle. To become a teacher or governess was Ruth's first, most natural endeavor, but month after month she sought in vain for a situation. She possessed a remarkable voice and a decided musical talent. The idea of the concert room suggested itself, but her naturally fine organ lacked the long cultivation that could alone fit it to embark upon a career of a singer. Her mind turned to the stage, but, setting aside the difficulty of obtaining engagements, Even to fill some position in the lowest ranks of the profession, she had no means, no time to go through the long course of requisite study, or to procure herself the costly wardrobe indispensable to such a profession. She pondered upon the possibility of entering that most noble institution, the New York School of Design for Women. Here was meat work, hope-fanning, life-saving work for feminine hands, engraving on wood or steel, coloring plates for illustrated works, sketching designs for fashion to be used in magazines, or patterns for carpets, calicoes, paper hangings, etc. But on inquiry, she learned that a year's study would be needful before she could hope to gain a modest livelihood through the medium of the simplest of these pursuits. From whence, in the meantime, could her mother or sister and herself derive their support? Next, she resolved to resort to her needle, yet how small was the likelihood of keeping it employed, and how poor the pittance it could earn as a humble seamstress. True, she might learn a trade, but how was she to exist meantime? She stood erect in the midst of this desert of difficulties, perplexed but undismayed, and still believing in, and steadfastly seeking for, the work allotted to such weak hands as hers. There is something magnetic in unflagging energy and untiring hope. They mysteriously attract themselves to the materials which they most need. By a seeming accident, Ruth heard that an assistant housekeeper was required at the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York. Her high-born relatives learned with horror that one of their kin, the daughter of a gentleman who had held an honorable position in their community, contemplated fulfilling this menial position. But, in spite of their disapproval, Ruth presented herself as an applicant for the post, and, though her youth, for she was hardly 20, was an objection, her services were accepted, and she entered forthwith upon lowly duties. We need not dwell upon the manifold and humiliating trials to which she was subjected, trials to which the loveliness of her person largely contributed. Like a true American maiden, well-disciplined, self-reliant, and of strong principles, she found protection within herself, and bade defiance to dangers which might have proved fatal to one whose early training had been less productive of strength. It was while Ruth was meekly discharging these humble duties that she became acquainted with Mademoiselle Mélanie. On arriving in New York, Madame de Fleury had taken up her residence for a few days in the Fifth Avenue Hotel, and, as though she feared to lose sight of Mademoiselle Mélanie, requested her to do the same. A severe indisposition, which caused the latter to seek feminine aid, threw her in communication with the housekeeper of the hotel and her young assistant. Mademoiselle Mélanie quickly became interested in the sweet, pale, patient face hovering about her bed, and did not fail to note the air of refinement which seemed at variance with her position. In less than 24 hours, the young French couturier had learned the history of the young American housekeeper, and resolved, if she prospered in America, to remove this lovely girl from her present perilous position to one less exposed. 6 months later, Ruth received a letter from Washington, making her an offer to become one of the assistants of Mademoiselle Mélanie, and gratefully accepted the proposal. Mademoiselle Mélanie found her young employee's health too delicate for an exhausting apprenticeship to the needle, and employed Ruth in copying and coloring sketches of costumes which the accomplished couturier herself designed. As she became more and more conversant with the noble character of her protégée, the spontaneous attachment she had conceived for her grew stronger, and Ruth Thornton became her constant companion. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 18. Maurice. On their arrival in America, Ronald took Maurice to his southern home, where he was received with a cordial hospitality that strengthened and confirmed the tie of brotherhood between the young men. We will not attempt to portray the meeting between Ronald and his parents, a meeting so full of joy that its throbs quickened into the pulse of pain, as though clay-compassed hearts were hardly large enough to endure the ecstasy of such a reunion, nor will we dwell upon the proud elation with which Ronald's first ambitious attempt in art was contemplated by his parents. Their praises might simply have testified that love appreciates. The hand that wrought might have sanctified even a feeble work to their sight. But colder judgments pronounce Ronald's initiatory achievements a pledge of power, and all the more decisive because the execution of the youthful hand obviously had not kept pace with the strong conception of the fervid brain. We pass on to the effect produced upon Maurice by his sojourn in Ronald's transatlantic home. Many a pang did the young Frenchman endure as he noted the thorough and genial understanding which seemed to exist between the southern youth and his father. Maurice was amazed by Mr. Walton's unfailing recognition that his son was a responsible being, by the confidence he reposed in him, by the unequivocal manner in which he placed him upon a footing of equality, even while guiding him by his counsels offered as the results of a larger experience, yet never so compulsory urged as to check his son's freedom of decision. Maurice marked, too, the earnest interest with which Mr. Walton entered into all Ronald's project, albeit some of them appeared too wild and high-reaching to be easy of accomplishment, beheld how readily the paternal hand was stretched out to soften the ordeals through which the neophyte must inevitably pass, and was moved by the touching frankness with which the noble-minded parent repeatedly congratulated himself that he had not permitted his own predilections to force Ronald into a field of action repugnant to his tastes. When Maurice instinctively compared this liberal, high-toned father's mode of influencing his son with the tyrannous control of the haughty Count, and contrasted Ronald's untrammeled position with his own state of dependent nonentity, he felt that unstruggling submission to the cruel decree which doomed him to waste those fresh, strong, aspiring years of his life in hopeless idleness was a weakness rather than a virtue. He was only spared from passing a judgment upon his father more correct than filial by throwing the blame of his conduct upon the shackling customs and false opinions and arbitrary laws of his native land. He could not but be forcibly struck by the wide dissimilarity between the usages and views of life which distinguish the two nations. In America, he saw men, self-made and self-educated, at an age when young Frenchmen have scarcely begun to be aware that they have any independent existence, rising to prominent and honorable positions, taking a bold part in public affairs, and asserting by their achievements the maturity of their brains. He saw men who had been forced by circumstances to commence their lives of toil and self-important at 15 and 18, a few years later not only gaining their own livelihood, but contributing to the maintenance of their families, and laying the foundation of future fortune. He saw artistic taste, literary talents, professional, legislative, and military abilities brought to opulent fruition in men but a few years his senior. And though everyone seemed to work at high pressure, everyone appeared to live rapidly, crowding each day with actions. Still men lived consciously, planting along the pathway of their pilgrimage the landmarks of positive deeds. And they sowed and reaped and rejoiced in their harvest. And if some of them grew old faster than their European brethren, their age was at least enriched by varied memories, vast experiences, manifold mental gains that testified to the value of their lives. And was it imperative, Maurice asked himself, that the accident of noble blood should paralyze a man's volition, and that the bearing of a noble name should render his life inertly ignoble? He recognized that, in the seeming curse which condemned a man to work, God had hidden the richest blessing, even as he buried golden veins in the dark bosom of the earth. Labor was privilege, and gave its sweetest flavor to the daily cup of life. As for Ronald, though he loved his country with the enthusiasm which characterized all his affections, he had never been fully cognizant of the advantages it possessed over the land in which he had lately sojourned until he saw them through the eyes of Maurice. Nothing is more true than that we can render no services to another by which we are not served ourselves. Served spiritually, therefore actually, and in the highest sense, and not merely in his new appreciation of the land of his birth, but in numerous other ways. Ronald was the unconscious gainer by the helpful influence he exerted over his friend. The youthful mentor confirmed himself in grand and vital truths while imparting them to Maurice. His own noble resolves were quickened into activity while he sought to infuse them into the mind of another. His own spirit acquired strength while he was endeavoring to render his companion strong of soul. Ronald's character was perhaps more affluent and expansive, had more force and fixedness of purpose than that of Maurice, yet it derived fresh vigor from the less hopeful, less confident nature upon which it acted. Though Maurice owed much to the young art student, he soon owed more to that gentle but potent hand by which Ronald had been molded, refined, and spiritualized. Ronald's mother opened wide her large heart and her loving arms to take in the motherless youth thrown by an apparent accident within her sphere. Mrs. Walton was one of those beings to whom life is a poem. Read it in sorrow or gladness, read it whatever way you will, because all things to her mind had a divine significance. She knew that nothing had either its end or origin here, and felt that the very daydreams and aspirations of impulsive youth descended by influx from those supernal regions in which all causes exist, though we darkly behold them through effects ultimated upon our earthly plane. Her eyes were never bent upon the ground to search out stumbling blocks of doubt, but looked up Godward until the heavens grew less distant, and earth's perplexing mysteries were solved, and daily joys and daily pains only acquired importance through their bearing upon the joys and pains of eternity, and celestial light, flowing through her pure thoughts, reflected its mellow glory upon her humblest surroundings, and tinged them with ineffable beauty. Maurice, who had been so deeply impressed by Ronald's attributes and aims, quickly recognized the fountainhead from whence flowed the living waters he drank, and, humbly bending to quaff at the same spring, became conscious that his whole being was vitalized and renewed. The great ends of existence, for the first time, became apparent to him, and as he learned to look upon the present and temporal as only of moment through their effect upon the future and eternal, as he renounced a senseless belief in the very names of chance and accident, and yielded to the conviction that the simplest as the gravest occurrence all tend to lay some stone in the great architectural edifice which every man is building for his own dwelling place in the hereafter, his trials, by some wondrous transmutation, wore a holy aspect, and gently into his unfolding spirit stole the comforting assurance that those very trials might be the fittest, the strongest, the appointed instruments to hew out the pathway he panted to tread, and carve for him a future which could never have been wrought by such tools as the velvety hands of prosperity hold in their feeble grasp. The morbid melancholy into which Maurice had fallen, and which deepened with his vain pondering over the mysterious fate of Madeleine, rolled from his spirit before the breath of hope. Hope breathed through sunshine from the lips of a woman whose sympathetic voice, tender looks, and quick comprehension of his emotions insensibly melted away reserve and drew out all of his confidence. He could talk to Mrs. Walton of Madeleine with an absence of reticence, an unchecked gush of feeling, which would not have been possible when he conversed with Ronald, or with anyone but a woman, and such a woman. Far from advising him, as a worldly wise counselor would have done, to struggle against a passion which did not promise to prove fortunate, she bade him cherish the image of one he so ardently loved with perfect trust, that if that woman were indeed his other self, that separate half which makes a man's full complement, he would, in spite of all adverse circumstances, be drawn to her by mysterious and invisible cords until their union was consummated. Mrs. Walton entertained the not irrational belief that, as either sex alone is half itself, and each fulfills defects in each, there was created for every male soul some female spirit, whose heart was capable of responding to the finest pulses of his, one who could meet his largest requirements, one who could alone render his being perfect, his true manhood complete, one whom he might never meet on earth, and yet who lived for him. This great truth, for as such he accepted it, was a glorious revelation to Maurice. He cast out the remembrance that Madeleine had said she loved another, or only recalled her declaration to feel certain that she had mistaken her own heart, or that he had misconstrued the language she had used. She became more vividly present than ever to his mind, and the constant thought that now confidently and happily wound itself about her seemed to him to annihilate material distances and bring their spirits into close communion. Maurice passed 2 delightful months beneath the hospitable roof of Mr. and Mrs. Walton. The period which Ronald had allowed himself for a holiday drew to close. The sense of unoccupied power had begun to render him restless, and it was with elation which might have appeared tinctured with ingratitude by those who did not comprehend the mysterious workings of his untranquil ambition that he prepared for his return to that foreign land where he could enjoy advantages for the prosecution of his art studies unobtainable in a young country. When Maurice embarked for America with Ronald, it was understood that they were to return to Europe together. But one morning, when the latter casually announced his intention of securing their passage on board a steamer about to sail from New York, Maurice turned to him and said abruptly, "Ronald, 1 berth will be sufficient." "My dear fellow, what do you mean?" inquired Ronald, only half surprised. "It is impossible for me," replied Maurice, "to return to my life of indolence and supposed gaiety. A snake might more easily crawl back into his cast-off skin. I have breathed this free, exhilarating, vitalizing atmosphere, and the convention-laden atmosphere of Paris would stifle me. I have written to my father and announced that I propose to remain in Charleston. That is not all. He forbade my studying law in Paris because his sapient Breton neighbors would have been scandalized by a vicomte's taking so sensible a step. But possibly I may prepare myself for the bar at this distance without subjecting my father to the annoyance of their disapproval. The period required for study is shorter, and I shall have a wider field in which to practice. I cannot be prepared to enter upon the duties of my profession much before the time when, according to the laws of France, I shall reach my majority. Meanwhile, I study, we will say, for amusement. I study as other men hunt, fish, boat, skate. What do you think of my plan?" Ronald grasped him warmly by the hand. "It is just what I expected of you, Maurice. When we first met, I was so strongly attracted to you. An internal prescience whispered that you had within you the very qualities which are asserting their existence today." "They might have been in me, Ronald," answered Maurice with emotion, "but I fear they would never have been brought out but for your agency. I can never be grateful enough that we have been thrown together. I can never sum up the good you have done me. I stood in such great need of just the influence you and your mother." The voice of Maurice trembled, and he was unable to proceed. Ronald broke the somewhat embarrassing silence by saying, "In short, you have come to the conclusion that my mother is right in her faith, and whatever we actually need for our spiritual advancement is invariably sent, if we but will preserve ourselves in a state of reception. All that you still lack will be supplied in the same way, if you can but believe." "I do believe," answered Maurice, in a tone of greater solemnity than the occasion seemed to demand. But there was a world of meaning in those 3 words. We should be obliged to employ many if we attempted to express a tithe of what he had recently learned to believe through the instrumentality of a noble thinker. A week later, Ronald folded his mother to his throbbing heart and tenderly bade her adieu, but without feeling that he should be parted from her by their material separation. Strange to say, his farewell to his father and Maurice was shadowed by a nearer approach to sadness and more definite sense of sundering. Possibly their spirits had less power than his mother's to annihilate space and follow him whithersoever he went. Maurice was induced to linger a few days longer as the guest of his new friends, and his presence prevented the void left by the departure of a beloved and only son from being too keenly felt. At the commencement of a new week, the young Vicomte removed to Charleston. That city was only a few miles distant from the residence of Ronald's parents. Mr. Walton had made his visitor acquainted with an eminent lawyer who consented to receive Maurice de Gramont as a student. Count Tristan at first violently opposed his son's step, but he could not, with any show of reason, forbid his son studying law as a pastime. The Count's affairs became more and more entangled, and he grew more desirous than ever that his son should contract a wealthy marriage. The hope that Maurice might woo and win one of those numerous heiresses who, Frenchmen imagine, abound in southern El Dorado alone reconciled the haughty nobleman to his son's sojourn in America. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 19. Aristocrats in America. While Maurice was applying himself to study with a zeal and sense of enjoyment wholly new to him, Bertha was passing through various stages of ennui and testing the patience, or rather digestive powers, of that sorely discomfited bon vivant, her uncle. Day after day she grew more capricious, unreasonable, unmanageable. The distressed Marquis came to the conclusion that his disturbed animal economy could only be restored by amicable separation from his niece. but in vain he bestowed his smiles, his dinners, upon the multitudinous suitors by whom the young heiress was besieged. Her autocratic decree condemned him to the cruel duty of closing the sumptuous repast by the dessert of a dismissal to each lover in turn, without extending the faintest hope that his sentence might be reversed. Finally, the Marquis became a confirmed dyspeptic. The joy of his life was quenched when his appetite failed beyond the resuscitating influence of absinthe and other fashionable stimulants. The glory of his festive board had departed, and he was haunted by the conviction that the unnatural conduct of his niece would bring his whitening hairs through sorrow and indigestion to the grave. A small but dearly prized respite from his trials was granted him when Bertha paid her yearly visit of 4 months to her relatives in Brittany. Her stay, however, was never extended beyond the wonted period, for she found her sojourn at the Château de Gramont unmitigatingly dull. The reception of letters from Maurice addressed to his father alone relieved the tediousness of the hours, but these welcome messengers were infrequent, brief, and somewhat cold. They left Bertha so unsatisfied that before the close of the first year of her cousin's absence she opened a correspondence with him herself. The initiative letter was suggested by pleasant things, which she hastened to send. It was written immediately after the 18th anniversary of her birthday, and communicated the agreeable intelligence that upon that day she had again received a token of remembrance from their beloved Madeleine. A yearly gift, bearing the impress of those fairy fingers, was the only sign Madeleine had given that she lived and remembered. 3 years passed on, and upon each birthday, whenever Bertha chanced to be in Bordeaux, in Paris, in Brittany, a small parcel was mysteriously left with the concierge of the house where she was residing. The package was always addressed in Madeleine's handwriting, and contained some exquisite piece of needlework, but no letter, and it bore no mark of post or express. It was invariably delivered by private hand. At least it rendered certain the consolatory facts not only Bertha was unforgotten, but that Madeleine was cognizant of all her movements. No sooner had the heiress reached her majority than she prepared to carry into execution a plan which for a long period had been silently forming itself in her mind. Her earnest desire to visit America had been secretly but systematically strengthened by Count Tristan. He well knew that Marquis de Merivale would never be induced to become her escort, and, what was more likely than that, she should seek the countenance and protection of her other relatives. He played his cards so adroitly that Bertha, without once suspecting his machinations, wrote to him on the very day that closed her 21st year, and invited the Countess and himself to accompany her upon an American tour. She took care delicately to make a stipulation that the expenses of the projected trip should devolve upon her. The Count concealed his exultation under an air of well-acted reluctance, and required much persuasion before he could be taught to look with favor upon this unexpected and sudden proposition. There was no simulation in the dismay, the horror, with which Bertha's proposal was greeted by the Countess. How was she to breathe in a land where hereditary claims to rank were unknown, where distinctions of brains, not blood, were alone recognized, where a man might rise to the highest position as ruler of the realm, though his father chanced to be a mechanic, and his grandfather's existence was untraceable? For a time, Bertha's entreaties and the Count's representations were equally impotent. The Countess was inexorable, but her son was not to be baffled. He found an avenue through which her heart could be reached, and her resolution undermined. It lay in the suggestion that Bertha's strong inclination to visit America sprang from a desire again to behold Maurice, and that the result of their meeting after so long a separation might be in the highest degree felicitous. Bertha, he urged, during the absence of Maurice, had probably learned that he was dearer to her than she imagined, and if Maurice had reason to believe that she crossed the ocean for the sake of rejoining him, could he remain insensible to such proof of devotion? The Countess bowed her haughty head to a sacrifice which vitally compromised her dignity. One of the objects of the Count's visits to America was to learn something further of the railroad company with which he was connected. For a time its operations had been suspended, owing to a financial crisis, a sort of periodical American epidemic that, like cholera, sweeps over the land at intervals, making frightful ravage for a season, and departing as mysteriously as it came. The elastic nation, never long prostrate, had risen out of temporary difficulties and depression with a sudden bound, and prosperity walked in the very footprints of the late destroyer. Mr. Hilson had lately announced to Count Tristan that the Railway Association was again in full activity, and that the mooted question of the direction which the road ought to take would, ere long, be decided. He added that, according to his judgment, the left road was indubitably more desirable. Should that road be chosen, it would pass through the property owned by the Vicomte de Gramont. We have already alluded to the immense difference in value of the estate which the advent of the railroad would ensure. Bertha had no difficulty in obtaining the Marquis de Merveille's approval of the contemplated trip. Early in the spring the party embarked upon one of those superb steamers that sweep across the ocean like floating cities, pulsating with multitudinous life. The passage was so smooth that Bertha thoroughly enjoyed the strange new existence, and found the ever-varying beauty in the gorgeous sunsets, the resplendent moonlight, that she even forsook her berth to see Aurora draw aside her crimson curtain of the dawn. In short, she was in an appreciating mood throughout the voyage, and her happy state allowed her to ignore all the désagréments of the sea. The Countess also, as she sat upon the deck in a comfortable armchair, which she occupied as though it were a throne, and received the homage of the fellow passengers, who were obviously struck and awed by her majestic deportment, pronounced the transit more endurable than she anticipated. Maurice had gone to New York to welcome the voyagers, and when the steamer neared the land he was the first person who bounded upon the deck. Bertha caught sight of him, and as she sprang forward and threw herself into his arms, weeping with joy and hardly returning his warm embrace, the Countess and her son exchanged looks of exultation, which showed that they had not reflected upon the vast distinction between the frank greeting of brother and sister and the meeting of possible lovers. A slight, irrepressible shadow passed over the beaming countenance of Maurice as he turned from Bertha to welcome his father and grandmother. The cloud flitted by in an instant and only betrayed that the past was unforgotten, while the look of manly confidence and self-possession by which it was replaced told that the present and the future could not be subject to bygone storms. After the first salutations were over, the Countess scanned Maurice from head to foot to note what changes had been wrought by his residence in a country which she held in such supreme contempt. The slight curl and quivering of the lip which accompanied her survey bespoke that it was not entirely satisfactory. In the first place, his apparel displeased her. The care that he had once bestowed upon his toilette betrayed a slight leaning to the side of foppishness. Now his attire gave him the air of a man of business rather than of mere pleasure. His bearing was more confident than in his former days, his movements more rapid, his tone more animated and decisive, his whole manner more energetic. His face was slightly careworn, his brow had lost something of its unruffled smoothness. The fresh carnation tints had faded out of his complexion, but the wealth of expression his countenance had gained might atone for the heavier losses. In repose his features wore a shade of habitual sadness, but that disappeared the moment he spoke, and was rather an air of reflection than sorrow. Indeed, all gloom had vanished from his spirit soon after his arrival in America. The hope-inspiring ministry of Ronald's mother, first an engrossing study, and ceaseless occupation next, had effectually medicined his growing melancholy. Maurice had not felt himself a homeless exile during his 4 years' sojourn in a foreign land. The Château de Gramont was less dear to him than the quiet, unpretentious, but affection-brightened home where he was always welcomed as a son. When his stately grandmother, after so long a separation, once more appeared before him, the cold dignity, repelling hardness, and self-venerating pride of her demeanor struck him all the more painfully because it conjured up, in contrast, a vision of soft humility, the gentle strength, the intellectual power, the refined tenderness of the lovely woman who realized his ideal of maternity. It almost seemed as though the Countess had some internal perception that Maurice weighed her in the balance of new judgment and found her wanting, for she shrank beneath his gaze and turned from him with a sense of sickening disappointment. Bertha, while she was struck by the marked alteration in Maurice, noted the change with undisguised admiration. To her eyes, he was 1,000 times more attractive than ever, and she told him so without a shadow of bashful hesitation. The young French demoiselle had made up her mind to be charmed with America, and little is required to satisfy those who are determined to be pleased. How much of her enthusiasm was legitimately excited, and how much was the spontaneous kindling of her own bright spirit, we will not attempt to describe. Be it enough to say that she frequently declared her most sanguine expectations were far surpassed. The Countess, on the other hand, looked through a distorted medium which filled her with disgust. She was horrified at the publicity of hotel life in New York. She could not tolerate the careless ease of the persons with whom she was thrown into accidental communication, the confidence with which the very servants ventured to accost her, the absence of awe, the lack of head and knee bending in her august presence, appeared a tacit insult. She was puzzled to reconcile the freedom with which she was constantly addressed with the greatest deference paid to her sex, while her rank was almost ignored. The mere fact of being a woman commanded an amount of consideration unsurpassed by the veneration paid to titled womanhood in her own land. Nothing, however, shocked her more than the liberty accorded to young American maidens. She found it impossible to comprehend that, educated as responsible beings, the strict surveillance over girlhood's most trivial actions, which is deemed indispensable in France, ceased to be a matter of necessity in America. Immediately upon his arrival in New York, the Count had placed himself in communication with Mr. Hilson, and a few days later received a letter informing him that at a recent meeting of the managers of the Railway Association, a committee of 9 had chosen to decide upon the most suitable direction of the new road. The committee was to give its decision at the end of a fortnight.
Mr. Hilson regretted to add that he feared the majority were in favor of the road to the right. He concluded by suggesting that it might be well for the Count to visit Washington and exert over members of the committee any influence that he could command to secure a majority of votes in favor of the road which would prove so advantageous to his son's property. The Count resolved to act at once upon Mr. Hilson's suggestion. When he proposed to his mother and Bertha that they should start the very next day for Washington, the Countess, for the first time since her arrival, expressed herself gratified. At the seat of government she should meet the French ambassador and his wife, the Marquis and Marchioness de Fleury, and possibly in the circle in which they moved she might encounter foreigners with whom it would not be repugnant to associate. Bertha heard Count Tristan's announcement with such bright gleamings of the eyes, such happy flushings of the cheeks, that the sudden radiance which overspread her countenance set Maurice wondering over the emotions that caused her to so warmly welcome this unanticipated change of locality. The reverie into which he had fallen was broken by his father. The Count launched into a discussion upon the management of property in America, then glided into the subject of the Maryland estate, and finally suggested that it would be advisable for his son to grant him a power of attorney which would place him in a situation to act as his representative in any case of emergency. Maurice unhesitatingly expressed his willingness to comply with this request, and the legal instrument was drawn up without delay. Upon receiving the document, the Count assured his son that there was no probability that the power would be required, and voluntarily pledged himself not to make use of it without apprising Maurice. Count Tristan's words and intentions were wholly at variance. His affairs in Brittany had become so frightfully entangled that it was absolutely necessary for him to be able to command a considerable sum to redeem his credit, and he saw no means by which this desirable end could be obtained except by a mortgage upon his son's estate. One of his strongest motives in visiting America was to effect this purpose, but he earnestly desired to conceal from Maurice the step he projected, trusting to his own skill in underhand management for smoothing away of difficulties before there was a necessity for explanation. Maurice accompanied the Count, his mother, and Bertha to Washington, and there, bidding them adieu, and returned to Charleston. His preparatory studies being now completed, he was received as junior partner by the gentleman who had initiated him into the mysteries of his profession. It chanced that Mr. Lolliard had large possessions in certain iron mines in Pennsylvania, which gave promise of yielding an immense profit. He conceived a high esteem for the young Vicomte, and, with a view of promoting his interest, represented him to the advantage of purchasing a few shares, which could at the moment be favorably secured. Maurice had no funds at his command, but Mr. Lolliard suggested that the Vicomte could easily procure the $10,000 needed by a mortgage upon his Maryland estate, and even offered to give him a letter to Mr. Emerson, a personal friend residing in Washington, who, as the estate was wholly unembarrassed, would willingly loan the money upon this security. It was hardly possible for Maurice to have resided so long in America without being slightly bitten by the national mania for speculation, and he gladly accepted the offer of his principal and retraced his steps to Washington. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 20.
The Incognita. Maurice arrived in Washington without having apprised his father of his purposed visit. Count Tristan received him with ill-concealed embarrassment, but the young Vicomte was too ingenious himself, and therefore too unsuspicious of others, for him to attribute his father's discomposure to any source but surprise at his unexpected appearance. If Maurice noted an absence of pleasure in the Count's constrained greeting, he was too much accustomed to the formal and undemonstrative manners of the aristocracy to dwell upon the lack of warmth. The Count had taken up his residence at Brown's Hotel. He chanced to be sitting alone when his son was ushered into the drawing-room. The opportunity was a favorable one for Maurice to communicate to his father the object of his visit. After the first salutations were over, he inquired, rather abruptly, "Have you seen Mr. Hilson? What does he say in regard to the probabilities that the railroad will take the direction which we so much desire?" "Our prospects are tolerably good," returned the Count, "but we need to exert ourselves, and, possibly, you may be of service. The committee that has the decision in its hands consists of 9 persons. Out of these, 4 have declared their preference for the road to the right, and are immovable. Our friends Meredith and Hilson, who are on the committee, vote, of course, for the left road. Then there are 2 rival bankers, Mr. Gobert and Mr. Gilmer, who are bitterly opposed to each other, and generally vote in opposition one to the other. We must bring some agency into play which will induce them, for once, to vote alike." "That seems indispensable, but is it possible?" questioned Maurice. "I trust so. Mr. Gobert is banker of the Marquis de Fleury, who exerts unbounded power over him. One word from the Marquis, and Gobert's vote is secured. The Marquis, as everyone is aware, can always be approached through Madame de Fleury. Obtain her promise that we shall have Mr. Gobert's vote, and it is ours. The Marchioness, I fear, may not have forgiven Bertha's rejection of her brother's suit, but, as both parties are still unmarried and unengaged, if she can only be convinced that Bertha's refusal was a mere girlish caprice, and that there is still hope of the young Duke's success, she will be ready enough to serve us." "But is there hope?" inquired Maurice, quite innocently. The wily schemer replied by a glance half angry, half contemptuous, but without making any other answer, went on. "The other banker, Mr. Gilmer, I am seeking the means to influence. I have no doubt that I shall find them. The 9th member of the committee is Mr. Rutledge, quite a young man, the only son and heir of a Washington millionaire. I learn from Monsieur de Bois that Mr. Rutledge is deeply enamored of the sister of Lord Linden." "I beg pardon, but you have not yet told me who Lord Linden is, and it is so unusual to hear lords mentioned in this country that my ears are quite attuned to the sound of a title." Another hasty look from the Count might have been interpreted into one of slight disgust. His son was far more Americanized than he could have desired. He went on with increased haughtiness. "The English ambassador to the United States married the sister of Lord Linden, and his lordship and a younger sister accompanied them to Washington. Mr. Rutledge expires to the hand of this young lady. So says Monsieur de Bois, who is intimately acquainted with her brother. If she can be interested in our plans, the vote of Mr. Rutledge is easily secured." Maurice could not help laughing. "It is, in reality, the votes of women, then, that are to determine the direction of the road?" "I ought hardly to be surprised at that, for, if they have feeble voices in other lands, they have very decided ones in America.
But how is the young lady in question to be reached?" "That is what I am pondering upon," resumed his father. "I shall form some plan, you may be sure, and no time must be wasted in carrying it into execution. I have already ventured to touch upon the subject to Lord Linden, but have not said anything definite. It is a difficult affair to conduct delicately, yet the obtaining of these votes is of such vital importance that we must strain every nerve to secure them." "Certainly, since it will more than treble the value of the property," observed Maurice placidly. "By the by, I presume you have no occasion to use the power of attorney which I gave you. Just at this moment it is very fortunate for me that the estate is wholly unencumbered." The Count grew ashy pale, but Maurice did not observe his change of color, nor mark the hesitating tone in which he replied, "Very fortunate, of course, very fortunate indeed," and then, looking at his watch, he added, "It is time for your grandmother and Bertha to return. Lord Linden and Monsieur de Bois escorted them to the capital. You must be impatient to see them." "In regard to this property, Mr. Lorillard informs me," resumed Maurice, but the Count interrupted him. "A visit to Madame de Fleury is now the first step to be taken. There you may be useful. You are such a dedicated favourite of hers that your advocacy may be inestimable. Suppose you call at once, and learn at what hour she will receive your grandmother, Bertha, and myself. A visit from you will open the way." "I will call with pleasure," answered Maurice. "I have a letter from Monsieur Lorillard to his friend Mr. Emerson, which I would like to deliver without delay. It is a matter of business. Mr. Lorillard thinks that as my estate is wholly unencumbered—" "Oh, we may talk of that at another time," replied the Count hurriedly. "Suppose you pay your visit to the Marchioness at once. It is hardly worth while waiting for the ladies. No one can tell when they may return." Maurice, though he could not interpret the Count's singular manner, could not even remotely divine the meaning of its abruptness and confusion, felt himself checked in his proposed communication. He experienced no uneasiness. He had not the faintest conception that the Count was dealing doubly with him, and that his very first act, on reaching Washington, had been to mortgage the estate of his son for so large an amount that, but for the advent of the railroad, upon which he confidently calculated, the mortgage must prove ruinous to the interest of the landholder. Had Maurice been aware of this fact, he would not for a moment have contemplated delivering to Mr. Emerson Mr. Lorillard's letter, in which it distinctly stated that the property of the Vicomte was without lien. Further discussion between the father and son was prevented by the entrance of the Countess, accompanied by Lord Linden, and followed by Bertha and Gaston de Bois. Maurice, as he saluted his grandmother, was gratified to observe that, albeit her air was by no means less stately, it was more satisfied and complacent. Though titled nobility had no native existence in the semi-civilized land, she rejoiced to find that it was sometimes imported. She had at last encountered an individual with whom she could associate without derogation. The French, as all the world knows, have a national antipathy towards the English, but a nobleman, even though he chanced to be an Englishman, was hailed by the Countess de Gramont upon American soil as a godsend. Lord Linden was not aware of the compliment implied by the unwonted graciousness of her demeanour, and the tone of almost equality in which she addressed him. Maurice comprehended the altered expression that softened his grandmother's countenance, but was struck and amazed by the wonderful radiance of Bertha's face. Her eyes shone as though a veritable sun lived behind those azure heavens, and almost annihilated their colour by its brightness.
Her lips were eloquent with a voiceless happiness they did not care to hide, yet could not speak. The laughing dimples played perpetually about her softly suffused cheeks. Her elastic feet almost danced, so airy was their tread. About her whole presence there was a buoyant glow that seemed to encompass her with an atmosphere of light and warmth. She had not attempted to disguise her joy on again meeting Gaston de Bois, and though he paid them repeated visits during their sojourn in Washington, there was always the same deepening of hue upon Bertha's cheek, the same flood of sunshine brightening over her face, the same softening of tones of her voice, the same quickened rise and fall of her fair bosom when he approached. And did he not notice these betraying indications of his own power? Did they strike no electric thrill through his rejoicing soul? If they did, he was too much bewildered by a happiness so unexpected to search out calmly the hidden meaning of these precious signs. The change in deportment and character of M. de Bois, which we described at its commencement, was now fully confirmed. And though the blood still sprang too rapidly into his face, and his breathing grew labored with emotion, and his manner, especially in Bertha's presence, was slightly confused, it was now the confusion of elation rather than embarrassment. The self-control he had acquired had almost overcome his propensity to stammer, and Bertha was unreasonable enough to half regret that she could no longer finish his sentences, and thus prove how instinctively she divined his thoughts. Maurice greeted her, as was his cousinly wont after a separation, with a kiss on either cheek, but for the first time she shrank from his touch, and her ingenuous eyes involuntarily glanced at Gaston, then were quickly cast down, and the multitudinous ringlets that had, as usual, escaped from bondage were a welcome veil as they fell over her face. "Why, my little Bertha, has an absence of 4 years made you forget that we are cousins?" asked Maurice, in surprise at her manner. "No, no," she answered, shaking back the curls and looking up brightly in his face. "I am rejoicing that you have come to Washington. It is a delightful place. I am charmed with everything I see." Did Bertha reflect how much the charm of a locality depends upon our own internal condition? Was she aware that any place, however tame and dull, becomes delightful through the presence of one who creates in us a state of receptive enjoyment? Maurice expressed his intention of calling upon Madame de Fleury. Lord Linden and M. de Bois proposed to accompany him. The 3 gentlemen took their departure together, but soon after they left the hotel, Maurice changed his mind, and, telling his companions that he had some business to transact which required immediate attention, apologized for leaving them, adding that he would call upon Madame de Fleury an hour later, and hoped that he might have the pleasure of meeting them there. M. de Bois proposed to Lord Linden that they also should postpone their visit. "As you please," answered his lordship languidly. "I am perfectly at leisure. I will go wherever you are going. It does not matter where. I am indifferent to place." Lord Linden always was at leisure, and always indifferent, and not unfrequently attached himself to Gaston de Bois, and seemed disposed to accompany him wherever he went. His lordship was one of the vast race of blasé young noblemen, whose opportunities of enjoyment had never been circumscribed, except by the absence of a capacity to enjoy, and who, as a natural sequence, were continually oppressed with a sense of satiety, enervated by the noonday sunshine of unbroken prosperity, and thoroughly weary of their own existence. When his brother-in-law had been appointed ambassador to America, he had accompanied him to the United States with a vague idea that he would be thrown in contact with warlike tribes of Indians, the aborigines of the soil, whose novel and barbarous usages might afford him some mediocre measure of excitement. We need hardly picture his disappointment. The ambassadors from foreign courts and their suites were, as a matter of course, thrown into constant communication with each other, and the secretary of the French ambassador and the brother-in-law of the English formed an acquaintance which ripened into an approach to intimacy. There was no particular affinity between them, but Lord Linden liked Monsieur de Bois' company because he was a patient listener, and Lord Linden was the opposite to taciturn, and Gaston, though he sometimes, as in the present instance, felt his lordship an encumbrance, had too often been a victim to ennui to not sympathize with his fellow-sufferer.
"Mademoiselle de Merivale has a remarkably attractive face," said Lord Linden. "I do not particularly fancy blondes. There is too much milk and water and crushed rose leaves in their general make-up, but if a blonde could, to my eyes, enter the charm circle of the positively beautiful, I would give her admission."
Gaston, who had fallen into a pleasant reverie, was quickly roused by this observation, and exclaimed with indignant intonation, "Not admit a blonde into a circle of the beautiful? Can anything be lovelier than the countenance you have just looked upon?"
"Yes," replied the nobleman, musing his turn.
"I think I could show you a face that would make Mademoiselle de Merivale's sink into the most utter insignificance."
"Is your beauty a Washington belle?" inquired Gaston, half scornfully.
"I do not know. I do not know anything about her. I merely spoke figuratively when I said I could show you, for I certainly could not at this moment. But I allude to the most peerless being that ever captivated the eyes of man. In her, indeed, one could realize the poet's thought, all beauty compassed in a female form."
"And who is this incomparable divinity?" asked Gaston, still with a touch of sarcasm in his voice.
"Who is she? That is more than I know myself. We were thrown together by an accident, quite an everyday occurrence in this headlong, rushing, pell-mell, neck-breaking land, where the people contemplate railroad catastrophes and steamboat explosion with as cool indifference as though they were a necessary part of a traveller's programme."
"You were thrown in contact with your beauty, then, by a railroad collision, or thrown together through the bursting of a broiler?" remarked Gaston interrogatively, and more because civility seemed to demand the question than because he took any especial interest in the narrative.
"Yes, quite a stirring incident. I felt alive for a month after. I was traveling from New York to Washington in such a listless and used-up state that in my desperation I seriously pondered upon the amount of emotion that could be derived from jumping off the train at the risk of one's neck. As I was glancing restlessly around, suddenly a face rose before me that riveted my eyes. It was a countenance unlike any I had ever seen. Though features and outline were faultless, in these the least part of its beauty was embodied. There was an eloquence in the rapid transitions of expression that melted one into another. There was a dreamy thoughtfulness in those magnificent hazel eyes. They were not exactly hazel either. They reminded one of topaz. I hardly know what name to give to their hue, but it is useless to attempt to describe such a face and a form. I might heap epitaph upon epitaph, and then leave you without the faintest conception of the bewildering loveliness of their possessor."
"You succeeded in becoming acquainted with the lady?" inquired Gaston, now really interested. That good fortune was brought about by one of those ill winds which, for the proverb's sake, must blow good to someone. It could not have been accomplished by any effort of my own, for there was an air of quiet dignity about the lady that no gentleman could have ventured to ruffle by too marked observation, far less by presuming to address even a passing remark. We were about halfway between Philadelphia and Baltimore, when suddenly a terrific shock was felt, followed by a dashing of all humanity to one side of the cars, and a great crash. We had run into another train, and were thrown off the track, and in a moment more upset.
"Since you were longing for excitement," observed Gaston, "this agreeable little variety must have gratified you."
"Yes, it was well enough in its way, not being positively fatal to existence. You must conceive the confusion and the difficulty of getting upon one's feet. How the people scrambled out of the cars I do not exactly know. For a short time I was too much stunned to see anything distinctly. I remember nothing clearly until somebody helped me up, and in trying to move my left arm I discovered that it was broken."
"How unfortunate!
"And you lost sight of the lady?" "It would have been unfortunate if I had lost sight of her, but I did not. The passengers were huddled together in a most primitive inn by the roadside. There I beheld her, moving about, quite unharmed, quieting a child here, assisting a young mother there, doing something helpful everywhere. There chanced to be a surgeon in the cars, who, happily, was uninjured. He saw my predicament, for I was suffering confoundedly, and, upon examining my arm, said that it must be set at once. He called upon several persons to aid him. Some were too much occupied with their own distress, some too bewildered, and some shrank from the task. But, to my supreme joy, it was worth breaking an arm for such a piece of good luck. The lady I just mentioned came forward and offered her services. She tore my handkerchief and her own into bandages, produced a needle and thread from her little travelling reticule, and sewed them together. She assisted the surgeon in the most skilful but calmest manner. What could I do but express my gratitude? This was the opening to a conversation. We were detained several hours at the inn before the train arrived to take us on our journey. I had always detested these American cars, where all the travellers sit together in pairs, but now I rejoiced over them, for I had managed to obtain a seat beside her. We conversed without pause during the whole way to Washington, and what propriety and good sense she evinced! Her beauty had deeply impressed me, but her conversation struck me even more. Such elevated thoughts dropped spontaneously from her lips, and so naturally, that she did not seem to be aware that there was anything peculiar about them. It was enough to drive a man distracted. I confess that it did me."
"She came to Washington, then?"
"Yes, and here we were forced to part. I begged that she would allow me the privilege of calling to thank her. In the most suave, ladylike, but resolute manner, a manner that silenced all pleading, she declined. But she had inadvertently admitted that she resided in Washington. That has kept me here ever since. I have been searching for her these 6 months."
"And you have never met her again?"
"No, I have sought her in the higher circles, for from her distinguished and even aristocratic air, her exceeding cultivation and good breeding, I infer that she is a person of standing. It was somewhat singular that a lady of her unmistakable stamp should have been travelling alone, but that is not unusual in this country. In spite of all my efforts, I have never been able to encounter her again. I examined the strips of the fine cambric handkerchief with which my arm was bound, hoping to find a name. Upon one strip the letter M was daintily embroidered. I have those strips yet carefully preserved. Do you think she was an American lady? No, assuredly not. Though she spoke the English language very purely, and as only a scholar could have conversed, a slight accent betrayed that she was a foreigner, French or Italian, I imagine. If only I could behold her once again, I should not be so miserably tired of everything and so bored by my own existence. Washington is killingly dull. By the way, the de Fleury's give a grand ball this Monday. I hear that there is great anxiety prevalent in the beau monde on the score of invitations. Of course, Mademoiselle de Merivale will be there. Her face must create a sensation. What a good piece of fortune it would be if I could see it at this very ball contrasted with that of my lovely Incognita. There is a daydream for you. I never attend a ball or a large assembly without a vague anticipation of finding her in the crowd. I should like to hear your candid opinion if you saw those two faces placed side by side. The response which Gaston made to this remark, and which expressed certain convictions of his own, was not uttered aloud. It is one of love's happy prerogatives that the countenance best beloved gains to the lover's eye a charm beyond that with which any other face is endowed, even when he is forced to admit that dearest visage is surpassed in point of positive, calculable, tangible beauty. A man may love a woman perfectly, and yet by no means ignorantly maintain 1,000 women have not larger eyes, enough that she alone has looked at him with eyes that, large or small, have won his soul. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 21. The Cytherea of Fashion. Maurice had so unceremoniously parted from Lord Linden and Monsieur de Bois because he suddenly remembered that Mr. Lorillard had impressed upon him the necessity of making his arrangements with Mr. Emerson without delay, as the present was a peculiarly favourable moment for purchasing shares in the mine whose iron he hoped to convert to gold. The Vicomte presented himself at Mr. Emerson's office, and delivered Mr. Lorillard's letter. This latter gentleman was held in such high esteem that an introduction of his was certain of meeting with the utmost consideration. Mr. Emerson, after only a brief conversation with Maurice, informed him that he was ready to make the desired loan upon the security offered, and begged that he would call the next morning, when the necessary formalities would at once be gone through. Gratified by his visit and elated by the prospect of effecting a business transaction of so much importance, never dreaming of the fatal sequence which might be the result, Maurice drove to the residence of the French ambassador. It was not Madame de Fleury's reception day, but by some mistake he was ushered into her drawing-room. In a few moments, Lorline, a confidential femme de chambre, whom Maurice had often seen in Paris, being all of fluttering ribbons and alluring smiles and graceful courtesy and coquettish airs, made her appearance. "Madame has received the card of Monsieur le Vicomte," she began, with a sugary accent and soft manner, which reminded one strongly of the tones and deportment of her mistress. "Madame would not treat Monsieur as a stranger, and therefore sent me," here with her head on one side she curtsied again bewitchingly, "to say that we have a new valet, an ignorant fellow, for it is impossible to procure a decent domestic in America,
and this untrained creature has to be drilled into les usages, and he has forgotten that Madame only receives on Saturday. Madame, however, would see Monsieur le Vicomte at any time that was possible." "I am delighted to hear you say so," returned Maurice, "for I am very desirous of having the pleasure of paying my respects."
"Madame is preparing for a matinée at the Spanish Embassy. She is just coiffée, and Monsieur should see what a magnificent head I have made for her. Notwithstanding my success with her head, she is at this moment in deep distress. Her dress has not yet arrived. We expect it every moment. Madame's agitation is overpowering. She is quite unequal to encountering a disappointment of this crushing nature. She begs Monsieur will excuse."
Before she could finish the sentence, the Marchioness herself appeared, wrapped in a delicate rose-colored robe de chambre, prodigally adorned with lace and embroidery.
"My dear Monsieur de Gramont, I meant to excuse myself, but I am forced to wait for that tantalizing dress. A few moments with you, en attendant, will divert my thoughts. I had heard from Monsieur de Bois that Countess de Gramont and her son, with Mademoiselle de Merveille, are honoring Washington by their presence, but I was informed that you were not here. You see, I paid you the compliment of inquiring."
As she spoke, she glanced at the mirror opposite and arranged the long sprays of feathery flowers that were mingling with her braided tresses. "I am highly flattered at not being forgotten," replied Maurice. "I only arrived this morning and hastened to pay my respects."
"And you ought to be very much flattered that I can spare you an instant at such a critical moment. Here is my toilette for this matinée at a dead standstill, because that tiresome dress has not come. It is one I ordered expressly for the occasion, and I assure you it is a perfect triumph of art, a victory gained over obstacles. Let me tell you, nothing is more difficult to manage than an appropriate costume for a matinée. One's toilette must be a delicate compromise between ball attire and full visiting dress, but Mademoiselle Mélanie has hit the juste milieu, and succeeded in carrying me through all the perils of Scylla and Charybdis. Oh dear, stamping her tiny slippered foot. Will that dress never come?
"It must be very trying," said Maurice, endeavoring to assume a tone of sympathy.
"Trying! It is killing my state of mind. I cannot go without this dress. All my other toilettes have been seen more than once in public, and this one was sure to create a sensation, was planned for this very occasion."
"I fear my visit is inopportune and ought to be shortened," replied Maurice, for the agitated manner and troubled look of Madame de Fleury made him feel that he must be an intruder. "I will only remain long enough to know if you will receive my grandmother, my father, and my cousin, Mademoiselle Bertha, tomorrow. They are very—"
"Hush!"
cried Madame de Fleury, raising her finger and listening with an eager countenance.
"Was that a ring? Patrick is opening the door. Hush! Let me listen. It is the dress. It must be the dress."
And she made several rapid steps towards the door, but returned to her seat as the servant passed through the entry with empty hands.
"This is terrible. I have not my wits about me. I do not know what I am doing or saying."
"I am truly concerned," observed Maurice, who had risen to depart. "May I tell the Countess de Gramont that you will receive her tomorrow?"
"Tomorrow? Yes, certainly. I do not remember an engagement, but I can think of nothing at the moment. If that tormenting dress would only arrive. I fear will never be here. It is the first time Mademoiselle Mélanie ever disappointed me. She is punctuality itself. This waiting is torture. It completely upsets me, turns my brain. It will throw me into a nervous fever. You insensible men cannot feel for such a position. You do not know the importance of a toilette. We must be very dull if we do not know how to appreciate those of Madame de Fleury, replied Maurice, bowing courteously. Pray do not include me in the catalogue of such sightless individuals. I will bid you adieu until tomorrow, when you will allow me to accompany my grandmother. You are always welcome. Pray tell the Countess I shall be charmed to see her, and say the same to that cruel Mademoiselle Bertha, though I ought not to forgive her treatment of my brother. Say to her that he is yet unconsoled. Good gracious, that dress is certainly not coming. If it were to arrive at this moment, I should be obliged to hasten, and to give the finishing touches to a toilette in a hurried and discomposed manner is to run the risk of spoiling the general effect. What can have happened to Mademoiselle Mélanie? Hark! Is not that someone? Did you not hear a ring? I am not mistaken. Someone did come in. Is it the dress at last? The Marchioness started up joyfully, with clasped hands, and an expression of deep gratitude. A servant entered with a note. She snatched it petulantly, and tossed it into the card-basket unopened. How vexatious! Only a note! It is too cruel. I shall never, never pardon Mademoiselle Mélanie if she disappoints me. But that's easy enough to say, difficult enough to carry into execution. In reality, I could not exist without her, and Mademoiselle Mélanie knows that as well as I do. She is so sought after that her exhibition rooms are crowded from morning until night. It is now a favour for her to receive any new customers, and I believe she has some 30 or 40 workwomen in her employment. Of course, you have heard of Mademoiselle Mélanie. I have not had that pleasure. She is a Mantua-maker, I presume, returned Maurice, repressing a smile. I suppose that is what, strictly speaking, we must call her, but she is the very queen of taste, the sovereign of modiste. She has a genius that is extraordinary. It is magic. It is inspiration. A touch of her hand transformed everyone who approaches her. What figures she has made for some of these American women! What charms she has developed in them! What an air and grace she has imparted to their whole appearance! She makes the most vulgar look elegant, the elegant divine. Another ring! Now, heaven grant it may be the dress at last! The Marchioness was again disappointed. It was only another note, which shared the fate of the former. "Oh, I shall not survive this!" she ejaculated, dropping into an armchair. "And that horrid little Mrs. Gilmer will triumph in my absence. You know Mrs. Gilmer?" "I have not had that honour," returned Maurice, who, impatient as he was to take his leave, found it impossible to depart while the Marchioness chose to detain him. "She attempts to pass herself off for a belle, and even tries to take precedence of me, ignoring all the customs of good society. But doubtless the poor thing is actually ignorant of them, and should be pardoned and pitied for her ill-breeding. She is the wife of Gilmer, the rich banker. It is to Mademoiselle Mélanie that she is indebted for all her social success. Mademoiselle Mélanie positively created her, and she never wears anything made by anyone else. It is all owing to Mademoiselle Mélanie that the men surround her as they do, and try to persuade themselves that she is pretty.
pretty, with her turned-up nose and her colourless hair and eyes. Her husband is immensely rich, and as wealth rules the day in this country, she takes good care that the depth of his purse shall be known. For that purpose she loads herself with diamonds, always diamonds. She has not the least idea of varying her jewels. Even Mademoiselle Mélanie cannot make her comprehend that art. I wonder she does not have a dress contrived of bank notes. That would be novel, and it would also prove a capital way of announcing her opulence.
A rather dangerous costume, returned Maurice, laughing.
At all events, it would be original, and as originality is sure to produce an effect, a saucy little par nouveau might afford to follow my advice, even though it came from an enemy.
Maurice could not help exclaiming with a comical intonation, for there was something irresistibly ludicrous in the punny fierceness of the dressed doll. An enemy?
Oh, there is no concealment about it, exclaimed Madame de Fleury, with an air of Lilliputian belligerent. It is open warfare. We are at sword's point, and all the world knows our animosity, and Mrs. Gilmer has the impertinence to pretend that our styles are quite similar, and that the same modes become us. She even declares that such has been Mademoiselle Mélanie's verdict, and from the judgment of Mademoiselle Mélanie nobody dares to appeal.
This Mademoiselle Mélanie is Parisian, I presume? Asked Maurice, more because it seemed polite to say something than from any interest in the answer to his question.
Could she be anything else? Replied Madame de Fleury with enthusiasm. Could a being gifted with such wondrous taste have been born out of Paris? She is a protégée of Vignon's, and when I was exiled, Mademoiselle Mélanie came to America with me. She instantly became known. There is a Mr. Hilson here, to whom she probably brought letters, for he has taken up the deepest interest in trumpeting her fame. She has created a perfect furore.
Hilson, repeated Maurice musingly. A gentleman of that name visited Brittany before I left. I wonder if it can be the same person.
Very likely, for he has been abroad. I have heard him mentioned in Brittany. Well, this Hilson was so infatuated with— Hush! There is the ring!
While Madame de Fleury listened in breathless expectation, Lurline opened the door and announced,
"The dress of Madame has arrived! At last, what happiness! I am saved, when I had almost given up all hope. Monsieur de Gramont, you will excuse me. Au revoir."
Before Maurice could utter his congratulations upon the advent of the dress, she glided out of the room. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 22. Meeting. The tangled web Count Tristan had woven for others began to fold its meshes around himself, and to torture him with the dread that he might be caught in his own snare. From the moment Maurice arrived in Washington, an event the Count had not anticipated, his covert use of the authority entrusted to him was menaced with discovery. To a frank, straightforward character, the very natural alternative would have suggested itself of explaining, and, as far as possible, justifying the step taken. But to a mind so full of guile, so wedded to wily schemes as the Count's, a simple, upright course would never have occurred.
The fear of exposure threw him into a state of nervous irritability which allowed no rest, and he was compelled to pay the price of deception by plunging deeper into her labyrinths, though every step rendered extrication from the briary mazes more difficult. On the morrow, Maurice accompanied his grandmother, Bertha, and Count Tristan to the residence of Marchioness de Fleury. Count Tristan's malaise evidenced itself by his unusually fretful and preoccupied manner, his querulous tone, and partial forgetfulness of those polite observances of which he was rarely oblivious. He allowed his mother to stand, looking at him in blind amazement, before he remembered to open the door, was very near passing out of the room before her, and scarcely recollected to hand her into the carriage. His abstraction was partially dissipated by her scornful comment upon the contagious influences of a plebeian country, but to recover himself entirely was out of the question. On reaching the ambassador's mansion, the visitors were disconcerted by the information that Madame de Fleury did not receive. "She will receive us," answered Maurice, recovering himself. "We are here by appointment." And, passing the surprised domestic, he ushered his grandmother into the drawing-room. Bertha and Count Tristan followed. The servant, with evident hesitation, took the cards that were handed to him and retired. The door of the salon chanced to remain open, and rendered audible a whispered conversation going on in the entry. "I dare not disturb Madame at this moment. She would fly into a terrible rage. You know she never allows her toilette to be disturbed." These words, spoken in a female voice, reached the ears of the visitors. "But the gentleman says it is an appointment. What's to be done? What am I to answer?" was the rejoinder in a rough male tone. "You are a blockhead. You have no management," replied the first voice. "I will arrange the matter without your stupidness." Lurline now courtesied herself into the room, and, after bestowing an arch glance of recognition upon the Vicomte, addressed the Countess. "I am désolée to be obliged to inform Madame that Madame de Fleury is at this moment so much absorbed by her toilette that I fear I shall have no opportunity of making known the honor of the Madame's visit. My mistress has made an engagement to go to the capital to hear some distinguished orator. It is Madame's début in the spring attire this season. Madame's dress, bonnet, and mantle have at this moment been sent home. A more delicately fresh toilette de printemps cannot be conceived. It will establish the fact that spring has arrived. But Madame has not yet essayed her attire and assured herself of its effect. I trust Madame la Comtesse will deem this sufficient apology for not being received." As she concluded, Lurline simpered and curtsied, and seemed confident that she had gracefully acquitted herself of a difficult duty. "Not receive us when we are here by invitation!" ejaculated the Countess angrily. "Is Madame de Fleury aware that it is the Countess de Gramont and her family who are calling upon her?" "There must be some mistake," interposed Maurice. Then, turning to the femme de chambre, he added, "I beg that you deliver these cards to the Marchioness and bring me an answer." "How am I to refuse, monsieur?" replied Lurline, hesitating, yet softening her unwillingness to comply by a volley of sidelong glances. "Monsieur is not aware that he is placing me in a most delicate position. It is against Madame's rules to be disturbed when her toilette is progressing. It requires her concentrated attention, her whole mind. Still, if monsieur insists, I will run the risk of Madame's displeasure. Monsieur must only be kind enough to wait, and allow me to watch for a favourable moment when I can place these cards before Madame." With a low salutation and a coquettish movement of the head that set all her ribbons fluttering, the femme de chambre made her exit. "Not receive us? Make us wait?" exclaimed the Countess wrathfully. "Truly, Madame de Fleury has profited by her sojourn among savages. This is not to be endured. Let us depart at once." "My dear mother," began Count Tristan soothingly, "it will not do to be offended or to notice the slight, if there be one, but I am sure none is intended. It is absolutely indispensable that I should see the Countess and get her to present this letter to Marquis de Fleury, and also that I should obtain his promise that she will influence him to secure the vote of Mr. Gobert. Pray be courteous to the Marchioness when she makes her appearance, or all is lost." "What degradation will you demand of me next? How can you suppose it possible that I can be courteous? I tell you I am furious." "But you do not know all that depends upon obtaining these votes. Think of this railroad, of the vital importance of the direction it takes. Think of the Maryland property, which is almost all that is left to us." "Have I not again and again begged you not to meddle with railroads, not to occupy yourself with business matters which a nobleman is bound to ignore?" "And obeying you as far as I could, and only acting in secret, I have nearly ruined myself," answered the Count with growing excitement. At this moment the loud ringing of a bell was heard, accompanied by the voice of Lurline, speaking in tones of great tribulation.
"Patrick, Patrick, do you not hear the bell? Come here quickly. What's to be done? Such a calamity! It's dreadful! It's dreadful!"
Count Tristan started up and went to the door to question the femme de chambre, fearing that the calamity in question might be of a nature sufficiently serious to prevent the much-desired interview. Lurline was standing in the hall. She wore her hat and shawl, and was giving directions to a domestic in the most rapid and flurried manner. "Will Madame de Fleury receive us?" inquired the Count anxiously.
"I told Monsieur that I could not promise him, and now that this misfortune has befallen us, it is thoroughly impossible even to make your presence here known to Madame. Who could have anticipated such a contretemps? Never before has Mademoiselle Mélanie allowed a dress to issue from her hands which did not fit à merveille, and there are 2 important alterations to be made in this before it can be worn. Madame is in despair. She will go out of her senses. It will give her a brain fever."
"Can we not have the pleasure of seeing her for a few moments, when her toilette is completed?" inquired Maurice.
"Ah, there it is. When her toilette is completed. Will it be completed in time for her to reach the Senate at the hour proposed? Monsieur will pardon me, but I have not a moment to spare."
Turning to Patrick, she added,
"I am forced to go out to purchase some ribbons. I have left Madame in the hands of Antoinette. Madame is in such a state that one might weep to see her. Take care not to admit anyone, except Countess Orlowski, who accompanies your mistress to the Senate. I will be back presently."
The Countess de Gramont rose up majestically. "Let us depart, my son. Never more will I cross this threshold, never enter this house where I have been insulted." "No insult was intended," replied Count Tristan nervously. "Even if it were, we are not in a position to be cognizant of insults. We should be forced to ignore them. I cannot leave without entreating the Marchioness to deliver this letter to Monsieur de Fleury herself. It must be done, and today. There is not an instant to lose."
And you can stoop so low, you can demean yourself to such a degree. What a humiliation! Humiliations are not to be taken into consideration where ruin stares us in the face, he answered violently. Is this so very important? Inquired Bertha, struck by the Count's angry manner. Of more importance than I can explain to you. Oh, then let us stay, aunt. We must make allowances for Madame de Fleury's ruling passion, her toilette first, all the world afterwards. A carriage just then drove to the door and attracted the attention of Bertha, who was standing by the open window. What magnificent horses, and what a neat equipage! All the appointments in such admirable taste. A lady is descending. I suppose it must be the Countess Orlowski. What a dignified air she has! What a graceful bearing! I wish I could see her face. She must be handsome, with such a perfect figure. Yes, I am right. It is the Countess Orlowski, for as the servant has admitted her. As the lady was passing through the hall, she said to the domestic, No need to announce me. I will go at once to the chamber of Madame de Fleury. At the sound of that voice, the shriek of joy that broke from Bertha's lips drowned the amazed exclamation from Maurice. In another instant, Bertha's arms were around the stranger, and her kisses were mingled with tears and broken ejaculations as she embraced her rapturously. Maurice stood beside them, struggling with emotion that caused his manly frame to vibrate head to foot, while his dilated eyes appeared spellbound by some familiar apparition which they hardly dared to believe was palpable. There is such a joy which, in its wild excess, paralyzes the faculties, makes dumb the voice, confuses the brain, until ecstasy becomes agony, and all the senses are enveloped in a cloud of doubt. Such was the joy of Maurice as he stood powerless, questioning the blissful reality of the hour, yet in the actual presence of that being who was never a moment absent from his mental vision. Madeleine, Madeleine, my own Madeleine! Have we found you at last? Is it really you? Sobbed Bertha, whose tears always flowed easily, but now poured in torrents from their blue heavens. And Madeleine, as she passionately returned her cousin's embrace, dropped her head upon Bertha's shoulder and also wept. Madeleine! At that tremulously tender voice, her face was lifted and turned towards Maurice, turned for the first time for nearly 5 long years, and yet, at that moment, he felt as though it had never been turned away. Bertha involuntarily loosened her arms, and Madeleine extended her hand to Maurice. He clasped it fervently, but his quivering lips gave forth no sound. One irrepressible look of perfect joy from Madeleine's luminous eyes had answered the impassioned gaze of his. One smile of ineffable gratitude played over her sweet lips. For an instant the eyes were raised heavenward in mute thanksgiving, and then sought the ground, as though they feared to reveal too much. And the smile of transport changed to one of grave serenity, and the wonted quietude of her demeanor returned. The Countess and Count Tristan had both risen in speechless surprise, but had made no attempt to approach Madeleine, whom Bertha now drew into the room. Madeleine, I cannot believe that I am not dreaming, cried the latter. I cannot believe that I have found you, that it is really you, and that you are lovelier than ever. You no longer look pale and careworn. You are happy, my own Madeleine, you are happy, are you not? But why have you forgotten us? I have never forgotten, never, never forgotten, faltered Madeleine, in a voice that had the sound of tears, answering to those that glittered in her eyes. Maurice had not released her hand,
and, bending over her, made an effort to speak, but at that moment the stern voice of the Countess broke in harshly. "How is it that we find you here, Mademoiselle de Gramont? Where have you hidden yourself? What have you done since you fled from my protection?" "Yes, what have you done?" chimed in Count Tristan. "How is it that we find you descending in a handsome equipage and elegantly attired?"
"I have done nothing for which I shall ever have to blush," answered Madeleine, with a dignity that awed him into silence.
"It was needless to say that, dear Madeleine," cried Maurice, whose powers of utterance had returned when he saw Madeleine was about to be assailed. "No one who knows you would dare to believe that you ever committed an action that demanded a blush." Madeleine thanked him with her speaking countenance. Perhaps it was only fancy, but he thought he felt a light, grateful pressure of the hand he held.
"But tell us where you have been," continued Bertha affectionately. "You look differently, Madeleine, and yet the same. And how this rich attire becomes you. You are no longer poor and dependent, then, are you?"
"I am no longer poor and no longer dependent," answered Madeleine in a tone of honest pride. "Is it possible?" exclaimed the Count and his mother together.
"But how has all this happened?" Bertha ran on. "Oh, I can divine. You are married. You have made a brilliant marriage."
At those words a suppressed groan of unutterable anguish struck on Madeleine's ear. The hand Maurice held dropped from his grasp.
"Speak, do speak, dear Madeleine," continued Bertha. "Tell us all your sufferings, for you must have suffered at first, and all your joys, since you are happy now. And tell us how you chanced to be here in America, as we are, and how it happened that you are calling upon the Marchioness de Fleury at the same time as ourselves, and why you expect to be received by her, though she will not receive us."
Before Madeleine could reply, and she was evidently collecting herself to speak, Lurline, who had just returned from executing her commission, passed through the hall. The door of the drawing-room stood open. She caught sight of Madeleine and ran toward her, exclaiming joyfully,
"Oh, what good fortune! How rejoiced my poor mistress will be! She did not dare to hope for this great kindness. I am so thankful. I will fly to announce to her the good news."
She hurried away, leaving Madeleine's relatives more than ever amazed by these mysterious words. Count Tristan was the first to break the silence. Ever keenly alive to his own interest, he saw a great advantage to be gained if he had interpreted the language of the femme de chambre rightly. In an altered tone, a tone of marked consideration, he asked, "You are well acquainted with the Marchioness de Fleury?" "Very well," replied Madeleine, with an incomprehensible emphasis, while a smile that had a faint touch of satire flitted over her face. "She receives you?" questioned the Count. "Always," answered Madeleine, smiling again. "She esteems you?" persisted the Count.
"I have every reason to believe that she does." "And you have influence with her?" joined in Bertha, suspecting the Count's drift and feeling desirous of aiding him. "I think I may venture to say I have." "Oh, how fortunate!" cried Bertha. "You may be of the greatest service to our cousin Count Tristan." She took the letter out of his hand, and placing it in Madeleine's, added, "Beg Madame de Fleury to read this letter, and obtain her promise that she will use her influence with the Marquis de Fleury to cause Mr. Gobert, that's his name, is it not?" appealing to the Count, "to cause Mr. Gobert to vote as herein instructed. See how well I have explained the matter. I really believe I have an underdeveloped talent for business."
"The letter should reach Madame de Fleury this morning. The appeal should be made to the Marquis today, this very day," urged the Count.
"It shall be," replied Madeleine,
with quiet confidence. The Countess interposed. "What, my son, you are willing to solicit the interference of Mademoiselle de Gramont without knowing how and where she has passed her time? How she has lived since she fled from the Chateau de Gramont? I refuse my consent to such a proceeding." "Aunt, madame," returned Madeleine in a gently pleading voice, "do not deprive me of the pleasure of serving you. Humble and unworthy instrument that I am, leave me that happiness." "If the Marchioness would only grant me a few moments' interview this morning," said Count Tristan, who evidently doubted the strength of Madeleine's advocacy. "I promise that she will grant you an interview this morning," replied Madeleine, interrupting him. The femme de chambre now re-entered and said, "Madame is impatient at this delay. Every moment seems an hour." "Say that I will be with her immediately," answered Madeleine. She then addressed the Count. "Have no fears. You may depend upon me. The Countess will receive you the moment her toilette is completed." Madeleine once more embraced Bertha, once more extended her hand to Maurice, who stood bewildered, dismayed, looking half petrified, and passed out of the room. As soon as she had disappeared, Bertha broke forth joyously. "Well, aunt, what do you think now of our Madeleine? Is not this magic? Is not this a fairy-like denouement? She disappears from the Chateau de Gramont as though the earth had opened to swallow her. No trace of her could be discovered for nearly 5 years, and suddenly she rises up in our very midst, a grand lady, enveloped in a cloud of mystery, and working as many wonders as a veritable witch. She leaves us poor, friendless, dependent, and returns to us rich, powerful, and with influential friends, ready to serve those who once protected her. But I think I found the key to the enigma. Did we not hear strict orders given that none but Countess Orlowski should be admitted? Well, Madeleine was at once allowed to enter. It follows beyond doubt that she is Countess Orlowski." This version of Madeleine's position seemed to strike both the Countess and her son not as merely possibly but probably correct. "I always thought," returned the Count, "that Madeleine was a young person who, in the end—" His mother finished the sentence in a tone of pride, "would prove herself worthy of the family to which she belongs." The loud ringing of the street door-bell attracted the attention of the group assembled in the drawing-room. A well-known voice exchanged a few words with the servant, and Gaston de Bois entered. His manner was unusually perturbed, and he looked around the room as though in search of someone. The instant he appeared, Bertha exclaimed, "Oh, Monsieur de Bois, Monsieur de Bois! We are all so much rejoiced. Madeleine, our own Madeleine, is found at last. She is here in this very house, at this very moment." I knew it," answered Monsieur de Bois, with a mixture of embarrassment and exultation. "You knew it? How could you have known it?" asked Maurice eagerly. "I saw her carriage at the door." "Her carriage? She has a carriage of her own, then?" inquired the Count. "Yes, and the most superb horses in Washington." "You knew, then, that she was here?" cried Maurice with emotion. "You knew it, and you never told us?" "I knew it, but I was forbidden to tell you. I hoped you would meet. I felt sure you would. I did not know how or when, but from the moment you put your foot in the city, I looked for this meeting. I was strongly impelled to bring it about, but my promise withheld me." "Of course you would not break a promise. That explanation is quite satisfactory," remarked Bertha. "I am sure you would have given us a hint but for your promise." "I almost gave one in spite of it.
I found it harder to keep silent than I used to find it to speak, and that was difficult enough. But have the goodness to unravel us with this great mystery, demanded the Count. Madeleine is married to Count Orlowski, the Russian ambassador. A nobleman of position, added the Countess. How did this come about? Inquired the Count. Monsieur de Bois looked stupefied. Who said she was married? He gasped out. Why do you imagine that she is married? She is not married, then? Say that she is not, broke in Maurice, hanging upon the reply as though it were a sentence of life or death. No, not married at all. Not in the least married. Maurice did not answer, but the sound that issued from his lips almost resembled the sob of hysteric passion. Tell us quickly all about her, besought Bertha impatiently. Yes, speak, said the Countess imperiously. Speak, echoed the Count. Gaston, my dear friend, pray speak quickly, Maurice besought. I wish I could. That's just what I want to do. But it's not easy. You bewilder me with so much questions. But the time has come when you must know that she has the honor to be. Go on, urged Maurice. I wish I could. It's not so easy to explain. Plain. The rustling of a silk dress made him turn. The Marchioness du Fleury, in the most captivating spring attire, stood before them. Here is Madame du Fleury, and she can tell you herself much better than I can, said Monsieur de Bois, apparently much relieved. The Marchioness saluted her guest with excessive cordiality, softly murmured her gratification at their visit, and added apologetically, I must entreat your pardon for allowing you to wait. It was not in my power to be more punctual. A terrible accident, the first of the kind which ever occurred to me, is my excuse. Do not imagine, my dear Vicomte, turning to Maurice with a fascinating smile, that I had forgotten my appointment, but at the Russian embassy yesterday I was prevailed upon to promise that I would be present at the Senate today to hear the speech of a Vermont orator, a sort of Orson Demosthenes, who has gained a great renown by his rude but stirring eloquence. We ladies have been promised admission, which is now and then granted, to the floor of the house, instead of being crammed into the close galleries. It will be a brilliant occasion. I invited the Countess Orlowski to accompany me. If all had gone well, I should have been ready to receive your visit before she came. The brow of the Countess smoothed a little as she answered, I felt confident, madame, that there must have been some explanation. I fear you are displeased with me, resumed Madame de Fleury playfully, but I will earn my pardon. You will be compelled to forgive me. Monsieur de Fleury meets me at the capital, and I will deliver this letter of the Count into his hand, and make him promise blindfold to consent to any request that it may contain. Madame, returned the Count, bowing to the ground, I shall never be able to express my gratitude. You can hardly form a conception of the favour you are conferring upon me. That letter is of the highest importance, and my indebtedness beggars all expression. To be frank with you, Count, answered Madame de Fleury, you owe me nothing. You are only indebted to the advocate you chose, one whom I never refuse.
one to whom I feel under the deepest obligation, especially this morning, one who is so modest that she can seldom be induced to ask me a favor, or to allow me to serve her. Thus, you see, it is but natural that I should seize with avidity upon this opportunity."
The Count looked at his mother triumphantly, and as the face of the Marchioness was turned towards Bertha, he whispered, "Shall I not tell her that Madeleine is our niece?" The Countess seemed disposed to consent, for the words of Madame de Fleury had gratified as much as they astonished her. The Marchioness addressed Countess de Gramont again.
"I trust, madame, that you will allow me to waive ceremony and take a liberty with you, since it is in the hope of being some service. I should like to reach the capital before the oration commences, and if this letter must be delivered to Monsieur de Fleury immediately, my going early will enable me to have a few moments' conversation with him, which I probably shall not get after the orator rises. Will you excuse me if I tear myself away? And will you give me the pleasure of your company tomorrow evening? Tomorrow is my reception day, and some of my friends honour me in the evening. I am désolée at this apparent want of courtesy, but I am sure you see the necessity."
The Countess bowed her permission to Madame de Fleury's departure, and the Count overwhelmed her with thanks. The Countess would herself have taken leave, but anxiety to learn something further of Madeleine caused her to linger. The Marchioness now addressed her valet, who was standing in the hall awaiting orders.
"Patrick, when Madame Orlowski calls, beg her to pardon my preceding her to the capital. Say that I will reserve a seat by my side."
"Then the lady who just visited you was not Madame Orlowski?" inquired the Count, more puzzled than ever.
"No, indeed. She is worth 1,000 Madame Orlowskis."
The Count's glance at his mother seemed again to ask her permission to allow him to announce that Madeleine was their relative. "We felt certain that she was one of the magnates," began the Count. The Marchioness interrupted him.
"She is better than that. She has all the magnates of the land, that is, the female magnates, at her feet. The foreign ladies swear by her, rave about her, and as for the Americans, they are demented, and would gladly pave her path with gold, that being their way of expressing appreciation. Madame Maneska passes whole mornings with her. Madame Poniatowski talks to no one else. She enchants everyone, offends no one. For myself, I have only one fault to find with her. I owe her only one grudge. If it had not been for her aid, that impertinent little Mrs. Gilmer would not have such success in society. If I could succeed in making her close her doors against Mrs. Gilmer, what a satisfaction it would be! Then, and only then, should I be content."
The Count could restrain himself no longer. "We are highly gratified to hear this, madame. It concerns us more nearly than you are aware. The lady is not wholly a stranger to us. In fact, she
Indeed, she was so little known in Paris that you were fortunate in finding her out. I appreciated her there, but I did not know how much actual credit was due her, for she had not risen to her present distinction. I confess she is the one person in America without whom I could not possibly exist."
"Is this possible?" exclaimed the Countess.
"And I cannot be grateful enough to her," continued the Marchioness, "for her visit this morning, for she never goes out, or so seldom that I dare not to expect, to even hope for her presence, yet her conscientiousness made her come. She suspected I was in difficulty, and hastened here."
"It is like her, she was always charming, so thoughtful for others," observed the Count, as complacently as though this were an opinion he was in the habit of expressing for years.
"You may well say she is charming," responded Madame de Fleury. "And what knowledge she possesses of all the requirements, the most subtle refinements of good society! What polished manners she has! What choice language she uses! What poetical expression she gives to all her sentiments! I often forget myself when I am talking her, and fancy that I am communicating with a person of the same standing as myself, and without knowing what I am doing, I involuntarily treat her as an equal."
"An equal, of course, most certainly," answered the Countess, aghast. The amazement of the Count, Maurice, and Bertha sealed their lips.
"Her taste, her talent, her invention is something almost supernatural," continued the Marchioness enthusiastically, for now that she was launched upon her favorite theme, she had forgotten her haste. "She sees at a glance all the good points of a figure. She knows how to bring them out strongly. She discovers by intuition what is lacking, and dexterously hides the defects. I have seen her convert the veriest dowdy into an elegant woman, and when she gets a subject that pleases her, she perfectly revels in her art. Look at this dress, for instance. See by what delicate combinations it announces the spring."
The Marchioness was struck with the consternation depicted in the countenances of her visitors. Bertha was the only one who could command sufficient voice to falter out, "That dress, then?"
"It was her invention," replied the Marchioness triumphantly. "Anyone would recognize it in a moment as coming from the hands of Mademoiselle Mélanie. Though she has such a wonderful creative fertility, her style is unmistakable. There was never a Mantua-maker like her." "A Mantua-maker! A Mantua-maker!" exclaimed the Countess and her son at once, in accents of disgust and indignation. "Ah, I see that you do not like to apply that epithet to her, and you are right. She should not be designated as a Mantua-maker, but a great artist, a true artist, a fairy, who with one touch of her wand can metamorphose and beautify and amaze." At that moment a servant announced that the Countess Orlowski awaited in her carriage and desired him to say that she feared she was late. "You will excuse me, then," murmured the Marchioness. "I must hasten to execute my mission for Mademoiselle Mélanie, since it was she who so warmly solicited me to undertake this delicate little transaction, and I would not disappoint her for the world. Pray do not forget tomorrow evening. Au revoir." She floated out of the room, leaving the Countess and her son speechless with rage and indignation. Bertha and Maurice stood looking at each other, and then at Monsieur de Bois, the only one who expressed no surprise, but seemed rather more gratified than moved when he beheld the Countess sink back in her chair and apply the bottle of sal volatile to her nose. The shock to her pride had been so terrible that she appeared to be in danger of fainting. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 23. Noble Hands Made Nobler. After the Marchioness de Fleury had departed, leaving her astonished guest in the drawing-room, Monsieur de Bois was the first one to break the silence. "And you, Mademoiselle Bertha, are you also horrified at this revelation?" he asked. "I?" asked Bertha,
making an effort to collect herself.
"No, I can never be horrified at any act of Madeleine's, for she could never be guilty of any action that was unworthy. I am only so much astonished that I feel stunned and confused, just as Maurice does. See how bewildered he looks."
The Countess had now recovered her voice, and said, in a tone trembling with indignation, "It is infamous!" "A degradation we could never have anticipated," rejoined Count Tristan.
"She has disgraced her family, disgraced our proud name for ever,"
responded the Countess.
"Do not say that, aunt," pleaded Bertha. "She has not even used your name, though it is as rightfully hers as yours. Do you not observe that she has only allowed herself to be called by her middle name, and that everyone speaks of her only as Mademoiselle Mélanie?"
Bertha, as she spoke, bent caressingly over her aunt, and took her hand, but the attempt to soften the infuriated aristocrat was futile. The Countess replied with increasing wrath, "I tell you she has humiliated herself and brought us to the last degree. She has brought shame upon our heads." Gaston de Bois was walking up and down the room, thrusting his fingers through his hair, flinging out his arms spasmodically, and now and then giving vent to a muted ejaculation which sounded alarmingly emphatic. When he heard these words, he could restrain himself no longer. He came boldly forward and planted himself directly in front of the Countess, unawed by her forbidding manner, exclaiming, "No, madame, that I deny. Mademoiselle de Gramont has brought no shame upon her family." "She no longer belongs to my family," retorted the Countess. "I disown her henceforth and forever." "And you do rightly, my mother," added the Count. "We will never acknowledge her, never see her again. Maurice and Bertha, we expect that you will abide by our determination." Maurice did not reply. He stood leaning against the mantelpiece, lost in thought, his eyes bent down, his head resting upon his hands. Bertha, however, answered with spirit,
"I make no promise of the kind. Nothing could induce me to cast off my dear Madeleine."
Monsieur de Bois seized her hand, and, involuntarily carrying it to his lips, said, with mingled enthusiasm and veneration, "You are as noble as I thought you were. I knew you would not forsake her." Bertha raised her eyes to his face with an expression which thrilled him, and she answered,
"You will defend her, Monsieur de Bois, you, who can perhaps disperse the cloud of mystery by which her life has been enveloped for the last 4 years. You will tell my aunt how Madeleine has lived, what she has done. You will tell us all about her."
"That I will gladly," replied he. "That is, if I can. I never in my life so much desired the power of speech." He broke off, and, in an undertone, gave vent to certain exclamation which indistinctly reached the ears of the Countess and Bertha. Their amazed looks did not escape his notice, and he continued, "Ladies, I ought to ask your pardon. Possibly my expressions have sounded to you somewhat profane. I am under the sad necessity of using very strong language. I cannot loosen my tongue except by the aid of these forcible expletives. I must speak, for I, who have known all Mademoiselle Madeleine's noble impulses, can best explain to you her conduct." The last word, which was the only one which he stammered, was followed by another emphatic ejaculation. Bertha, without heeding this interruption, asked,
"And have you known where Madeleine was concealed all this time?"
"Yes, mademoiselle, I knew."
"And it was you who assisted her to leave Brittany?"
"It was I.
That was about the first good action which brightened my life, and... Another muttered oath to assist his articulation. I hope it was only a commencement.
Tell us everything quickly, prayed Bertha.
Mademoiselle Madeleine, when she determined to leave the Chateau de Gramont, when she resolved to cease to be dependent, when, in spite of her noble birth, which was her only encumbrance, she proposed to gain a livelihood by honest industry, confided her project to me, and what good she did me in making me feel that I was worthy enough of her esteem to be trusted. She first committed to my charge her family diamonds, her sole possession, and ordered me to dispose of them.
Her diamonds, those which have been in her family for generations? What sacrilege!
cried the Countess in accents of horror. Pardon me, madame. It would have been sacrilege, she thought, and so did I, if she had kept them when their sale could have prevented her being the unhappy recipient of the unwilling charity of her relatives.
Go on, urged Bertha. How did she leave the chateau? How could she travel?
I obtained her a passport, for it would have been running too great a risk if she had attempted to travel without one. The passport had to be signed by 2 witnesses. Fortunately, 2 of my friends at Rennes were about to leave the country. I selected them as witnesses because they could not be questioned. I told them the whole story and bound them to secrecy. We took out the passport for England to divert pursuit, but Mademoiselle Madeleine only went to Paris, and it was not necessary that her passport should be visaed if she remained there.
But the diamonds, they were those Madame de Fleury wore and which I recognized, exclaimed Bertha.
I made a false step there, but it was just like me to bungle, continued Gaston. I know that the Jew, Henri Quay, often had transactions with the Marquis de Fleury. I took the diamonds to another Jew from whom I concealed my name, and suggested his taking them to Henri Quay, hinting that the Marquis would probably become their purchaser. The Marquis is a connoisseur of jewels, and, as you are aware, at once secured them. The sum realized was sufficient to supply the simple wants of Mademoiselle Madeleine for years. But this did not satisfy her. Her plan was to work. When she heard that the diamonds were in Monsieur Le Fleury's possession, she embroidered a robe upon which the lilies and shamrock were closely imitated, and took her work to Vignon, Madame de Fleury's dressmaker. Vignon was amazed at the great skill and taste displayed in the design and execution, and offered to give the embroiderer as much employment as she desired. Madame de Fleury being the most influential of Vignon's patrons, the dress was exhibited to her. She was at once struck and charmed by the coincidence that allowed her to become the possessor of a dress upon which the exact design of her new jewels had been imitated. She asked 1,000 questions of Vignon, who gladly monopolized all the credit of inventing this novel pattern. From that moment, Mademoiselle Madeleine's very fingers commenced their marvels upon the celebrated courtier's direction, and Vignon daily congratulated herself upon the mysterious treasure she had discovered. Mademoiselle Madeleine now determined to remain in Paris incognita. She worked night and day, scarcely allowing herself needful rest. But alas, she worked with ceaseless heartache, a heartache upon your account, Maurice, for she knew how wildly you were searching for her, and when you fell ill... Maurice interrupted him. It was she who watched beside me at night. I knew it. I have always been convinced of it. Was I not right? I was bound not to tell you, but there can be no need of concealment now. Yes, when the Sieur de Bonsecours, we had engaged to take care of you during the day, left, and would have been replaced, according to the usual custom, by another to watch through the night,
We told her no watcher was needed before morning. Mademoiselle Melanie made herself a garb resembling that worn by the sisterhood, and every night, when the good sister we hired left, Mademoiselle Madeleine took her place. We thought your delirium would prevent your recognizing her." "Probably it did at first," returned Maurice, "but for many nights before I spoke to you, I was conscious, I was sure of her presence." "When you did speak, I was startled enough," resumed Gaston, "and it was a sad revelation to Mademoiselle Madeleine, for, when your reason was restored, she could not venture any more to come near you."
"Did she go to Dresden? How came my birthday handkerchief to be sent from Dresden?" asked Bertha.
"That was another piece of stupidity of mine. You see what a blockhead I have been. Mademoiselle Madeleine wished to send some token of assurance that she thought of you still, but it was necessary that you would not know she was in Paris. I had the package conveyed to a friend of mine in Dresden, and desired him to remove the envelope and send the parcel to Bordeaux. Though you were in Paris at the time, it would not have been prudent to let you suspect Mademoiselle Madeleine was aware of your sojourn in the metropolis, but when the postmark induced Maurice to start to Dresden, I saw what a fool I had been. It was just like me to commit some absurdity. I always do. I could not dissuade Maurice from going to Dresden, but Mademoiselle Madeleine wrote a note which I enclosed to my friend, and desired to have it left at the hotel where Maurice was staying. After that I was more careful not to commit blunders. The other birthday tokens you received, Mademoiselle Bertha, I always contrived to send you by private hand. Thus there was no postmark to awaken suspicion."
"But how came Madeleine here to America?" inquired Bertha.
"When the Marquis de Fleury was appointed ambassador to the United States, Mademoiselle Madeleine learned that Madame de Fleury sorely lamented her hard fate, and mourned over the probability that she would be obliged to have all her dresses sent from Paris. This would be a great inconvenience, for she often liked to have a costume improvised upon the spur of the moment, and completed with fabulous rapidity. Mademoiselle Madeleine had frequently thought of America, and felt that the new country would present a field where she could work more advantageously than in Paris. She desired Vignon to suggest to Madame de Fleury that one of the assistants in her favourite couturier's establishment, the one with whose designs Madame de Fleury was already acquainted, might be tempted, by the certainty of the Marchioness's patronage, to visit America. Madame de Fleury was contented, and immediately proposed that Mademoiselle Melanie should sail in the same steamer. Vignon allowed 2 of her workwomen to accompany her. The sum Mademoiselle Madeleine had realized from her diamonds enabled her to hire a modest house in Washington, and to furnish it tastefully. On her arrival, she sent for Mr. Hilson. Perhaps you remember him, Mademoiselle Bertha. He once dined at the Chateau de Gramont." Here the Count uttered an exclamation of violent displeasure, but Monsieur de Bois went on. "He had requested Mademoiselle Madeleine, if she ever visited America, to let him know. He called upon her once, and she frankly told him the story of her trials, and the conclusion to which they had forced her. He highly approved of her energy, her zeal, and spirit. She made him promise to keep her rank and name a secret. He brought his wife and daughter to see her, and they became her staunch, admiring, and helpful friends. Through them alone she would quickly have been drawn into notice, but a more powerful medium to popularity was at work. The sensation produced by Madame de Fleury's toilettes caused all Washington to flock to the exhibition rooms of Mademoiselle Melanie, who was known to be her couturier. Soon it became a favour for Mademoiselle Melanie to receive new customers. She was forced to move to the elegant mansion where she now resides. It is one of the grandest houses in Washington, and Mademoiselle Mélanie has only one more payment to make before it becomes her own. The fact is, people have gone crazy about her. Those who seek her merely upon business, when they come into her presence, are impressed with the conviction that she is not merely their equal, but their superior, and they treat her with involuntary deference. She is rapidly becoming rich, and she has the glory of knowing it is through the labor of her own dainty hands, her own very fingers.
"Oh, all she has done was truly noble," said Bertha with enthusiasm.
"It was disgraceful," cried the Countess fiercely. "She might better have starved. She has torn down her glorious escutcheon to replace it by a Mantua-maker's sign. She has stooped to make dresses, to receive customers. Abominable!"
Monsieur de Bois, for a moment forgetting the courtesy due to the rank and years of the Countess, replied indignantly, "Madame, did she not make your dresses for 3 years? Have you not been one of her customers? An unprofitable customer? The profit was only the difference between what she did at the Château de Gramont and what she does in the city of Washington." "Sir!" exclaimed the Countess, giving him a look of rebuke, which was intended to silence these unpalatable truths. "You are right, Monsieur de Bois," answered Bertha, not noticing the furious glance of her aunt. "That was a random shaft of yours, but it hits the mark, and strikes me as well as my aunt. Yet I thank you for it. I thank you for defending Madeleine. I thank you for befriending her. I shall never forget it. Never." Bertha frankly stretched out her hand to him. He took it with joyful emotion. "Whom would she have to defend her if I did not? Since her family discard her, since even an able young lawyer utters not a word to plead her cause," he added, looking reproachfully at Maurice. "But she shall never lack a defender while I live, for I love her as a sister. I venerate her as a saint. To me she is the type of all that is best and noblest in the world, the type of that which is greater, more valuable than glory, more useful than fame, more noble than the blood of the Countess and Duchess, honest labor." Bertha's responsive look spoke her approval. "And what do I not owe her myself?" continued Monsieur de Bois. "It was her words long before her sorrows began, which rendered me conscious of the inert purposelessness of my own existence. It was the effect produced upon me by those words which made me resolve to throw off my sluggish, indolent melancholy and inactivity, and rise up to be one of the world's doers, not breathers only. The change I feel in myself came through her. Even the very power of speaking to you thus freely comes through her, for she encouraged me to conquer my diffidence. She made me despise my weak self-consciousness, and I cannot offer her a sufficient return. No, not if I took up arms against the whole world, her own family included, in her defense. In my presence, no one shall ever asperse her nobility of word, deed, or act." Bertha's speaking eyes thanked him and encouraged him again. In spite of the manifest rage of the Countess, he went on. "But Mademoiselle Madeleine now holds a position which needs no champion. She has made that position herself by her own energy and industry, and the unimpeachable purity of her conduct. In this land, where labor is a virtue, and the most laborious, when they combine intellect with industry, become the greatest. In this land it will be no blot upon her noble name, when she chooses to resume it, that she has linked that name with work. She will rather be held up as an example to the daughters of this young country. No one, except Mr. Hilson, not even her zealous patron,
and devoted admirer Madame de Fleury yet knows her history, but everyone feels that she merits reverence, and everyone yields her spontaneous veneration. The young women who she employs idolize her, and she treats them as kindest and most considerate of sisters might. Some among them belong to excellent families, reduced by circumstances, and she has inspired them with courage to work, even with so humble an instrument as the needle, rather than to accept dependence as inevitable. She is fitting them to follow in her footsteps. If her relatives scorn her for the course she has pursued, she will be fully compensated for their scorn by the world's approval." All eyes had been riveted upon Gaston as he spoke, and no one perceived that Madeleine was standing in the room a few paces from the door. Bertha's exclamation first made the others conscious of her presence.
"Madeleine, we know all. Oh, what you may have suffered! Oh, how noble you have been! Madeleine, you are dearer to me than ever, far dearer."
The tears that ran softly down Madeleine's cheek were her only answer. Bertha, as she wiped them away, said, "These are not like the tears you shed that sorrowful day in the chalet, that day when you must have first made up your mind to leave us. Do you remember how you wept them? Those were tears of agony. You have never wept such tears since, have you, Madeleine?" "No, never. I could not then comprehend what moved you so terribly, but at this moment I understand all your sensations. Now that we have met again, there must be no more tears. You know that I am of age now. I am mistress of my own fortune, and you and I must part no more. You must come and share what is mine. You must have done with work, Madeleine." "That cannot be, my good, generous Bertha. My day of work has not yet closed." "Bertha!" exclaimed the Countess, who until then had stood trembling with anger and unable to command her voice. "Bertha, have you quite forgotten yourself? Remember that you are under my guardianship, and I forbid your having association with Mademoiselle de Gramont." Madeleine advanced with calm dignity towards the Countess, and said quietly, "Madame, aunt." The Countess interrupted her imperiously. "Aunt, how dare you to address me by that title? You, a dressmaker! When you forgot your noble birth, and lowered yourself to the working classes, making yourself one with them, when you demeaned yourself to gain your bread by your needle, bread which should have choked a de Gramont to eat, you should have forgotten your relationship to me, never to remember it again." "If I did not forget it, madame," answered Madeleine, with calm self-respect, "I was at least careful that my condition should not become known to you. I strove to act as though I had been dead to you, that my existence might not cause you mortification. I could not guard against the accident which has thrown us together once more, but for the last time, as far as my will is concerned." "This meeting was not Mademoiselle Madeleine's fault," cried Monsieur de Bois, coming to the rescue. "It was my folly, another blunder of mine. I was dolt enough to think that you had only to see her for all to be well, and, instead of warning Mademoiselle Madeleine that you were in Washington, I kept from her a knowledge which would have prevented your encountering each other. It was all my imprudence, my miscalculation. I see my error, since it has subjected her to insult. And yet what I did," he continued more passionately, regarding Maurice as he spoke, "was for the sake of one who—" Madeleine, seized with a sudden dread of a manner in which he might conclude this sentence, broke in abruptly. "Were I not indebted to you, Monsieur de Bois, for so many kindnesses, I might reproach you now, but it is well for me to learn this lesson.
It was well for me to be certain that my aunt would discard me because I preferred honest industry to cold charity." "Discard you?" rejoined the Countess furiously. "Could you doubt that I would discard you? Henceforth the tie of blood between us is dissolved. You are no relative of mine. I forbid you to make known that we have ever met. I forbid my family to hold any intercourse with you. I appeal to my son to say if this is not the just retribution which your conduct has brought upon you." The Count answered with deliberation, as though he were pondering some possibility in his wily mind, as if some idea had occurred to him which prevented his fully sharing in his mother's wrath, or, rather, which tempered the expression of his displeasure. "Madeleine's situation has rendered this most proper and natural course open to us. She could not expect to be formally recognized. She could not suppose it possible, however much consideration we might entertain for her personally, that the Countess de Gramont and her family should allow it to be known that one of their kin is a dressmaker. Madeleine is too reasonable not to see the impropriety, to use a mild word, there would even be in such a suggestion." "I see it very plainly," answered Madeleine, not unmoved by the Count's manner, which was so much gentler than his mother's, and not suspecting the moment which induced him to assume this conciliatory tone. The Count resumed. "We wish Madeleine well, in spite of her present degraded position. If circumstances should prolong our stay in Washington or America, and it is very possible they may do so, we will only request her to remove to California or Australia, or some distant region where she may live in desirable obscurity, and not run the risk of being brought even into accidental contact with us." "No, no!" exclaimed Bertha vehemently. "We shall not lose her again. We must not. You may all discard her, but I will not. I will always acknowledge her, and I must see her. She is dearer to me than ever. I will not be separated from her." Did Bertha see the look of admiration with which Monsieur du Bois contemplated her as she uttered these words? The Countess asked in an imperious tone, "Bertha, have you wholly forgotten yourself? I will never admit this intercourse. I forbid it. If you are willing to brave my displeasure, I presume Madeleine, ungrateful as she has proved herself to be for the protection I granted her during 3 years, will not so wholly forget her debt as to disregard my command." How often Madeleine had been reminded of that debt which her services at the Château de Gramont had cancelled 100 times over. Before she could respond to her aunt's remark, Bertha went on. "You do not comprehend my plan, aunt. Madeleine, of course, must give up her present occupation. There is no need of her pursuing it. I am rich enough for both. She will live with me and share my fortune. Madeleine, will you not refuse me this? For nearly 5 years I have mourned over our separation and wasted my life in the vain hope of seeing you again. You would be ashamed of me if you knew in what weak, frivolous, idle manner I have passed my days, while you were working so unceasingly and with such grand results. I shall never learn to make good use of my hours except under your guidance. Long before I reached my majority, I look forward gladly to the time when I should be a free agent and share my fortune with you. My aunt knows that I communicated my intention to her before you left the Château de Gramont. And now, Madeleine, my own best Madeleine, you will let the dream of my life become a reality, will you not? Say yes, I implore you." Bertha had spoken with such genuine warmth and hearty earnestness that a colder nature than Madeleine's must have melted. She folded the generous girl tenderly and silently in her arms, and, after a pause, which the countenance of her aunt, made her aware that the proud lady was on the eve of breaking, answered sadly,
"It was worth suffering all I endured, Bertha, to have your friendship tested through this fiery ordeal, and to know that your heart cannot be divided by circumstances from mine. But your too liberal offer I cannot accept. The path I have marked out I must pursue until I reach the goal which I am nearing. An incompleteness in the execution of my deliberate plans would render me more miserable than I am today in being cast off by my own family."
"Do not speak such cruel words," returned Bertha. "They do not cast you off, that is, I do not, and never will, and I am sure—"
She turned to look at Maurice, who had stood silent through the whole scene, leaning upon the mantelpiece, his head still resting on his hand, his eyes fixed upon Madeleine, his mind too full of conflicting emotions for him to speak. Above all other images rose that of being whom Madeleine had declared she loved. Did she love him still? Was he here? Did he know her condition? Was Monsieur de Bois, whom she had entrusted with her secret, Monsieur de Bois, who had protected and aided her, the object of her preference? Maurice could not answer these torturing questions, and the happiness of once more beholding the one whom he had so fruitlessly sought made him feel as though he were passing through a strange, wild dream, which, but for one doubt, would have been full of ecstasy. When Bertha appealed to him by her look, he could no longer remain silent. "You are right, Bertha. Madeleine is to me all that she ever was. I am as proud of her as I have ever been. More proud I could not be. To renounce her would be as impossible as it had ever been." Madeleine, who had appeared so firm and composed up to that moment, trembled violently. Her heart seemed to cease in its pulsation. A cold tremor ran through her veins. A mist floated before her eyes. Exquisite happiness became exquisite pain. She turned as though about to leave the room, but her feet faltered. In a second Monsieur de Bois was at her side and gave her his arm. She took it almost unconsciously. The voice of her aunt restored her as suddenly as a dash of ice water could have done. "Your father's commands and mine, then, Maurice, are to have no weight. We order you to renounce all intercourse with this person, whom we no longer acknowledge as a relative, and you unhesitatingly declare to her, in our very presence, that you disregard our wishes. This, it seems, is the first effect of Mademoiselle de Gramont's renewed influence, which we have before now found so pernicious." "Do not fear, madame," answered Madeleine. "I will not permit—" "Make no rash promise, Madeleine," interrupted Maurice. "My father's wishes and my grandmother's must ever have weight with me, but when I honestly differ from them in opinion, I trust there is no disrespect in my saying so. Blindly to obey their commands would be to abnegate free agency and self-responsibility." "I have not forgotten," said the Countess freezingly, "that the first disrespect towards me of which you were guilty was originated by Mademoiselle de Gramont. I perceive that she is again about to create a family feud and separate father and son, grandmother and grandchild. All her noble sentiments and heroic acting have ever this end in view. During the period that she concealed herself from us, she has evidently never lost sight of this great aim of her existence, and has closely calculated events and bided her time that she might maneuver with additional power and certainty. She has not disgraced us enough. She is planning the total downfall of our noble house, no matter whom it buries in the ruins. It is not sufficient that we have to blush for the dressmaker
Who would exchange the device graven upon her ancestral arms for that of scissors and thimble? But she is laboring to bring her disgrace nearer and fasten it more permanently upon us. Monsieur de Bois, who felt Madeleine was clinging to his arm as though her strength was failing, answered for her. The daughter of the Duc de Gramont has not become less noble, madame. Through her noble industry, she has not brought to her own or any other cheek a blush of genuine shame. I, who have watched over her from the hour that she left the Chateau de Gramont, claim the proud privilege of giving this testimony. No duchess has the right to hold her head higher than the Duc de Gramont's orphan daughter. Before anyone could reply, he led Madeleine from the room and out of the house. The movement which Maurice and Bertha at the same moment made to follow her was arrested by the Countess. Before they had recovered themselves, Madeleine was seated in her carriage and had driven away. Monsieur de Bois was walking rapidly to his hotel. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 24 The Female Belligerents. Madeleine's residence was one of the most superb mansions in Washington, a spacious house built of white stone and located within a few minutes' walk of the Capitol. She was in the habit of seeking the beautiful Capitol grounds every fine morning, before the busy city was astir, accompanied by Ruth Thornton. The matinal hour devoted to this refreshing walk was to both maidens the calmest and happiest of the 24. In that peaceful hour they gained strength to encounter the petty vexations and désagréments incident to the at once humble and important vocation they had adopted. Buried deep in Madeleine's heart there was ever a sadness that could not be shaken off, but she turned the sunny side of her existence toward others and kept the shadow of her great sorrow for herself alone. Therefore her mien was ever tranquil, even cheerful. Possibly she suffered less than many whose griefs were not so heavy, because her meek, uncomplaining spirit tempered the bleak wind that blew over her bowed head, and rounded the sharp stones that would have cut her feet on their pilgrimage, had they stepped less softly. Thus she carried within herself the magic that drew from waspish circumstance its sharpest sting. The morning after Madeleine's reconnoitre with her relatives, a group of young women were sitting busily employed around a large table in Mademoiselle Mélanie's workroom. Mademoiselle Victorine, the forewoman, and Mademoiselle Clemence, her chief assistant, were the only foreigners. They had been in Vignon's employment and had accompanied Madeleine to America. The other workwomen Madeleine had selected herself. Many of them were young girls, well-born and bred in luxury, who had been compelled by sudden reverses to earn a livelihood. Madeleine often wondered how so many of this class had been thrown in her way. In reality, this class is a frightfully numerous one, and she had an intuitive faculty of discovering those of whom it was composed. Not only did her instinctive sympathy attract her towards them, but Mr. Hilson, who was an active philanthropist, had been largely instrumental in pointing out young women who aspired to become self-helpers. Madeleine took an affectionate interest in teaching them a trade which almost rose to the dignity of a profession in her hands. She became their friend, adviser, and comforter, and thus experienced the delicious consolation of creating happiness for others after her own happiness had received its death-blow. The room in which the busy needlewomen were sitting
was the farthest of a suite of rooms opening into each other on the second story. These apartments were somewhat lavishly furnished, but on the strictest good taste, and the eye was charmed by a profusion of choice plants blossoming in ornamental flower vases placed upon brackets on the wall, or of orchids floating in pendant luxuriance from baskets attached to the ceiling. Then Madeleine had not forgotten the picturesque use so often made of ivy in her native land, and had trained the obedient parasite to embower windows, or climb around the frame of mirrors, until the gilt background gave but golden glimmer through the dark green network of leaves. Each room was also supplied either with portfolios containing rare engravings, with musical instruments, or a library. Rich dresses were displayed upon skeleton frames in one apartment, mantles and out-of-door wrappings were exhibited in another, bonnets and headdresses were exposed to admiring view in a third. Near the window, not far from the table which was surrounded by the sewing women, stood a smaller table where Ruth was engaged coloring designs for the costumes. The gossip of the Washington beau monde very naturally furnished a theme for the lively tongues of the needlewomen. They picked up all the interesting items of fashionable news that dropped from the lips of the many lady loungers who amused themselves by spending their mornings at Mademoiselle Melanie's exhibition rooms, giving orders for dresses, bonnets, etc., examining new styles of apparel, discussing the most becoming modes, or idly chattering with the acquaintances who visited Mademoiselle Melanie upon the same important mission as themselves. Mademoiselle Victorine generally led the conversation at the working table, or rather, she usually monopolized it. It was a source of great exultation to her if she happened to have a piece of news to communicate, and this now chanced to be the case.
Something very important is to take place at this house, probably this very day, she began with a consequential air. If Mademoiselle Melanie has a fault, it is that she makes no confidants. And I think I am fully entitled to her confidence. I should like to know what she could have done without me.
What indeed? Exclaimed several voices, for everyone was anxious to propitiate the forewoman by bestowing upon her the flattery which was essential to keep her in an equable state of mind.
When we think of the marvels, continued Mademoiselle Victorine, that issue from these walls, the splendid figures that go forth into the world out of our creative hands, figures which, could they have been seen when they rise in the morning, would not be recognizable, we have cause for self-congratulation. And Mademoiselle Melanie gets all the credit for these metamorphoses, though we all know she does nothing herself. That is, she merely forms a plan, makes a sketch, selects certain colors, and that is all. The execution, the real work, is mine. Mine! I appeal to you, young ladies, to say if it is not mine.
Yes, certainly, said Abby, one of the younger girls. But without Mademoiselle Melanie's sketch, without her ideas, her taste, what would...
There, you talk too fast. Mademoiselle Abby, you are always chattering. I say without me, Mademoiselle Melanie would never have attained her present elevated position. Without me, this establishment would never have been what it is, a very California of dressmaking. And in a little more than 4 years, what a fortune Mademoiselle Melanie has accumulated. That brings me back to the point from which I started. Does anyone know what is to happen shortly? She inquired, with an air of elation at being the only repository of a valuable secret.
No, what is it? Asked numerous voices.
Well, Mademoiselle Ruth, do you say nothing? Inquired the triumphant forewoman. Are you not anxious to know?
Ruth, without lifting her head from the sketch she was coloring, answered, "Yes, certainly, unless it should be something with which Mademoiselle Mélanie does not desire us to be acquainted." "Oh, hear the little saint!" returned Victorine. "She does not care for secrets. No, of course not. She is only jealous that anyone should know more than herself. She would not express surprise, not she, if I told her that Mademoiselle Mélanie is about to pay down $10,000, the last payment, upon the purchase of this house, which makes it hers." Mademoiselle Victorine concluded with a violent shake of the brocade she was trimming. "But did you learn this from good authority?" asked Esther, a slender, pale-faced girl. "The very best. I heard Mrs. Hilson say so to some ladies whom she brought to introduce here, and you know Mr. Hilson transacts all business matters for Mademoiselle Mélanie. Mrs. Hilson told her friends that Mademoiselle Mélanie's establishment was a perfect mint, and fairly coined money. When I heard this assertion, I said to myself, how little people understand that without me, Mademoiselle Mélanie would never have founded an establishment that was compared to a mint. Never! And yet she gets all the credit." "But you see," began Esther. Victorine interrupted her. "What a chatterbox you are, Mademoiselle Esther! You never get on with work here if you talk so much. Those festoons want spirit and grace. You must recommence them, or the dress will be a failure. I warn you. For whom is it? I have forgotten." "It is Mrs. Gilmer's, and she expects to wear it at the grand ball to be given by Marchioness de Fleury." "She will be mistaken," said Victorine. "I know that she will not be invited. The Marchioness hates her. Mrs. Gilmer is the only rival whom Madame de Fleury takes the trouble to detest, and it makes me indignant to see a lady of her superlative fascinations annoyed by this little upstart American. One must admit that Mrs. Gilmer is very pretty. Her figure scarcely needs help, and she is so vivacious, and has so much aplomb, so much dash, that the notice she attracts renders her alarmingly ambitious. Still, for her to dare to contrast herself with the French ambassadress is an intolerable presumption, and I rejoice that she will get no invitation to the ball." "How do you know that she will not be invited?" asked Esther. "How do I know all that I do know? It is odd to notice with what perfect lack of reserve the ladies who visit us talk. They chatter away just as if they thought we were all human working machines, without ears or brains or memories. This singular hallucination makes it not difficult to become acquainted with certain secrets of fashionable life which one clique would not make known to another clique for the world." "But this tittle-tattle," Esther began. "Shoot, shoot!" cried the four women. "How you chatter, Mademoiselle Esther! One cannot hear oneself speak for you. Somebody has just entered the exhibition hall. Who is it? Mrs. Gilmer, as I am alive! Monsieur de Bois is with her. She has come to try her dress, I suppose. She may spare herself the pain, for she will not wear it at Madame de Fleury's ball." Ruth, whose duty it was to receive visitors and to summon Victorine if they had orders to give, rose and entered the adjoining apartment. Mrs. Gilmer was one of those light-headed and light-hearted women who float upon the topmost and frothiest wave of society, herself a glittering bubble. To win admiration was the chief object of her life. The breath of flattery wafted her upwards towards her heaven, that rapturous state which was heaven to her. To be the belle of every reunion where she appeared was a triumph she could not forego, and there were no arts to which she would not stoop to obtain this victory. Madame de Fleury was a woman of the same stamp,
but with all the polish, grace, and refined coquetry which the social atmosphere of Paris imparts, and though she had far less personal beauty than Mrs. Gilmer, less mind, less wit, her capacity for using all the charms she possessed gave her vast advantage over the fair-featured young American. When Ruth entered the salon, Mrs. Gilmer was too much interested in her conversation with Monsieur du Bois to notice her, and continued talking with as much freedom as though she were not present.
"I have my heart set upon it," she said, "and I tell you I must receive an invitation to this ball. Madame de Fleury positively shall not exclude me. I have already set in motion a number of influential pulleys, and I am not apt to fail when I make an earnest attempt."
"I am quite sure of that," answered Monsieur du Bois gallantly.
"Oh, what a love of a dress! What an exquisite design!" exclaimed Mrs. Gilmer,
stopping delighted before a robe which had been commenced but was thrown over one of the mannequins, with a sketch of the completed costume attached to the skirt.
"The blending of those pale shades of green and embroidery of gold wheat, with a scarlet poppy here and there, the effect is superb. The style, as the sketch shows, is perfectly novel. I am enchanted. Miss Ruth, I must have that dress, at any price. I must have it."
"It is to go to New Orleans, madame," replied Ruth. "It is ordered by Mrs. Senator Lamott, and is to be worn at some grand wedding."
"No matter, I tell you, I must have it. Where is Mademoiselle Victorine?"
Ruth summoned the forewoman. Victorine advanced very deliberately, and her bearing had a touch of patronage and condescension. Mrs. Gilmer pleaded hard for the possession of the dress, but Mademoiselle Victorine appeared to take the greatest satisfaction in making her understand that its becoming hers was an impossibility. The more earnestly Mrs. Gilmer prayed, the more inflexible became the forewoman. As for repeating a design which had been invented for one particular person, that, she asserted, was against all rules of art. The original design might be feebly, imperfectly copied by another Mantua-maker, but its duplicate could not be sent forth from an establishment of the standing of Mademoiselle Melanie's. Mrs. Gilmer, whose white brow was knitted with something very like a frown, remarked that she would talk to Mademoiselle Melanie on the subject by and by.
"Mademoiselle Melanie does not usually reverse my decisions," replied the piqued forewoman, with an extravagant show of dignity. "We shall see," retorted Mrs. Gilmer. "Now let me choose a headdress for the opera tonight, something original. What can you invent for me?"
"Really," answered Victorine, who was not a little irate at the suggestion that there could be any appeal from her verdict, "I do not feel inspired at this moment. I am quite dull. Nothing occurs to me out of my usual line."
"Oh, you must think," pleaded the volatile lady. "Invent me something never before seen. Something with flowers will do, but let me have impossible flowers, flowers which have no existence, and which I shall not behold upon everyone else's head. Price is no object. My husband never refuses me anything, especially," she added in a lower tone to Monsieur du Bois, "when he is jealous, and I find it is very useful, absolutely necessary, to begin the season by exciting a series of Othello pangs through which he becomes manageable. I feed the jealous flame all winter and add fresh fuel in the spring when I wish to indulge in various extravagances."
"A very diplomatic arrangement," remarked Monsieur du Bois.
"What a bonnet! What a beauty of a bonnet! What deliciously adjusted lace! How was it ever made to fall in such folds over that bunch of moss roses peeping out over those quivering leaves touched with dewdrops?"
"That bonnet belongs to Madame de Fleury," said Victorine with a malicious emphasis.
"Ah, indeed," returned Mrs. Gilmer, changing colour. "I wonder what would become of Madame de Fleury were it not for her toilettes. If she were despoiled of her gay plumage, a very insipid, commonplace-looking personage would remain. I must say it is rather singular," she continued, growing warm in spite of herself. "But if I ever happen to look at anything particularly worth noticing, I am always told it is for Madame de Fleury. Is Mademoiselle Melanie in her drawing-room? She accessible at this moment?" "She has just come in. Mademoiselle Ruth will conduct you to her," answered Victorine with an offended air. "Monsieur de Bois, I will soon be back," said Mrs. Gilmer to her escort. "There are books in abundance in yonder library, rather an extraordinary piece of furniture for a dressmaker's salon, but Mademoiselle Melanie has so much tact, she foresaw that they might be useful on some occasions." Mrs. Gilmer followed Ruth to Madeleine's own apartments, which were on the first floor. Victorine turned to the room where the sewing women were at work. Gaston selected a book and seated himself in a comfortable armchair. He had hardly opened the volume when the Marchioness de Fleury entered, accompanied by Lord Linden. As she descended from the carriage, she found his lordship promenading up and down before the house. He was overjoyed at this unlooked-for opportunity to obtain admission. Madame de Fleury saluted Gaston with one of her most gracious smiles. Victorine, catching sight of the Marchioness, hurried forward, saying to Ruth, "Do not trouble yourself, Mademoiselle Ruth. I will have the honour of attending upon Madame de Fleury." "That is right, Mademoiselle Victorine, but I am going to intrude into your atelier of mysteries to see what chef-d'oeuvres you have in progress." Judging from Madame de Fleury's tone, one might easily have supposed that she alluded to pictures or statues, and was about to reverently enter the studio of some mighty genius, and wonder over his achievements in marble or on canvas. The apartment she invaded was one in which visitors were not usually invited or expected to enter. The gentlemen were left together. "I am in luck," said Lord Linden in an unusually animated tone. "My dear Monsieur de Bois, I am the happiest of men. I have encountered my unknown beauty at last. She passed me in a private carriage which stopped here and was dismissed. I saw her enter this house not a quarter of an hour ago. She did not perceive me and disappeared before I could accost her, but I am determined to keep watch until she made her exit, and then either to renew my acquaintance or follow her home and learn where she lived. She shall not give me the slip again." "Are you sure you have not made some mistake? I do not think there is any lady here at the moment except Mrs. Gilmer, whom I accompanied." "I am perfectly certain I could not be mistaken. I shall make some excuse for remaining here. I will select a shawl or mantle for my sister, who is one of this celebrated Mademoiselle Melanie's customers, and who will not be displeased at such an unprecedented attention." Before Monsieur de Bois could reply, the Marchioness returned with Victorine. "And you say my dress for this evening will be done in an hour? That is delightful. I am impatient to test its effects, and I am half inclined to wait until it is finished and take it home with me." "It will be completed within the hour. I am occupied upon it myself," answered Victorine, in a fawning manner, very different from that by which the banker's wife had been kept in subjugation. "What an original idea!" cried Madame de Fleury, pausing before the uncompleted dress which had attracted the admiration of Mrs. Gilmer. "What an exquisite conception! Those blades of golden wheat and those scarlet poppies make the most perfect trimming for these ravishing shades of green, just the colours that become me most. That dress is a triumph, Mademoiselle Victorine." The design is Mademoiselle Melanie's, but the cut, the execution, they are mine," said the forewoman complacently. "And for whom is the dress intended? But I need hardly ask. I am determined that it shall be mine." "It was to be sent to New Orleans to Madame de la Motte, the wife of the distinguished senator, but I beg to assure Madame that she cannot be the judge of this attire. It is nothing now. In a few days, when it is completed, then Madame will be able to see we have surpassed ourselves in that dress." "You have indeed," ejaculated Madame de Fleury with fever. "But I claim it. You must invent something else for Madame de la Motte. Mademoiselle Melanie surely will not refuse me." "If the decision depended upon me, the dress would assuredly become Madame de Fleury's, although design has been sent to Madame de la Motte and has met with her approbation. But Mademoiselle Melanie is so frightfully conscientious. She would not disappoint a customer, or break her word, or give a design promised to one person to another for a kingdom. She is quite immovable, obstinately unreasonable on these points." "But I must have that dress," persisted the Marchioness. "I cannot be happy without it. I will implore Mademoiselle Melanie. She will drive me to despair should she refuse." "Mrs. Gilmer saw it a few moments ago, and was so enchanted that she did her utmost to make me promise that the dress would be hers." "Hers, indeed, that impertinent little pas nouveau!" replied Madame de Fleury. "I would never forgive Mademoiselle Melanie if she consented to anything of the kind. I suppose the banker's wife imagines this delicate green would tone down her milkmaid complexion, but she shall not try the experiment." At this moment Mrs. Gilmer herself re-entered. The Marchioness pretended not to be aware of her presence, and, turning to the dress in question, remarked, "Yes, this dress must be one of the 12 that I shall order to take with me to Maryland. 12 will suffice for 1 week. I hear that Mr. Meredith's estate could bear comparison with our European country residences. The toilettes of his guests should do honour to their host," she went on, addressing herself to Gaston. "There are but 30 guests invited, and I hear that the great indignation is felt by certain persons who are not included in the number." Madame de Fleury's shaft was directed towards Mrs. Gilmer, who was writhing with vexation at not forming one of the select party. Mrs. Gilmer heard and bit her lips with suppressed rage. 12 dresses! cried Lord Linden. 12 dresses for 7 days? Quite a moderate supply, and I should not possibly get through a week with less, answered Madame de Fleury serenely. You are invited, of course. Lord Linden replied in the affirmative. And you, Monsieur de Bois? Inquired the Marchioness innocently, though she was quite aware that he would repeat his lordship's answer, for she had been consulted in regard to the guest whom it would gratify her to meet. Mrs. Gilmer, who was choking with vexation, sought revenge in one of those petty manoeuvres which women of the world thoroughly understand. She paused, in the most natural manner, before the hat which she had just extolled, and which she had just been informed was designed for Madame de Fleury, and said aloud, "What a pretty bonnet! Admirably suited to hide the defects of an uncertain complexion, and a hair of no colour, neither light or dark. It is not too gay or coquettish either, just the thing for a woman of 30 who has begun to fade." "I beg pardon, madame, it is made for Madame de Fleury," answered Victorine reprovingly, and not immediately comprehending the intentional spite of Mrs. Gilmer's remark. "Indeed,"
returned the latter, still speaking as though she had no suspicion of the presence of the Marchioness. "Will it not be rather too young for her? It seems to me that those colours are a little too bright for a person of her age."
"Madame de Fleury is present and may overhear you," whispered Victorine warningly.
"Ah, indeed. I did not perceive her. Much obliged to you for telling me, for she conceals her age so well that I would not mortify her by letting her suppose that I am aware of her advanced years," continued the malicious little lady in a very audible tone. Madame de Fleury was in reality but 25, and particularly sensitive on the subject of her age, or rather of her youth. She expected to be taken for 22 at the most, and was furious when Mrs. Gilmer talked of her bonnet as suitable to a person of 30. But when her spiteful rival had the audacity to suggest that Madame de Fleury had even passed that decisive period, she could scarcely contain her rage. By a sudden impulse she turned and faced the speaker. Both ladies made a profound curtsy, with countenances expressive of mortal hatred. Lord Linden could not help whisper to Gaston, "Feminine belligerents! Those courtesies were exchanged after the manner that men exchange blows. It is very strange," he continued, looking about. "I do not see my fair Incognita, though she certainly entered here. I fancy the Marchioness intends to depart. I prefer to linger a while. There are several salons yonder. I will steal off quietly and take refuge where I can watch who passes." Lord Linden had hardly disappeared before the Marchioness remarked to Victorine, "You said my dress would be ready in an hour, Mademoiselle Victorine. I will take a short drive and return at that time. Let Mademoiselle Melanie know that I particularly wish to have an interview with her. I must see her about that unfinished dress, which certainly shall not go to New Orleans." She curtsied once more very profoundly to Mrs. Gilmer and departed, quite forgetting Lord Linden, who was well pleased not to be missed. "Mademoiselle Melanie will not be so unjust as to let Madame de Fleury have that dress after refusing it to me," observed Mrs. Gilmer tartly. "If she is, I never more."
The threat was nipped in the bud, for she well knew no one could replace the sovereign modiste, and that the loss of Mrs. Gilmer's custom would not in the least affect Mademoiselle Melanie, who daily refused a crowd of applicants. Recovering herself, the banker's wife concluded by saying,
"Madame de Fleury is to return in an hour. Very well. I will call somewhat later to learn Mademoiselle Melanie's decision. If the dress is not mine, it certainly must not be Madame de Fleury's. We shall see if Mademoiselle Melanie's boasted justice is found wanting, or if she acts up to her professions."
Monsieur de Bois conducted Mrs. Gilmer to her carriage and returned to the salon, for he had an especial reason for desiring to see Madeleine, but having called during the hours which he scrupulously devoted to her vocation, he did not feel at liberty to intrude in her private apartments. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 25. The Message. Shortly after Monsieur de Bois returned to the exhibition salons, Madeleine entered the workroom. Gaston could see her moving about the young girls, distributing sketches, making smiling comments upon the occupation of this one and that, pointing out defects or praising execution.
Every face seemed to brighten when it was turned upon her, and every countenance wore an unmistakable expression of affection. We might, perhaps, except that of Mademoiselle Victorine, whose high opinion of her own abilities made her somewhat jealous of Madeleine's supremacy. Yet even she experienced an involuntary reverence for the head of the establishment, though golden dreams of some day leaping into her place were ever floating through the Frenchwoman's plotting brain. Beside the table where Ruth was painting, Madeleine made the longest pause. She seemed disposed to converse with her young favorite, and Ruth smiled so gratefully that Monsieur de Bois was half reconciled to the delay, though he had an important reason for wishing to exchange a few words with Madeleine as soon as possible. The interval before she passed out of the room to return to her boudoir appeared sufficiently tedious. Gaston followed her and said, "Will you grant me a few moments, or are you very busy this morning?" "Busy always," replied Madeleine, extending her hand to welcome him, "but seldom too busy to lack time for my best friend. Will you come to my own little sanctum?" The room to which Gaston followed her offered a striking contrast, in point of furniture, to those which they had just left. Madeleine's boudoir, though it had an air of inviting comfort, was adorned with almost rigid simplicity. The only approach to luxury was a tiny conservatory, which she had caused to be built, rendered visible by glass doors. Madeleine took her seat before the small rosewood table, and with a pencil in hand and a piece of drawing paper before her, said, "You will not mind my sketching as we talk. I have an idea floating through my head, and I want to throw it off on paper. I can listen and answer just as well with my fingers occupied." Well might Gaston contemplate her in silent and wondering admiration. Neither her countenance nor her manner betrayed any trace of the suffering she must have endured on the day previous. She seemed to have completely banished its recollection from her thoughts. Monsieur de Bois was fearful of touching upon the subject, it seemed so wholly to have vanished from her mind, yet his errand compelled him. "What courage, what perseverance you possess, Mademoiselle Madeleine! It is incredible, inexplicable," he said at last, as he watched the delicate fingers moving over the paper. "There you err," answered Madeleine brightly. "It is at least very explicable, for it is in working that I find my strength, my inspiration, my consolation. It was work, incessant work, which sustained me when I determined to take a step from which my weaker, frailer part shrank, a step which utter wretchedness first suggested to me, which seemed terribly galling, oppressively revolting, which I ventured upon with inconceivable pain. Yet, as you have seen, I was enabled in time to look upon that step with resignation. I afterwards contemplated it with pride. I now regard it with positive pleasure. This could never have been had I not resolved to resist all temptation to brood over grief and turn to work as refuge from sorrow." "And it is really true, then, that you, a lady of noble birth, dropping from so high a sphere into one not merely humble but laborious, find your vocation a pleasure at last?" "It is most true," said Madeleine, lifting her beautiful eyes with such a radiant expression that the genuineness of her reply could not be doubted. "When one has for years lived upon the bare suffrage of others, no matter how dear, when one has had no home except that which was granted through courtesy, compassion, charity, you cannot conceive how delicious it is to dream of independence, of a home of one's own. And this sweet dream has become reality to me more speedily and more surely than my most sanguine hopes dared to anticipate. Think,
in what a rapid, almost miraculous manner my undertaking has prospered, by what magic my former life, that of an aristocratic lady who employed herself little but without decided results, has been exchanged for the delights of a life of active use, bringing forth golden fruition. In a word, how suddenly my poverty has been turned to wealth, at all events to a certain promise of opulence. And the most delightful sense of all is the internal satisfaction of knowing that I have done this myself, unaided, save indeed by the kindness, the counsel, the invisible protection of such a friend as you are, and such a friend as Mr. Hilson has proved.
We have done nothing but watch and admire.
Nothing, answered Madeleine with gentle reproach. Who helped me carry out all my projects? When a man's hand was needed, who stretched out his? But always with such prudence and delicacy that I could not be compromised. How helpless I should have been in Paris without you, and how many mistakes might I have committed in America without Mr. Hilson's aid! Little did he think, when he dined at the Chateau de Gramont with a noble family, and asked one of its members to promise that if she ever visited America she would apprise him of her presence there, little could he imagine how soon she would make a home in his native land, and of what inestimable aid his friendship would be to her.
"He has been truly serviceable," answered Gaston. "His advice was always good, and in nothing better than in deciding you to take this house, which you at first thought too magnificent. He was wise also in persuading you to furnish it so luxuriously. He comprehended better than you and I did that a certain amount of pomp and show would make a desirable impression upon the inhabitants even of a republican country."
Yes, I have cause to thank him for that counsel, and when I reflect that this house, which I at first thought too splendid, will soon become my own, I can hardly believe my good fortune. Today or tomorrow I am to make the last payment of $10,000, and the house will be mine, clear of all encumbrance. I have the money ready, and probably before the night it will be paid. This very morning, when I returned home, as I entered the door, I could not but pause suddenly and say to myself, "Is this no dream? Have I a home of my own at last? Will this elegant mansion today become mine through the toil of—"
"Fairy fingers," interrupted Gaston.
"Something magical, I am inclined to admit," returned Madeleine gaily. "But had it not been for the earnest counsels of Mr. Hilson, I should never have felt justified in living in my present style. He convinced me that the money I expended in surrounding myself with all the elegances of life was laid out at interest, and I suppose he is right. These elegances have perhaps drawn the rich to my door."
"What was it that drew the poor?" asked the Gaston. "You have tried to keep your charities as secret from me as your noble birth was kept from others, but accident has made me acquainted with more than you are aware. I know with what liberal hands you have succored the needy."
"Those who have endured the sharp sting of poverty themselves may well feel for the poor," replied Madeleine. "And yet I do little enough for my poor human sisters and brothers. We are gossiping very idly. Did you not say that you particularly wished to speak to me? It was not simply to make these sage reflections, was it?"
"No, but I shrank from touching upon the subject while you seemed so serene and happy. I could not bear to recall the painful interview with your family yesterday, when
when they cast me off, spurned me as one degraded. Do not fear to speak out. My aunt is implacable. I might have known that she would be, and Count Tristan is the same."
"What matter? You have no need of their affection, and yet the day will come and they will all seek you, and be proud and glad to claim you. I say it, and I feel it."
Madeleine shook her head.
And they did not all throw you off. Was not Mademoiselle Bertha just what she always is? And was not Maurice, though he appeared to be so completely overwhelmed that he could not command his voice, was he not the same as ever?"
"Was he the same, think you?" asked Madeleine eagerly.
"Yes, I am sure of it, and I come here today as his messenger, or rather the herald of his coming." Madeleine trembled in spite of herself. The thought of beholding Maurice once more, of conversing with him, of listening to him, affected her too strongly for her to be able to even assume indifference. Monsieur de Bois regarded her with an air of exultation. "I have judged you rightly, then, and you are unchanged. Maurice is not less dear to you than—" Madeleine's hand, appealingly lifted, checked him. For a few moments she remained silent. When her tranquillity was somewhat restored, she said slowly, but in an altered tone, "You are messenger of Maurice. What did he request you say to me?" "He commissioned me to let you know that he earnestly desired an interview with you at once, and alone, free from interruption. He entreats you to receive him today. I promised him, as soon as I could make known to you his petition, that I would return to him with your answer. He awaits it impatiently. What answer shall I give him?"
"He may come," answered Madeleine, in a tone of suppressed emotion.
"I will tell him that he may be here in an hour," said Gaston interrogatively, for he saw the mighty struggle Madeleine was making to control herself, and thoughtfully desired to give her some little time for preparation. Madeleine bowed her head in acquiescence. Gaston had too much delicacy to prolong the conversation. He bade her adieu, and at once sought Maurice. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 26 Meeting of Lovers. Monsieur de Bois lost no time in communicating to Maurice the result of his visit. He found the young Vicomte awaiting him with torturing impatience. Gaston had scarcely said that Madeleine would receive her cousin in an hour, when Maurice, without heeding the last words, caught up his hat, convulsively grasped his friend's hand, and, without uttering a syllable, hurried forth. He was acquainted with Madeleine's residence. He had sought it out the night previous, and thither he now hastened. He bounded up the street door steps, but paused a moment as his hand touched the bell. Was he again about to look upon that face which he had sought with such fruitless but frenzied ardor? He thought of those days when all creation became a blank, because that heaven-lit countenance no longer shone upon him. His brain and heart throbbed and beat at those tumultuous recollections until both seemed mingled in one wild motion. He comprehended Madeleine's character so well that he knew he should find her tranquil and self-possessed. And was he about to enter her presence as voiceless and unmanned as during their brief rencontre the day previous? He turned to descend the steps in the hope of collecting his scattered faculties by walking a while, but the very thought of delaying, even for a few moments, an interview for which he had so long pined caused him too sharp anguish for endurance. He seized the bell and rang with a sudden impulse, as though he feared the mansion before which he stood would vanish away, and he would wake from one of those old dreams by which he had been haunted. The door opened, and he was at once conducted to Madeleine's boudoir. Madeleine was still sitting before the little table where Gaston de Bois had left her.
The sketch she had commenced lay before her, and the pencil beside it, but though she had not moved from her seat, the drawing had not received an additional touch. As Maurice entered she rose, and advanced towards him, stretching out both her hands. Closely clasped those extended hands, he gazed upon her with an expression of rapture. For a moment the large, clear windows of her soul opened as naturally and frankly as ever, but his look was so full of unutterable tenderness that over her betraying eyes the lids dropped suddenly, and her face crimsoned, it might be with happiness which she felt bound to conceal. Madeleine was the first to speak, but the only words she murmured were, "Maurice, my dear cousin." How her accents thrilled him! How they brought back the time when that voice, which made all the music of his existence, suddenly hushed. Awful silence took its place, leaving the memory of departed tones ever sounding in his aching, longing ears. "Madeleine, have I found you at last? Oh, how long have we been lost to each other?" "You have never been lost to me," answered Madeleine involuntarily, but the words were hardly spoken when she repented them. "I know it. Monsieur Dubois kept you informed of my movements. But, Madeleine, how could you be aware of my anguish, and so cruelly refuse a sign by which I might learn that you were near me?" "I had no alternative. I could not have carried out the project I had formed, and which—" Madeleine paused, and looked around her somewhat proudly, then added, "and which you now see crowned with success. If I had run the risk of your tracing me, you would have opposed my undertaking. Do you not feel that you would? Answer that question before you reproach me." "Yes, you are right, Madeleine. I fear I should have opposed your enterprise. And yet, believe me, I honor it. I honor you all the more on account of that undertaking. Thank heaven I have lived long enough in this land, where men, and women too, have sufficient courage to use their lives, and senseless idlers are the exceptions, to realize that men's work and women's work are alike glorious, that labor is dignified by the hand that toils, and that you, Madeleine, the daughter of a duke, you, the Duchess Mantua-maker, have reached a higher altitude through that very labor than your birth could ever command." "Maurice, my cousin, my dear, dear cousin, these words compensate me for all my trials and struggles. I hardly dared to dream that I should hear them from your lips. Today, when I am about to accomplish one of the ends for which I have most earnestly toiled, today when I shall become full possessor of this mansion, henceforth a home of my own, this day will ever be full of precious memories to me. It will ever be written upon my book of life, moistened with the sweetest tears I ever shed, tears of gratitude and joy." "You are to purchase this magnificent mansion? Is it possible?" asked Maurice, for the first time looking around him. "How can you have achieved this, Madeleine? You have had some friend who aided you, and—" He paused abruptly. "I have had friends, Maurice, warm and devoted friends," answered Madeleine simply. "But," he resumed, and hesitated, how has all this been brought about?" Madeleine, I have not forgotten, I cannot forget the sad revelation you made to me in Brittany. He whom you love, it is he who has protected you, who has enjoyed the exquisite happiness of aiding you by his advice, and by his own means perhaps—" Maurice uttered these words excitedly, and almost in a tone of reproach. "No, Maurice," returned Madeleine, growing ghastly pale, and speaking with an effort which gave her voice a hollow, unnatural sound. "He whom I love has never aided me. I have received no assistance from him. I have given him no right to offer any." "He whom you love!" repeated Maurice with culminating anguish. "Then you love him, you do love him still? Answer me, Madeleine. Do not torture me by suspense. Answer me. You love him still?" "As ever," replied Madeleine, and an irrepressible blush chased the ashy whiteness of her cheeks. "And he is here in America, here in Washington?" asked Maurice. "Yes." "And you see him? You have seen him perhaps this very day?" "Yes." "And he loves you as much as ever?" Madeleine silently bowed her head, but the radiant light that overspread her countenance answered more unmistakably than the affirmative action. "Ah, Madeleine, can you believe that his love equals mine? You do not answer. Speak, I implore you. Do you believe that he has loved you as much as I love you?" Madeleine felt impelled to reply because she deemed it best for Maurice to be confirmed in his error. In a low, tremulous tone, with her eyes swimming in soft lustre of a half-formed tear, she murmured, "Yes." "No, it cannot be," burst forth Maurice. "No woman has ever loved twice with such absorbing devotion. You cannot be to him what you are to me. You cannot have saved him from all the perils from which you have saved me. Ah, Madeleine, since you have been selected to fill the place of guardian angel to me, why was my love rejected? Why did another rob me of your heart? Why are you willing to unite your faith to his and not to mine?" "Maurice," said Madeleine, regaining some degree of composure, "I shall never forget the noble offer you made when I was a desolate outcast. I shall never forget the joy it gave me, the gratitude it caused me, the good it did me, at the very moment when I was forced to reject that offer. But had there been no other barrier, could I have consented to become a burden to you? I, poor and friendless, could I have consented to draw down the anger of your family upon you? Could I have consented to separate you from them, to make a lasting feud between you? Say, Maurice, would you have had me to do this?" "I would have had you leave me still a hope upon which I could have existed until I had fitted myself to enter an honorable profession, until I had a prospect of earning independence through that profession, until I had the right to say to you, as I now might, were you but mine in heart, 'Madeleine, I have waited patiently and toiled earnestly. Will you share my narrow means, my almost poverty? Will you be my wife? We might be exiles, so to speak, for we should perhaps have been cast off by our own kindred, and might never have returned to our native land, but your presence would have made this new country, this young Hercules of lands, this land full of sinews, bones, and muscles, not yet clothed with the rounded symmetry of outward form, but fresh and strong and teeming with promise, a true home to us. Its vast, ever-growing mind would have given new expansion to our own mental faculties. We should have grown spiritually and reached noble heights together. If we had griefs to endure, grief itself would have been sweet to me if we drank it from the same cup. All this might have been, Madeleine, if you loved me as I love you." Madeleine passed her hand over her eyes as if to shut out some picture of blinding brightness conjured before him by these words, and, looking up with forced serenity, said, "Maurice, though I cannot be your wife, do you refuse to let me take the place of a sister who loves you with the most tender affection, who will rejoice in your joy and share in your sorrow, look upon her own life as brighter if she brightens yours, since it has been the will of heaven that we should meet again before the time I proposed arrived? There is no need that we should become strangers to each other, because I cannot be all that you desire. Will you not reject such affection as I can offer you?" "Reject it? No rejection has emanated from your side," he continued bitterly. "I was and am unworthy of your affection, your confidence. but what I will grant I will thankfully receive, too poor not to feel enriched even by your coldest regard."
"Will you prove that to me, Maurice?"
"Yes. How can I do so?" "By promising that you will never have a sorrow which you do not confide to me, by promising that you will never doubt my ready sympathy, more yet, by giving me an invaluable privilege, one which will make me proud indeed. Do not be offended, Maurice, but should you ever need means to carry out any enterprise, and you know in this land how many offer themselves, I would claim the privilege of being your banker, and joining in your undertaking as freely as if I were indeed your sister." "You, Madeleine! Can you imagine that I could force myself to consent to this? Are you already rich, then?" "I am becoming rich. I have laid the foundation of wealth. But tell me that you would not reject my sisterly regard, my devotion."
"Would he whom you love permit this devotion?"
"Yes," answered Madeleine, smiling gravely.
"It would not render him wretched? It would not exasperate him?" questioned Maurice.
"No."
"He is not jealous, then?"
"Yes, I fear he is, very jealous, but not of you."
"And yet he has cause," returned Maurice, with a violence which he could not control, "more cause than I trust he has of being jealous of any other man. And there must be other men who aspire to love you. Your position, Madeleine, must expose you at times to impertinence. You must need protection."
"I have a talisman within which protects me ever," answered Madeleine.
"Ah, I know. The love you bear him, my rival. Let us not speak of him. I cannot endure it. Let us ever banish him from our conversation."
"I did not mean to make you suffer," said Madeleine soothingly.
Before he could reply, Victorine entered with a mysterious air. Her countenance intimated that she had a matter of the utmost importance upon her mind. Habituated to some of the little pleasant and supposed to be harmless customs of her own country, she could not comprehend that Mademoiselle Mélanie appeared to have no lovers, that she entertained no gentleman in particular. Monsieur de Bois was so openly her friend, that mystery never attached itself to his visits. Mr. Hilson was a frequent visitor, but he was a married man, whose wife and daughters were among the most zealous of Mademoiselle Mélanie's patrons. Victorine was always on the qui-vive for the accession of a lover, as a necessary appendage to one in Mademoiselle Mélanie's position, and at this moment she felt as though she had a clue to some intrigue. Instead of speaking in an audible tone, she approached Madeleine, and, glancing dubiously at Maurice, said in a whisper,
"Mademoiselle, I have something to communicate."
"What is it?" said Madeleine, without the slightest embarrassment.
"A gentleman desires to see Mademoiselle Mélanie immediately, and in private," whispered Victorine. "He said particularly in private, and evidently he is desirous of not being seen. He was quite confused when that stupid valet ushered him into the exhibition rooms, but fortunately I came to his assistance. He was so anxious to escape observation that he would follow me downstairs. I therefore ushered him into Mademoiselle's private drawing-room."
"Did you not ask his name?" inquired Madeleine quietly.
"He would not give his name, mademoiselle. He said I must deliver you this note when no one was by, or slip it in your hand unperceived."
She spoke in a whisper and gave the note with her back turned to Maurice, probably supposing that he was not aware of its delivery. Madeleine broke the seal quite openly. At the first line, however, she changed color and was visibly disturbed. Victorine, who was watching her closely, exulted in secret.
Maurice perceived Madeleine's agitation with surprise and pain. A suspicion that the letter was from his rival could not be escaped. "What is it?" he asked impulsively. "I cannot tell you," replied Madeleine, hastily refolding the letter. "Can you not tell me from whom this letter comes?" "No, no," she replied with unusual vehemence. "Alas, I know too well," returned Maurice sadly. "But why should you be agitated and troubled by what he says? What right has he to give you pain?" "You must leave me. Leave me at once," cried Madeleine nervously. Victorine was enchanted. The plot thickened. Here was a mystery, and she held the clue to it. It was very plain that Mademoiselle Mélanie did not wish these two gentlemen to meet. "Victorine, you will conduct Monsieur," said Madeleine. "I do not wish him to leave by the front entrance. You will conduct him through the garden." There was a private entrance into the street through the large garden at the back of the house, but this was the first time that Victorine had ever received an order to show any visitor out that way, and she felt she was beginning to be admitted into Mademoiselle Mélanie's confidence, an honor for which she had long sighed. Maurice was about to remonstrate, but Madeleine said to him imploringly, "Can you not trust me? Will you not consent to my wishes, and trust to their being explained some future day?" Maurice, though tormented by the keenest pangs of jealousy, could not resist this appeal. "I trust you ever, Madeleine," he replied, taking up his hat. "When may I see you again?" "When you choose. You're always welcome. But go now. Show Monsieur through the garden, Victorine." Victorine smiled a mysterious assent. Maurice followed her out of the room, but Madeleine's intention was unexpectedly frustrated. The visitor whom Victorine had ushered into the drawing-room had followed her unnoticed to the small entry which led into Madeleine's boudoir. The forewoman and Maurice had only taken a few steps when they encountered him. Maurice exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens, my father!" "You here, Maurice?" returned the Count in a severe tone. "Are you not here, my father?" "That is different," answered the Count, hiding his annoyance beneath a frigid air. "You know what your grandmother said. She would be indignant if she knew of this visit, and you must be aware that it does not meet with my approval." "Have I reason to think so when I find you here also?" replied Maurice in a manly tone. "I come as the head of the family, and to talk upon a family matter of great importance. I do not, however, wish that my visit here should be known to anyone. You understand me? It is not to be mentioned." "Be assured I shall not mention it," said Maurice, bowing and moving onward. As the gentlemen met, Victorine concluded there was now no need of showing the way through the garden entrance. She opened the door of the boudoir to admit Count Tristan, and led the way to the entrance from the street. Maurice did not comprehend why Madeleine's orders were disregarded, for he never suspected that his father was the writer of the note. At the sound of the footstep on the stair, the Vicomte raised his head, and caught sight of a gentleman who had commenced descending, but suddenly turned back, as though he also did not wish to be seen. He could not, however, disappear before Maurice had recognized Lord Linden. Why should Lord Linden have so rapidly retreated when he thought he might be seen? Could this languid, blasé nobleman be the man Madeleine loved? Could she have been acquainted with him in France? When could their acquaintance have commenced? Why had she never mentioned him? It was very singular. Maurice left the house he had entered with such joyous sensations, sadly and slowly. Madeleine was found at last, yet Madeleine was again lost to him. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 27. Count Tristan's Policy. When Count Tristan was ushered into Madeleine's presence, he was received not perhaps with warmth, but with marked courtesy. Nothing in her greeting betrayed that his past conduct was remembered, and yet nothing in her manner indicated that their relationship was unforgotten. Her demeanor was simply that which would have been natural and appropriate in receiving, beneath her own roof, one who was almost a stranger. The Count had been completely disconcerted by the unexpected meeting with his son. His wily smoothness was too much ruffled for him to couch his first words in polite language. He could not forbear saying, "I entertained the hope that my visit would be private. It is very unfortunate that I encountered Maurice. It will give him cause to think that I am opposed to his grandmother's course." He smoothed over this slip of the tongue by adding, "And certainly so I am. I disapprove of her excessive rigor. Her conduct towards you does not meet with my full sanction." It was the unintentional expression of Madeleine's countenance, perhaps, which made Count Tristan remember that his own conduct had strongly resembled that of his mother. But his auditor spoke no word. She was too kind to utter her thoughts, and too frank to say what she did not think. The Count went on. "I could not yield to my strong impulse yesterday and defend you. It would not have done. My mother would only have been exasperated. I was forced to apparently agree with her. The sacred title of mother, which is never to be forgotten, compelled me to yield to her in this respect, a respect due alike to her years and to her position. But now that we are alone, I may tell you how pained, how grieved I was at the occurrences of yesterday." "I no longer think of them," replied Madeleine. "As I said," continued the Count, "when you left us so mysteriously in Brittany, however troubled we might have been at your sudden step, however anxious about your welfare, it was useless to be indignant, since we thought your course the right one, and you were ever conscientiousness personified. Besides, it should always be taken into consideration that, come what might, you were still our relation, the ties of blood indissoluble. I said to my mother, 'It can never be forgotten that Madeleine is your niece.'" "I would have had her forget it," replied Madeleine. "I preserved my Incognita, and kept at a distance from you all, that you might not be wounded by my remembrance. But be sure, Madeleine, that I, for one, cannot forget our relationship, nor cease to treat you as my niece." Madeleine could not but be touched by this unexpected declaration. She answered gratefully, "It is more than I ask, yet I thank you." "Yes," returned the Count, "and to prove to you how far I am from looking down upon you, how much I honor your position, and how highly I esteem you, how thoroughly I comprehend your character, and the readiness with which you always serve others, I come here today to ask a favor at your hands." "Is it possible?" exclaimed Madeleine delightedly. "You make me truly happy. Can I indeed serve you? You scarcely have spoken the words that have more power to gladden me." "That is precisely what I imagined," answered the Count complacently. "Now let me explain the matter. You have often heard me speak of the property left to Maurice by his uncle. It is now almost our sole possession. Its value depends upon the railroad which may or may not run through that portion of the country. A committee of 9 persons has been selected to decide whether this road shall run to the right or left.
If they choose the road to the right, the property of Maurice will not be benefited, and I cannot enter into particulars, but it is almost valueless. If they choose the left road, the value of the estate will be so much increased that it will yield us, that is, it will yield my son something very handsome. Of this committee, Mr. Hilson and Mr. Meredith will vote for the left road, and through the influence of Madame de Fleury, for which I am much indebted to you, Monsieur de Fleury's banker, Mr. Gobert, will also vote for the left. That secures us 3 votes. How glad I am that I was able to accomplish something to serve you, said Madeleine. There is much more, I trust, that you will be able to accomplish. The votes of Mr. Gilmer and Mr. Rutledge must be gained, the only 2 which it seems impossible to obtain, for the other gentlemen are inflexible in their decision. Mrs. Gilmer is one of your customers. I hear that she raves about you. If that is the case, you can do anything with her, and she will manage her husband. Have you no mode of winning her over to our side? Madeleine pondered a moment, then answered gaily, Yes, I have at my command one method that is certain, perfectly certain. Mrs. Gilmer is very desirous of receiving an invitation to Madame de Fleury's ball. The Marchioness has left her out on purpose. Mrs. Gilmer has made numerous efforts, but thus far unsuccessful ones, to obtain this invitation. If I could secure it for her, she would gladly repay me by inducing her husband to vote as you desire. Bravo, bravo! We shall succeed, for you can surely obtain the invitation. Madame de Fleury herself said that she was enchanted at the opportunity of obliging you, that she could not do too much to show her great consideration. Yes, but you can scarcely comprehend the difficulty of persuading her to consent to invite Mrs. Gilmer. She mortally detests her, and I could offer few petitions which she would be less likely to grant. Still, I will use strong arguments, powerful inducements. I will endeavor to think of some temptation which she cannot resist. That is just what I believed you would do, my dear Madeleine, said the Count, taking her hand. Madeleine withdrew it, though not too abruptly. The contact gave her, magnetically as it were, a painful impression. But how, she asked, is Mr. Rutledge to be reached? Through you again, my good, kind Madeleine, answered the Count hilariously. Through me? I do not know him except by name. He is a bachelor. Therefore there is no wife who can be induced to become a mediator. No, there is no wife, to be sure, but there is a Lady Love, whom he hopes to make his wife, and she also is one of your patrons. It is the sister of Lord Linden. You might solicit her, or you might obtain her influence through his lordship. Through his lordship? That might not be possible, replied Madeleine decisively. Surely it may be, remarked the Count, since you are acquainted with him, and I have faith in your powers of persuasion. Madeleine looked very much astonished as she answered, What has made you imagine that I have any acquaintance with Lord Linden? I saw him upstairs in one of your salons, sitting in a comfortable armchair, as though he were very much at home reading a book. Madeleine looked confused. Lord Linden? Yes, you will therefore admit that it was quite natural for me to suppose that he had the entrée here? I did not know he was in the house, returned Madeleine ingenuously. He has never been here before, to my knowledge. I was once thrown in contact with him in traveling from New York to Washington. The cars met with an accident, and he broke his arm, and I, being unhurt, was of some little assistance, but I have never seen him since. Then it is a most fortunate chance, resumed Count Tristan, that brings him here. Through him you can influence his sister. Through her the vote of Mr. Rutledge will be secured. And, these 2 votes gained, The road to the left will be chosen, and for this I shall be wholly your debtor. Truly, Madeleine, you are the fairy Maurice used to call you in old times, for you have the power, the gift of working wonders, and you always had."
"Cousin Tristan," began Madeleine seriously, then paused. "Do you allow me still to call you so?"
Yes, undoubtedly, and especially when we are alone. Call me cousin, certainly. But what do you wish to say?"
"You must find some other advocate as far as Mr. Rutledge is concerned. I fear I have not sufficient influence with the Lady Augusta Linden to make this request, or to induce her to grant it, or to prevent her thinking the petition itself an impertinence."
"That does not matter. You can manage the affair through Lord Linden, and the opportunity presents itself this very moment, since he is here under your own roof."
"I cannot see him. I particularly desire not to see him. There are reasons which must prevent my asking any favor at his hands. It is totally out of my power to do what you desire."
"But it is of the greatest importance, Madeleine. This opportunity must not be thrown away. What would Maurice think if he believed that you refused to serve him at such a critical moment?"
"Maurice, if he knew all which I could tell him, would be the first to forbid my appealing to Lord Linden. I pray you, seek some other means of influencing Mr. Rutledge. He cannot be reached through me."
"I have no other," cried the Count with desperate energy. "My sole dependence is upon you, and, Madeleine, this is not a mere question of gain. More than I dare confide to you depends upon the decision of that committee."
Madeleine made no response, but her manner plainly manifested that she was not prepared to retract what she had said.
"Madeleine,"
continued the Count with ill-disguised anger, and feeling that he had no alternative but to make a confession which humbled him to the dust, "this property was held in trust by me. My difficulties, my embarrassments, have been overwhelming. They have brought me to the verge of absolute ruin. A man may be placed in positions where he is forced into actions from which he would otherwise shrink. This is my case. I have obtained from Maurice a power of attorney which he thinks I have never used, but, impelled by my troubles, and without his knowledge, I have been induced. Women cannot understand business manners. It is a course that could not be avoided. I have been forced to compromise the interest of Maurice. I have been compelled to mortgage his estate so heavily that it is valueless unless this road augments its present worth. Do you not see what is at stake? Will you not exert yourself to save me, to save Maurice from the mortification of knowing that I committed an action which might be misconstrued, which might be condemned, might be considered—"
The Count paused, overcome with shame.
Madeleine hesitated. For the sake of Maurice, she could endure to be misunderstood. She could submit to place herself in a position which humbled and compromised her. The Count saw that her resolution was shaken, and he did not lose his advantage.
"Remember that Maurice is beginning life. He has imbibed the sanguine spirit of the land in which he has lately lived. What a sudden and crushing blow to him will be the revelation that awaits him. Can you bear to contemplate its effect? I cannot. Answer, Madeleine. He has suffered much, much for your sake. Will you make him suffer more?"
"No," answered Madeleine firmly. "Come what may, I will see Lord Linden and obtain his influence with his sister, if I can."
There spoke the Madeleine of other days.
Madeleine interrupted him. "Spare me your praises. I do not deserve them. If Lord Linden is here, as you say, I will see him at once."
"That is right. You are prompt as ever. I will take my leave. It may not be well for him to see me here. Success to you, Madeleine.
but you always command success. It is a condition of your existence." The Count withdrew, and Madeleine, with a sad countenance, only waited until the street door closed upon him to keep her promise and seek Lord Linden. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 28. Lord Linden's Discovery. Lord Linden, who had resolved not to leave the house until he had discovered his Incognita, waited with laudable patience, closely scanning every lady who passed through the adjoining apartments. His position did not command a view of the workroom. An hour passed, and he began to get puzzled. The non-appearance of the lady who had entered the house was inexplicable unless she resided there. His perplexity was momentarily increasing when he saw Count Tristan in conversation with the forewoman. They had left the apartment together. It then occurred to Lord Linden that there might be other exhibition rooms in the lower story, and he had better reconnoiter. He made up his mind to do this, and was descending the stair when he caught sight of Maurice de Gramont and involuntarily retreated. What was Count Tristan doing here? What had brought his son here? Neither of the gentlemen were accompanied by ladies. He returned to his former station, uncertain what step to take next. Just then Victorine passed through the apartment on her way to the workroom. He accosted her and inquired if there were exhibition rooms on the lower floor. She informed him that the first story was reserved by Mademoiselle Mélanie for her own use. Lord Linden returned to his armchair and had just made up his mind that the lady of whom he was in search had visited Mademoiselle Mélanie in her own apartments and left the house again, when he was startled, astounded, and overjoyed by the sight of the very being he sought, tranquilly approaching him. Madeleine looked serious, even sad, for she had consented to stoop to an action which mortified her deeply. Lord Linden was so thoroughly amazed at her sudden appearance that he could not move, could not collect himself to address her. She curtsied and said with grave sweetness, "I was only informed a few moments ago of your presence here, my lord." Lord Linden rose and stammered out, "Is it possible? Do I really behold you? This morning I saw you enter this house. I gained my admission as Madame de Fleury's escort, and lingered in hope of seeing you after she left." Lord Linden did not know how to proceed. He had expected to encounter his Incognita wearing her hat and mantle. He had supposed that her visit was to the residence of the celebrated couturier, and was to make some purchase. To behold her so apparently at home bewildered him. Madeleine perfectly comprehended his perplexity, and with perfect composure attempted to clear away the mist from his mind by saying, "I beg pardon. I was not aware you accompanied Madame de Fleury. As I have the honour of numbering Lady Augusta Linden, your lordship's sister, among my customers, I thought—" "Customers? Your customers? You are, then, Mademoiselle Mélanie, the Mantua-maker," answered Madeleine with an unfaltering voice. "You? Can it be?" Pointing in the direction of the workroom, she answered with a half-smile, "Yonder are a number of witnesses who can testify to my identity." Lord Linden, trying to conceal the shock he had received, and gazing upon her with admiration, exclaimed in an impassioned tone, "Ever since I first met you, when you were returning from—" "From New York," broke in Madeleine, "where I went to choose silks and velvets from other feminine paraphernalia for the use of my customers." Lord Linden looked discomfited. After a moment he went on, "I have sought you everywhere.
I was certain I would find you in the first drawing-rooms in Washington."
"You find me in a salon, which a great many ladies visit before they enter those drawing-rooms. It is incredible. To me it seems very comprehensible," answered Madeleine stoically. He looked into her lovely countenance and continued, with increasing fervor, "I have never ceased to think of you. No other woman has had power to efface your image. Having known you, without ever suspecting who and what you are," Madeline interrupted him, "now that you are aware of who I am and what I am, my lord, it becomes easier to dissipate any illusion which it owes in its origin to a mystery with which you are pleased to surround me. To exchange my illusions, perhaps, for others more captivating, more poetic," resumed the nobleman. "Do you talk of poetry, my lord, to a Mantua-maker? Say, rather, to one who, in spite of her vocation, inspires me with the most absolute veneration. I swear to you, but no, my actions, not my words, must prove my admiration. You shall find me ever at your command. I shall count it my greatest happiness in life to devote myself to your service." "My lord, you tempt me to put your words to the test." "Do, I pray you. It is what I desire most." "By a singular chance," said Madeleine, "one of those marvelous coincidences which sometimes occur in real life, but which look like fiction when they are related in books, an opportunity presents itself that may enable you to prove the sincerity of your protestations. You must understand that I am a woman of business, but that is easily comprehended, as I am a woman who toils for her daily bread. I take great interest in the decision of the committee of a certain railroad company, one of the members of which I desire to influence." Lord Linden looked stupefied, and almost as if he thought Madeline were making jest of him, but her grave manner contradicted that suggestion. She went on as tranquilly as before. "They are to decide at their next meeting whether a certain railroad shall take the direction to the right or left. I desire that the left road should be chosen." Lord Linden still regarded her as though he were too completely astounded to make any comment. "Certain members of the committee will, I am aware, vote for the left road. I wish to secure the vote of Mr. Rutledge." "Mr. Rutledge?" exclaimed Lord Linden. "I know him well." "He is the warm admirer of Lady Augusta Linden," observed Madeleine. "It is even reported that he aspires to her hand." Lord Linden showed plainly that he was astonished to find one in Madeleine's position so conversant with the affairs of both of the business world and of the beau monde. Madeleine proceeded. "If any influence can be used with Mr. Rutledge to induce him to vote for the left road, it will cause me gratification. I cannot explain of what nature. You have spoken, my lord, of desiring to serve me. I have very frankly pointed out in what manner it was possible that you might confer a favor upon me. If I could enter into full particulars, this request would lose its singularity. As that cannot be done, I can only entertain the hope that you will believe it is an interpretation which I should not blush to reveal." "That I feel, of that I am certain," returned the nobleman earnestly. "No one could look at you and doubt the nobility of your actions and motives. I am almost hardy enough to venture to promise Mr. Rutledge's vote. Will you permit me to return here after I have spoken with him, and to report to you the result of my advocacy?" Before Madeleine could reply, Mrs. Gilmer entered the adjoining room. Madeleine rose, and, curtsying to her visitor, said, "Your lordship will excuse me. My duty requires that I should leave you and attend to this lady." She glided out of the room, but Lord Linden continued to watch her, as though he could not force his eyes away. It was some time before he made his exit. Mrs. Gilmer was looking very much depressed. She had begun to believe that it was very possible she would receive no invitation to Madame de Fleury's ball.
Mademoiselle Melanie, she said as Madeleine entered, you will sympathize with me. I have never had such a mortification before. I knew Madame de Fleury's enmity, but I could not believe her so cruel, so inhuman. She is so thoroughly devoid of feeling, and has determined to leave me out of her invitations. I actually induced the Russian ambassadress, with whom she is very intimate, to intercede for me. I have just seen Madame Orlovsky, and she tells me Madame de Fleury refused point blank. She resisted Madame Orlovsky's most urgent entreaties, and will not yield to anyone. I have no longer any hope. I shall be excluded from this ball, of which all Washington is talking. How am I to survive such a slight?
It, however, may still be possible, said Madeleine, smilingly, to obtain you an invitation.
You think so? You really think so? Cried Mrs. Gilmer in joyful surprise. Do not raise my hopes to the highest pitch to cast them down again, unless you want to make me ill for a month. Who could have the power to obtain me an invitation after the Russian ambassadress has been refused?
It sounds very presumptuous to say so, but I may have.
You? My dear Mademoiselle Melanie, you? I can well believe it. Madame de Fleury adores you. She owes all her success to you. Oh, I know it well enough, though you may pretend to be ignorant of what you have done for her. You seriously think you can get me this invitation? You will positively make the effort?
I will use my best endeavors, and I am pretty sure I shall succeed. But it is to be the return for the favor which I desire you to grant me.
A favor? You can ask none that I will not grant in return for this invitation, replied Mrs. Gilmer eagerly.
Madeleine could scarcely repress a smile, tinged with a slightly scornful expression. You American ladies are said to be all-powerful with your husbands. You, no doubt, have a great influence with Mr. Gilmer?
I fancy I have, said Mrs. Gilmer, tossing her graceful head. I arrange matters so as to have him in my power. I know his weak points, and I make it my rule to play upon them until I obtain everything I desire. Just at this moment he is in a particularly favorable state. He is frantically jealous, though, between ourselves, I never give him real cause. I only excite his jealousy to use it as a valuable weapon against himself. Tell me quickly what favor you desire.
Mr. Gilmer is a member of a committee which is to decide upon the course a certain railroad is to take. I wish to secure his vote for the left road.
How odd! What difference can it make to you?
It would occupy too much time to explain that, and it might not interest you. The important question is, can he be induced to vote for this left road?
I dare say. I do not doubt it. That is, if you are really in earnest, and can promise me my invitation to the ball in exchange for his vote.
The one depends upon the other, replied Madeleine. I had the good fortune to secure the vote of Mr. Gobert, the banker of Monsieur de Fleury, and—
Mr. Gobert votes for the left row? That increases difficulty. My husband makes a point of never voting as he does, never. It is enough that Mr. Gobert votes one way for him to vote the other.
That is singular. They are both bankers, and I thought that they were friends.
It is because that they are both bankers that they are the bitterest enemies. talk of the jealousies of women, of artists, of men of genius, of nations. Those are nothing to the jealousies of those rival capitalists who are engaged in a perpetual strife to excel each other. If Mr. Gobert gives a ball that costs $2,000, Mr. Gilmer gives one that costs $4,000. If Mr. Gobert builds a superb house, Mr. Gilmer builds a palace. It is a steeplechase of vanity, in which the conqueror has for the only price of his victory the delight of seeing his rival conquered. Then you find the difficulty of reconciling Mr. Gilmer to vote for the left road beyond your skill? No, I do not say that. I do not admit that by any means, but Mr. Gobert is a great obstacle. But one which the pleasure of attending this ball will enable you to surmount. Yes, I trust so. There is a way, there is a sacrifice I can make, and I will not hesitate for such an object. My husband detests, without the slightest cause, a gentleman who visits me frequently. Now, if I promise not to receive this obnoxious but very delightful individual whom I care nothing about, I think that Mr. Gilmer in return would be willing, for once, to cast his vote on the same side as his enemy. It would need some grave inducement, some such unquestionable sacrifice on my part.
That sacrifice may also be a prudent action, observed Madeleine.
Oh, I do not know about that,
replied the thoughtless woman of fashion.
A woman is expected to have admirers. They only render her more valuable in the eyes of her husband. I should not consent to offend this devoted friend without some strong incentive. But to be sure, being present at Madame de Fleury's ball, I would agree to anything. So it is a bargain. If I obtain you my husband's vote, you obtain me this invitation?
That is our compact, answered Madeleine.
Agreed. I shall return home with a light heart. You have cheered me wonderfully. I am inclined to be so amiable to all the world, my husband included, that all the world and my husband are your debtors. When shall I receive the good news that you have conquered Madame de Fleury?
At whatever time you think you will be prepared to send me the intelligence that you have vanquished Mr. Gilmer.
That will be this evening, before my husband goes to his club.
By this evening, then, I will have procured you the invitation.
Remember, I depend upon you. Good morning.
Mrs. Gilmer departed in high good humor, leaving Madeleine reflecting with regret upon the tools which harsh circumstance seemed to force her to use. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 29. A Contest. When Mrs. Gilmer took her leave, Madeleine returned to the seclusion of her own boudoir, having first given orders that she should be apprised when Madame de Fleury made her appearance. Madeleine was unnerved by the agitating incidents of the morning. There are days into which emotions which might fill years are crowded. It was long since she had felt oppressed by such a sense of lassitude and melancholy. Her interview with Maurice had stirred all the tenderest chords of her spirit, yet left them vibrating sadly. The mysterious visit of Count Tristan had perplexed her mind with ominous forebodings. She could scarcely be said to have seen through his machinations, yet she had an instinctive disbelief in his sincerity and the uprightness of his motives, a disbelief which she vainly tried to conceal from herself. More painful still had been her conversation with Lord Linden. She could not fail to perceive that he assumed the attitude of a lover,
and she felt humbled at having apparently allowed, or rather ignored, such a position. Lastly, her late bargaining scene with Mrs. Gilmer had disturbed Madeleine's sense of delicacy, and a similar scene remained to be enacted with Madame de Fleury. Madeleine involuntarily rubbed her eyes, as though she were trying to wake from a confused dream. She could not believe that she had really entangled herself in this web of plotting, and at the bidding of Count Tristan. She feared that she had acted too impulsively, that she had made unwarrantable use of her power. Then she remembered the look of deep distress upon Count Tristan's face as he made his half-confidences. She recalled his assurances that without her imposition Maurice would not only be ruined, but that the disgrace must attach itself to his father's name. She had promised her aid, and half gained the victory, and must not retreat now, when the only portion of her work which remained to be accomplished consisted in compelling a fashionable puppet to send an invitation to a rival whom she detested. There was nothing objectionable in the act itself, yet Madeleine, during these calm reflections, shrank from the part she was playing, and revolted against being mingled up with stratagems, however innocent. This reverie was broken by the announcement that Madame de Fleury had arrived, and was at that moment trying on her dress. When Madeleine entered the apartment, Madame de Fleury was standing before a mirror, evidently admiring her new costume, and in great good humor. She turned to Madeleine gaily and said,
"Mademoiselle Mélanie, this dress is perfection. This corsage sets off my figure beautifully. And what exquisite apologies for sleeves you have invented! My arm is one of my best points, and the tinier the sleeve, the better. Then the looping of this lace dress through these miniature chaplets of wild roses is very original. The whole effect is wonderfully airy and poetic. This is one of your greatest triumphs. You have really surpassed yourself."
As she spoke, she turned around and around, complacently contemplating her reflected image from various points of view. "I am particularly gratified at having pleased you, madame," said Madeleine, with more gravity than usual to her when she stood her light-brained customers. Madame de Fleury, without noticing her serious mien, commenced disrobing. Victorine folded up the dress and placed it in a carton.
"I mean to take the dress with me," said the Marchioness. "Mademoiselle Victorine, have the goodness to desire my servant to place that carton in the carriage."
As Victorine prepared to obey, Madeleine motioned her to desist, and said, "Not yet. Leave the dress for a few moments. You may retire." The forewoman reluctantly left the room, looking puzzled, curious, and indignant.
"What? Is some alteration needful?" said Madame de Fleury. "Have you some fresh inspiration? Has a new idea that will improve the dress suddenly struck you?"
Without replying to these questions, Madeleine looked earnestly at the Marchioness, who was now resuming her bonnet, and asked, "You are then satisfied with my work, madame?"
"Satisfied? That is a cold word. I am transported."
"And if," continued Madeleine, "for that dress I should require a price—"
"Oh, whatever you please," replied the Marchioness lightly. "Take me prisoner, gag me, plunder me, whatever you will. I shall not complain. The dress is worth it, and we never have had any discussion in regard to price."
"But the price in question is not one that can be paid with money. The price I place upon this dress is granting me a favor most precious to me."
"A favor? You have only to speak. Do you want an office for a friend, a recommendation for some ambitious compatriot to the Emperor, a pardon for some exiled transgressor? Anything possible to a wife of the French ambassador is at your service. You have but to speak."
"My petition is somewhat easier to grant, for I ask only a few words from you in writing." As she said this, Madeleine opened a desk
and placed upon it a sheet of notepaper, a gold pen, and an inkstand. Then she paused and said, hesitatingly, "Yes, though I ask but these few written words in full compensation for that dress, the materials of which, as well as the work being mine, I fear to make my petition known, for I feel that it will cost you much to comply with my wishes." "Nonsense! Speak plainly," said Madame de Fleury, smoothing her ribbons with caressing touches. "I would solicit an invitation to your ball for one of your acquaintances who, as yet, has received none, and who chances to be one of my customers." "Is that all? We are enacting much ado about nothing," said the Marchioness, seating herself smilingly at the desk. "You shall have the invitation, modest and mysterious petitioner. What name shall I write?" "Mrs. Madeleine faltered. "Go on," cried the Marchioness, who had commenced her note with the usual formula. "Mrs. Gilmer," responded Madeleine. Madame de Fleury threw down the pen and started up. "Mrs. Gilmer? Invite Mrs. Gilmer to a ball from which I have purposely excluded her? Invite her when I have the satisfaction of knowing that she is dying of mortification because she cannot get an invitation, when I have steeled myself against the solicitations of Madame Orlowski? Never! I would rather bear the weight of all the years which she impertinently added to my age." Madeleine, who was fully prepared for this burst, said very quietly, and approaching the Marchioness, "Madame, it is not long since you assured me that it would be a positive happiness to be able to render me a service. And I mean it. I would gladly serve you, but not by inviting Mrs. Gilmer to my ball. That is a little much to demand." "But this is the service that I most need, a service for which I would be deeply grateful, for which I could never sufficiently thank you, which would attach me to you as nothing in the past has ever done." "The offer of your gratitude and the promise of your attachment are certainly very touching," said Madame de Fleury, with a scornful petulance which she had never before evinced towards Madeleine. "But I beg to leave to decline the indebtedness. You have forced me to remember for the first time that when a lady in my station deals with a person in your sphere, it is possible to be too kind, too condescending, too ready to forget necessary distinctions, and thus to draw upon oneself the consequences of that forgetfulness. You have given me a lesson, mademoiselle, by which I shall profit. In the future I shall remember the distance between us." She walked towards the workroom and called Victorine, who immediately responded to the summons. Pointing to the carton, the indignant lady gave the order, "Have that dress placed in my carriage." "No," said Madeleine, addressing Victorine commandingly. "Let the dress remain where it is." "What do you mean, mademoiselle?" asked the Marchioness, in angry astonishment. "That dress is still mine," answered Madeleine. "Yours?" "It is mine, and we will each keep that which belongs to us, you the privilege of your rank, and I the results of my labor, however humble." "Do I understand you rightly? You have the hardihood to say," Madeleine interrupted her, "that I refuse to part with that dress for gold, or for any compensation that you offer, except the one already named, an invitation for Mrs. Gilmer to your ball." "She shall never have one. I have said it, and nothing can change my resolution." "Nor mine. We are in the same position, madame, in spite of the difference of our statements," answered Madeleine with cold sarcasm. "Nothing can change my resolution." "But the dress is mine," cried Madame de Fleury.
I will prove that it is mine, but we will settle that question afterwards. In meantime, I ordered you, Mademoiselle Victorine, to have that dress placed in my carriage."
"I order you not to touch it," said Madeleine. Madame de Fleury now became so much exasperated that she seemed to be on the point of seizing the dress and carrying it off in her arms. Madeleine perceived her intention, and, suddenly lifting the dress out of the carton, rolled it up rapidly, for the materials were light. "I prove to whom the dress belongs, madame, by disposing of it thus." And with the most perfect tranquillity she flung the disputed prize into the fire. It was burning brightly, for the day was cool, though the spring had commenced. The Marchioness for a moment was stunned, but as the flames caught the lace, she cried, "Save it! Save it! It is burning! What an infamous action! What a crime! It has killed me!" She dropped upon the sofa, and was seized with one of those hysterical paroxysms which French women designate as an attaque de nerfs. Victorine, with a great display of distress, flew to the sufferer, loosened the strings of the bonnet which she was recklessly crushing, held a bottle of sal volatile to her nose, for the Frenchwoman was always prepared for similar pleasant excitements, and carried a vial in her pocket, and commenced rubbing the lady's hand with great energy.
Save the dress! Do not let it burn!"
Madame de Fleury gasped out between her sobs. "The dress is beyond saving, madame," replied Madeleine. "It no longer exists." At this moment the Marchioness suddenly recovered.
"And you have destroyed it? You have destroyed a toilette which would have made me talked of for a week? It is abominable! It is disgraceful! It is criminal!"
Madame de Fleury always used the strongest terms where matters of the toilette, the most important interest of her life, were in question.
"What am I to wear this evening? What is to become of me?"
The Marchioness wrung her hands and wept in genuine tribulation. She sunk back again upon the sofa, as though prostrated by her crushing sorrow. Madeleine allowed the grief of the fine lady to expend herself in incoherent lamentations, and then said, in an icy tone, "Madame, do you desire to appear tonight in a dress which far surpasses the one I have destroyed?" The Marchioness was sobbing so violently that she could only answer by a movement of the head. "Do you desire to wear a dress which has been refused to others? A dress which Mrs. Gilmer used every argument to induce me to finish for her, but in vain? A dress which I would even have refused you, with whose wishes I have ever been ready to comply?"
What dress? What do you mean?"
"I refer to the dress the design of which you so much admired this morning, the dress which is to be sent to New Orleans for Madame La Motte."
"But that dress is not finished. It is hardly commenced. Only the embroidery is completed. Mademoiselle Victorine told me it could not be done under 3 days."
"It shall be finished for you, if you so please, before it is time for you to dress for this evening's assembly."
"But that cannot be. It is not possible. It is 4 o'clock now. It would be a miracle."
"Not quite," returned Madeleine quietly. "In past days I was said to have the fingers of a fairy, and you shall admit that magical power remains to me. I repeat, the dress shall be completed, if you desire it, tonight."
"But you have sent the design to Madame La Motte, who has approved of it, and I hear you are bound not to furnish a duplicate to anyone."
"True, I must run the risk of losing the confidence of a patron for the first time in my life. I will tell Madame La Motte the truth, and furnish her with another equally elaborate dress, not a very easy matter, as it must leave here in 3 days by express, and a new design must not only be planned but executed within that time. I may lose Madame de la Motte's patronage, her esteem, but that will have to be the price I pay for the favor I seek at your hands." "The favor?" repeated the Marchioness abstractedly. In her bewilderment and grief caused by the destruction of the dress, she had forgotten for the moment all that had just taken place. Madeleine pointed to the note which the Marchioness had commenced, and said, "The invitation for Mrs. Gilmer."
"Ah, Mrs. Gilmer!"
cried Madame de Fleury, as though she had been stung by the name. "As you remarked, it is 4 o'clock," continued Madeleine. "The dress ought to be at your house by 9:30. There is scarcely time for anyone who only pretends to be a fairy to accomplish the work. 4 o'clock. It is just possible that I have promised too much. That is, if we lose many minutes. Have you decided to write the invitation?"
"You do not give me time for reflection,"
said Madame de Fleury, hesitating. "You scarcely give me time," returned Madeleine, "to perform what I have promised. These moments are precious."
"You are sure the dress can be completed if I give you this invitation?"
"Yes, madame, if it be given at once. See," pointing to the clock, 5 minutes have flown already, and in every moment we are to do the work of an hour. There is the pin." Madame de Fleury took it reluctantly.
"That detestable Mrs. Gilmer will triumph so much."
"Your triumph in having obtained the dress that was refused to her, and has been refused to many others. But time flies, and I shall not be able, with all the magical aid for which I am giving credit, to keep my word. Victorine, while Madame de Fleury is writing, apprise the young ladies to put by as rapidly as possible all other work, and be ready to take hand in that which I will give them directly. We want our whole force. Let me find everyone prepared to aid." Victorine left the room to execute these orders. Madame de Fleury seated herself and dipped the pen in ink.
"If you knew what it cost me to consent," she began.
"If I did not know," rejoined Madeleine, "I should not have offered to make a sacrifice of so much importance. A few moments more, and it will be too late to decide. Your consent will be of no avail."
"Ah, that is true,"
cried Madame de Fleury, writing rapidly. She left the note unfolded on the desk, and, as she rose, said in a tone of ludicrously mingled petulance and elation,
"You have conquered, but I shall have my dress."
"Be sure of it," answered Madeleine. Victorine now announced that all other work had been laid aside, and the young ladies awaited Mademoiselle Mélanie's commands.
"Go, go, go, or you will be too late,"
urged Madame de Fleury, hurrying away. Madeleine hastened to the workroom, and distributed portions of the dress to different needlewomen. After giving a number of minute directions, and making known that she would return in a couple of hours to see what progress was made, she retired to write to Mrs. Gilmer. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 30. Bertha. If Madeleine had been asked which of her relatives
would first have sought her after the unexpected reconnoitre at Madame de Fleury's, she would have answered Bertha. Bertha, whose devotion had been so unflagging, so open, so daring. But on the day which succeeded that stormy interview, Count Tristan and Maurice had visited Madeleine, yet Bertha remained absent. Another day passed, and still she came not. The Countess de Gramont had resolved, at least, to postpone a meeting she might not be able to wholly to prevent. She formed her plans so dexterously that Bertha was chained to her side, fretting through the tedious hours, yet powerless to secure a moment's freedom. Exasperation caused Bertha sleepless nights. On the third morning she rose with the sun, summoned her maid, sent for a carriage, and was on her way to Madeleine's residence some 3 hours before it was likely that the slumbers of the Countess would be broken. Madeleine was preparing for her matinal walk when her cousin was announced. After the first joyous greetings were over, Bertha said, with tender delight, "And now that I have found you, my own Madeleine, I mean to come see you every day." Madeleine shook her head sadly. "Madame de Gramont will never permit that." "How can she help it if I choose to order all my dresses made here? The choice and discussion of becoming attire shall occupy as much of my time as it does of Madame de Fleury. I mean to become her rival, and almost ruin myself in splendid toilettes, that is, unless you accept my proposition." "What proposition, Bertha?" "To give up your, what shall I call it? Your occupation, your vocation. I have a great mind to say your trade. That word may shock you. Live with me, travel with me, go where I go. Will you not consent?" "No," answered Madeleine, gently but resolutely. "Do not decide hastily. You cannot know how much I need you, Madeleine. Your counsels are indispensable to me, even in days when I had no secret to confide. Now you have a secret? Is it indeed so?" Bertha nodded, paused a while, then went on abruptly. "I have been pestered to death by men who aspired to my hand, and my uncle declares there is no possibility of my finding peace until I make some choice." "And you intend to secure peace upon his terms? Possibly among those who aspired to your hand there is one who has discovered the entrance to your heart."
"Among those who have aspired, there is the difficulty. Among those there is none."
"Then you love one who has never aspired?" "I fear so," answered Bertha ingenuously, and yet blushing deeply. Madeleine looked troubled. She had long entertained a pleasant hope which she saw about to vanish. "And you have loved him how long?" she asked gravely.
"Oh, a very short time, only since day before yesterday," replied Bertha.
This answer added to Madeleine's discomposure. There was no hope for Gaston Dubois. "Why look you so sorrowful?" inquired Bertha, noticing her cousin's expression. "I am thinking of one who has loved you long, with such devotion, with such self-abnegation, with such ardent desire to become worthy of you, that I could not but sigh over his deep disappointment. But this sudden affection of yours may not be very deep."
But it is. As for the suddenness, when I say I have only loved him since day before yesterday, I mean that I only discovered how much I cared for him."
"And how came you to know that he was dear to you?"
"You will be very shocked when I answer that question, but you always say that I was eccentric. I first felt that I loved him when I saw him getting into a great rage, and when I positively fancied that I caught the sound of a horrible oath which he uttered in an undertone."
"That is original.
I never before heard of a young lady being inspired by love for a young man when he was angry or when he was profaned." "Ah, but he was angry in a good cause," retorted Bertha earnestly. "It was righteous indignation, and it was the violence with which he defended one whom I love that won my heart completely." "Whom did he defend?" asked Madeleine unsuspiciously. You, my own, my best Madeleine, and for that I loved him. It was so wonderful, knowing how constitutionally diffident he is, to see him so courageous, and when I remembered how he used to hesitate and stammer, it seemed marvelous to hear him talk with an ease, a fluency, a fervor truly eloquent. I never asked to listen to a finer oratory. My aunt, in spite of her indignation, was confounded into silence. Count Tristan could not say a word, and Maurice looked as though amazement alone kept him from throwing himself in his friend's arm, and I fear I almost felt like doing the same." "It was Gaston de Bois, then?" cried Madeleine with sudden transport. "Yes, who else could it be? And he was so comical at the same time that he was so pathetic. At first I almost felt like laughing at his odd gesticulations, and then he talked so nobly, so grandly, that I felt like weeping, and you know it is my nature to laugh and to cry in spite of myself. I have made up my mind that I could never love anybody who could not make me do both at once, just as he did, and in such a comically pathetic manner." "How shall I thank you? Gaston de Bois is my best, truest friend," said Madeleine rapturously. "I know that well enough. Once I feared he might be the mysterious individual whom you loved, but he said himself that you were a sister to him, and I almost leapt for joy at those words. A sister never fills the whole of a man's heart, does she?" "Not such a heart as Gaston de Bois'. He will tell you himself who occupies the sovereign place in that heart when he knows that he may speak." "But how is he to know? You must promise me not to tell him, not to give him even the faintest hint of what I have communicated. Promise me that you will not." "I promise, but you forget how diffident Monsieur de Bois is, how distrustful of his own merits. He will not easily believe that you can think of him, and meantime you will suffer. Yes, I know, but I should suffer more if I were guilty of unmaidenly action. So you will keep your promise?" "I will keep it faithfully." It was time for the cousins to part. Bertha returned to the hotel with a lighter heart, because she had transferred its weighty secret to another's keeping. But Madeleine's joy was mingled with forebodings that Gaston de Bois would not suspect his own happiness for long, sad period, if ever. When she went forth, it was long past the hour usually devoted to her walk. The Capitol grounds were gay with promenaders. Madeleine and Ruth attracted more attention than was agreeable, and after a short ramble turned homeward. As they passed out of the gates, the first person they met was Gaston de Bois. He bowed, hesitated, seemed half inclined to walk on without speaking, but changed his mind and joined them. It was long since Madeleine had seen him apparently so ill at ease or so distressed. She smiled as she reflected how quickly 3 little words, which she, alas, was forbidden to speak, would change that perturbed look to one of ineffable happiness. For a few moments he walked moodily by her side, replying at random to her casual remarks. It chanced that Ruth was not conversant with the French language, and Madeleine, struck by his abstracted air, inquired in that tongue whether he had any cause for vexation. Gaston answered vaguely that he was troubled. He did not himself know with how much real cause. A moment after,
He mentioned her interview with Count Tristan, and, stammering a little in his old fashion, asked whether she would deem it a great liberty if he desired to know the object of the Count's visit. A moment's reflection convinced Madeleine that Monsieur de Bois would not have made this inquiry out of sheer causeless curiosity, and she made known to him the Count's request concerning the votes which she was to exert herself to obtain. Gaston caught eagerly at her words and exclaimed, "Valueless? Are you certain Count Tristan said the property of Maurice would be valueless but for the advent of this railroad?" "Yes," replied Madeleine, "I am quite sure that was his assertion. But why do you ask? What has happened? Nothing to compromise Maurice?" "I do not yet definitely know, but if it is what I suspect, what I fear, it will compromise him woefully." "Pray be explicit," said Madeleine, becoming alarmed. "Tell me what you positively know, and what you fear. Remember, Maurice is my cousin." "Would he were more! But that wish is now in vain. In a word, then, I have no faith in Count Tristan. I believe him capable of unscrupulous actions which might ruin his son. At the club last night, a group of gentlemen chanced to be conversing near me. The name of Maurice de Gramont attracted my attention. A Mr. Emerson asserted he had just made a discovery which convinced him that the Vicomte de Gramont was a young man regardless of honor, and added that he intended, without delay, to commence legal proceedings against him. As soon as I could control my indignation, I informed Mr. Emerson that the Vicomte de Gramont was my friend, and I could not allow his name to be used with disrespect without demanding an explanation." "And he gave you one?" inquired Madeleine, greatly agitated. "He did not give me one. At first he was inclined to treat my request cavalierly, but upon my persisting, he replied that neither place nor time served to discuss a business matter, adding that he would be at his office on the morrow at 12 o'clock, and if I chose to call at that hour, the whole matter would be made known to me, remarking, significantly, that he had no intention of keeping the transaction from the public." "What could he mean?" "That I can only surmise, but a few hours will make all clear." "To gain a few hours' time may be of the utmost importance," answered Madeleine. "Try to see Mr. Emerson at once. Learn the meaning of his words, and return to me with the intelligence." "Ah, Mademoiselle Madeleine, you are always so prompt. I should have lingered until 12 without—" Go at once, and come back to me quickly. You have said enough to awaken a horrible suspicion. I do not dare let my mind dwell upon the frightful possibility that suggests itself." Monsieur de Bois bade her good morning as precipitously as she could desire, and hastened upon his mission. When Madeleine reached her home, she said to Ruth, "I am unfit for my usual duties today, Ruth. I have long intended that you should occupy a more active and prominent position in this establishment. Do you not feel yourself competent to do so?" Ruth returned affectionately, "I have studied diligently under your tuition. Sometimes I fancy that I have almost mastered some of the rules, and fathomed some of the mysteries of your art." "Today, then," rejoined Madeleine, "I mean that you shall wholly take my place. I have faith in your ability." Ruth retired, well pleased at the confidence reposed in her, and Madeleine entered her boudoir to wait, with a sense of dread which she could ill repress, the return of Gaston de Bois. The clock had just struck 12 when he was announced. One glance at his pale face hardly left Madeleine courage to ask, "What has happened?" "The worst, the very worst that I deemed possible, and I have been able to accomplish nothing. I feel like a brute to bring you these ill tidings a single hour before you are compelled to know them." "Do not keep me in suspense," urged Madeleine. Monsieur de Bois went on. Maurice obtained a loan of $10,000 from Mr. Emerson. The security given was upon this Maryland property, which Maurice declared to be free of all mortgage, and, no doubt, he thought it was so. And, alas, it was not. So far from clear that Mr. Emerson yesterday learned that the estate was mortgaged to its full value. Count Tristan, who held in his hands a power of attorney, has doubtless made use of the instrument without his son's knowledge. Did you not explain this to Mr. Emerson in defense of Maurice? Assuredly, but Mr. Emerson received my assertion with open incredulity. He is determined to write to Maurice and inform him of his discovery, and also to commence legal proceedings at once. Should these $10,000 be paid into the hands of Mr. Emerson, would they not prevent his sending the threatened letter to Maurice or taking any other steps? Inquired Madeleine eagerly. Undoubtedly, but how are we to command $10,000? Madeleine smiled, an inexpressibly happy smile, opened her desk, took out a paper, and said, I had arranged to make the last payment upon this house yesterday. The sum due was $10,000. By some mistake, the person who was to receive this money did not keep his appointment. He will, doubtless, be here today. A few hours later, I might no longer have had these funds under my control. See how fortunate it is that I urge you to act promptly. Mademoiselle Madeleine, what do you intend to do? Is not my intention plain and simple enough? Here is a check for $10,000. Draw the money at once and place it in Mr. Emerson's hands. But the payment for your house cannot be made. We have no further time for discussion. Mademoiselle Madeleine, you are very impatient and very imperative. When I issue orders that I intend to have obeyed, admitted. You need not waste time in summing up the catalogues of my imperfections. Gaston took the check and was preparing to depart when Madeleine delayed him. Mr. Emerson must not know that these funds are furnished by me. What an endless theme for gossip and speculation would be afforded by the very suggestion that the fashionable Mantua-maker came to the assistance of the young nobleman. Let Mr. Emerson understand that this money is paid by one of Maurice's relatives. That will be sufficient. Good, returned Gaston. And if he should conclude that it was supplied by Maurice's grandmother, all the better. If I said a relative, and Madame de Gramont were not supposed to be that person, there is no one but Mademoiselle Bertha, and Mr. Emerson might infer, it would be natural to suppose. You are right. We must guard against such a false step. Surely no name at all is necessary, but I leave the matter to your discretion. Pray hasten. Without further discussion, Gaston set out to execute his agreeable mission. He reached Mr. Emerson's office too late to stop the threatened letter. It had already been dispatched. The young Vicomte was sitting in his father's drawing-room at the hotel, musing upon the mournful singularity of his own fate, and the mystery that still enveloped Madeleine, when the letter was placed in his hands. He was at first too completely wonderstruck to experience a high degree of indignation. He thought he must have mistaken the meaning of what he read. But no, the words were plain enough, the accusation plain enough, the threat of legal proceedings to be instituted against him plain enough. Still, he was too much amazed to be able to give credence to the communication. He seized his hat, with the intention of hurrying to Mr. Emerson and demanding an explanation. As he opened the door, his father entered. "What has disturbed you so much?" asked Count Tristan, noticing his son's disordered mien. "Nothing that will prove of consequence," returned Maurice, glancing over the open letter. "There is some vexatious mistake, which will easily be explained away, and yet the language of this letter is grossly insulting." The Count's secret guilt kept him in constant state of torturing fear, and now he vainly endeavoured to conceal his alarm. He gasped out, "That letter, let me see it." Before Maurice could hand the letter, it was eagerly snatched by the Count. His face grew livid as he read. His white lips were tightly compressed, but he could not shut in the sound of a convulsing groan. Maurice, not suspecting the true cause of his father's agitation, went on, "The language is rude. The accusation is made in the most unmannerly style, and as if its justice were beyond doubt. But business men in this country are unusually abrupt, and when they are annoyed, not too courteous. One must get accustomed to their manner. My dear father, do not let this mistake affect you too deeply. It will easily be rectified. But first, let me explain the transaction." The Count dropped his head without speaking, but again the sound of a half-suppressed groan was audible. "An opportunity offered," continued Maurice, "for the advantageous employment of $10,000. Mr. Lorillard suggested my raising the money through Mr. Emerson on the security of the Maryland estate." The Count staggered and sank into a chair. The hour of discovery then had arrived. There was no escape. Like those hopeless culprits before the eternal judgment seat, he could have cried out to the mountains to fall upon him and hide him. Maurice was too much alarmed by his father's appearance to go on. The death-like pallor of his face had given place to a purple hue. His veins seemed swollen. His bloodshot eyes appeared to be starting from their sockets. His stalwart frame shivered from head to foot. He clutched the table as though for support. His head dropped heavily upon it. "My dear father," exclaimed Maurice, "do not let the mistake move you thus. I will go to Mr. Emerson at once." The Count's face was lifted for an instant, as he cried in a tone of intense agony, "No, no, not for the world." His head fell again. He could not bear the unsuspicious gaze of the son whom he had wronged, and in whose presence he sat, a self-condemned criminal. "Surely it is the fitting course," replied Maurice. "I will make him retract his words." "Impossible," was all the Count could ejaculate, still with bowed head. "But I will prove it very possible," returned Maurice, in a tone of determination. "Mr. Emerson cannot use such language with impunity. Though he threatens that the affair shall be made public, he cannot act so rashly as to carry out that menace, and upon a mere surmise of some kind. If there is any publicity, he shall publicly retract." "Impossible, impossible!" the Count groaned forth again. "That will soon be decided," answered Maurice, moving towards the door. The Count started up. "Stay, do not go yet. You do not know what you are doing. Stay, I forbid you to go." Maurice had such thorough confidence in his father's probity that his suspicions were not aroused even by this vehement language. He only imagined that the very suggestion of a dishonourable action associated with his son's names affected Count Tristan thus powerfully. "But it is absolutely necessary that immediate notice should be taken of this letter," argued Maurice. "If I had been guilty of the act which I have been accused, I could never have lifted my head again, and I feel degraded by the very suspicion. Do not detain me, I entreat you." "There is something you must hear before you go," the Count whispered hoarsely. For the first time, an indefinable dread stole into the mind of Maurice. He put down his hat, and, approaching his father, could only echo the words, "Something I must hear." "You should have consulted me," the Count continued, speaking with great effort. "True, and I meant to do so, had I not been prevented. But the transaction was simple enough. My estate is unmortgaged. I had given you a power of attorney, but I knew that it had not been used. You told me so yourself, scarcely an hour before I requested Mr. Emerson to make me this loan." "No, no, I did not say that. You misunderstood me. I did not say that. I never said that. You only inferred it. I could not be answerable for your inferences," returned the Count, in a tone of a man defending himself. "Great heavens, what does this mean?" exclaimed Maurice. "I cannot have misunderstood you. You cannot have used the power of attorney." The Count was silent, but the shame and confusion depicted upon his countenance were a fearful answer. It was some minutes before Maurice could rally sufficiently to take a clear view of his own position. His first impulse caused him to turn to his father in an excess of rage, but the broken, contrite, abject demeanor of the latter silenced the angry reproaches that were bursting from his son's lips. The Count was the first to break the silence. He said in a pleading, exculpatory tone, "There was no other way. Matters had gone terribly wrong with me and Brittany. We were reduced to worse than poverty. I was frightfully entangled. Nothing remained but a mortgage upon your property." "What Mr. Emerson writes me in the letter is true, then?" was all Maurice could utter, but his tone pierced his father as deeply as the sharpest reproaches. The Count assented. Maurice, unable longer to control himself, broke forth, "And I shall not only be forced to endure the blighting suspicion of being guilty myself, but I must bear the terrible certainty that my father is so?" The Count only murmured in broken accents, "Oh, if the committee should select the left road!" Maurice caught eagerly at the faint hope, and after a few moments' reflection, replied in a voice which, in spite of its coldness, was not without a touch of pity, "I must see Mr. Emerson, and make an effort to postpone his present intentions until the decision is made." "It will be against us," cried the Count vehemently. "Mr. Rutledge has made up his mind to vote for the road to the right. That one vote would have saved us, but we are too unfortunate. There is no longer a chance left." Maurice went forth without replying. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 31. A Surprise. The severe mental suffering that he endured during the half-hour that was occupied in walking from Brown's Hotel to the office of Mr. Emerson may be easily conceived. On reaching that gentleman's place of business, Maurice learned that he was not within, but would probably return immediately. The young Vicomte was painfully conscious that the clerks answered his inquiries with a pointedly cold brevity. He saw them glance at each other, and one of them shrugged his shoulders and gave a low whistle as Maurice seated himself to wait. The blood mounted to his face at this indignity, and rage took the place of mortification. But he could only nerve himself to endure with assumed composure the scorn he so little deserved. It was a half an hour before Mr. Emerson entered. "The business which brings me here is so important that I took the liberty of waiting," said Maurice, rising. Mr. Emerson answered stiffly, "Have the goodness to walk into my private apartment." Maurice obeyed. Mr. Emerson was one of those reserved men who never choose the initiative in any transaction. He motioned Maurice to take a chair, then seated himself in the attitude of a listener. "I am placed in a position which renders explanation very difficult," commenced the Vicomte. Mr. Emerson assented by a half bow, but did not in any manner assist the speaker. "Nothing could have astonished me more than the letter I have just received from you," continued Maurice. Mr. Emerson lifted his eyebrows a little incredulously and crossed his legs, but still played the auditor only. Maurice, galled by his supercilious manner, said, in a tone of irritation which he repented a moment afterwards, "I presumed that you had no doubt that my conduct justified your letter?" "None," replied Mr. Emerson, with quiet severity. "You were wrong. You did me the greatest injustice," cried Maurice, "and unless you can credit this fact upon my bare assertion, I have no means of convincing you." Mr. Emerson smiled sarcastically. "You do not seem to me desirous, sir, of learning in what manner this mistake has arisen, even if I could make it clear." "You are right," returned Mr. Emerson. "I do not see that it is a matter which further concerns me." "But it concerns my honor," began Maurice angrily. He was checked by another contemptuous smile from Mr. Emerson. "I see, sir, you are not disposed to allow me to defend myself, or to encourage me to enter into any explanation." "I have said that the matter no longer concerns me." "Then I will not occupy your time with a vain attempt to change your opinion of me, but will proceed at once to the request I have to make." "I shall feel obliged by your doing so," said Mr. Emerson, in a manner which intimated that he wished to close the interview. "All I ask," proceeded Maurice, "is that you will take no further steps until—" "I have no further steps to take," interrupted Mr. Emerson frigidly. Maurice looked puzzled, but, imagining that Mr. Emerson did not choose to understand him, he added, "I mean, in plain language, that you will not make the affair public, and that you will not institute legal proceedings until—" "The repayment of the money loaned obviated the necessity for legal proceedings," returned Mr. Emerson, in the same cold manner. "The repayment?" exclaimed Maurice in amazement. "What repayment? What money?" "The $10,000 loaned to you by me, somewhat rashly, and without examining a security which proved to be valueless." In spite of Maurice's astonishment at this unexpected communication, the arrow of this reproach did not miss its mark, but he only said, "I am to understand that these $10,000 have been repaid." "They were repaid about an hour ago." "Repaid? Who could have repaid them? How is it possible?" Maurice uttered these words to himself rather than address them to Mr. Emerson, but the latter answered briefly, "The Comtesse de Gramont." "My grandmother? Impossible. It was not in her power. She knew nothing of the transaction." Mr. Emerson continued without noticing this assertion. "An hour ago I dispatched a clerk to Brown's Hotel with a receipt for the money." "My grandmother," repeated Maurice musingly, and unable to credit the possibility of her interference. "You will find the information I have given you correct," said Mr. Emerson, rising. The hint was too marked to remain unnoticed by Maurice, in spite of his bewilderment, and he also rose. "If I had been aware of this fact, I should not have trespassed upon your time, sir, for it is not difficult to perceive that you have formed an opinion of my character which cannot readily be altered." "I judge men by their actions rather than by their words and manners, a very homely rule, sir, but one which is not subject to change at my time of life." The bow which closed this sentence was too pointedly a parting salutation to be mistaken. Maurice returned it, and without another word went forth. He hurried to Brown's Hotel in the hope of unraveling the mystery. Meantime, the Countess de Gramont had been thrown, by the reception of Mr. Emerson's letter, into a state of excitement almost equal to that of Maurice. Over and over again she read the few lines acknowledging the sum of $10,000 sent by her, and the information that the legal proceedings about to be instituted against the Vicomte de Gramont would be arrested. The letter was in English, thus her difficulty in comprehending its contents was increased, and although she was tolerably conversant with the language, she imagined she must have misunderstood the words before her. The Countess requested Bertha to read and translate the letter.
"Aunt," cried Bertha, "what is this about $10,000? You cannot have sent this gentleman $10,000, and yet he makes you a formal acknowledgment that the money has been received. There must be some error." "The error itself is an impertinence," returned the lady. "Does this low person imagine that the Comtesse de Gramont meddles with business matters, with the sending of money and receiving of receipts?" At that moment Maurice entered, and his grandmother, taking the letter from Bertha and placing it in his hand, accosted him with no little asperity of tone. "What is the meaning of this?" He glanced over the letter hurriedly and replied, "It is of you that I should ask that question, my grandmother, and I must also ask how I am to thank you for making me so deeply your debtor, and at a moment when, for the first time in my life, my honor was implicated." "Your honor implicated? Your honor? The honor of a de Gramont? What do you mean?" "Had you not, in some inexplicable manner, become aware of my position and paid those $10,000 with such liberality and promptitude, I should have been, I cannot bear the thought, the very remembrance of the position from which I have been extricated cuts me to the soul." "Are you mad, Maurice?" demanded the Countess. "I pay $10,000 for you? What do I even know about money?" "Then the money was not sent to Mr. Emerson by you?" inquired Maurice, more bewildered than ever. "Mr. Emerson? Who is Mr. Emerson? I have never heard of the person." Maurice turned to Bertha. The idea at once suggested itself that she had used her aunt's name to conceal her own generosity. "And you, Bertha, do you also disclaim all knowledge of the transaction?" "Yes, I only wish I had known." "It was not you, then?" replied Maurice, more and more astonished. "Who could it have been? I have no intimate friend in Washington but Gaston de Bois, and he has not the power to do me this service."
"Was he aware of the circumstances which made you need this sum?" asked Bertha. "He certainly knew something of the transaction, but I do not think—" "That is enough," she replied joyfully. "If he knew anything about it, I know from whom the money came. There is but one person who could have sent it, and that is Madeleine." "Madeleine?" "Yes, Madeleine, our own generous Madeleine," returned Bertha. "Monsieur de Bois is her trusted friend and counselor." The Countess de Gramont rose up majestically, white with rage. "But what right has she, the Mantua-maker, the tradeswoman, to make use of my name? How did she dare even to allow it to be suspected that I had ever come in contact with a person who has so demeaned herself? It is unpardonable audacity." "You little know the full value of the service she has rendered me," exclaimed Maurice, unheeding of his grandmother's anger. "A service which you must not and shall not stoop to accept. Never will I consent to that," returned the Countess fiercely. "Would you profit by her ignoble labor? Has your residence in this plebeian land bowed you as low as that?" "If," replied Maurice, "it be a blow to my pride to be forced to accept her aid, for it has been tendered in a manner which cannot now be declined. It is a blow which has lifted me up, not bowed me down. It has made me feel that a great spirit which humbles itself and bends meekly to circumstance and does not regard any toil nearest to its hand as too lowly,
That spirit has truest cause for pride, since it earns the privilege of serving others. You have yet to learn that Madeleine's timely assistance has saved, not me alone, but our whole family from disgrace. Aye, positive disgrace. If you would know more on that subject, I refer you to my father. For myself, I will seek Madeleine and discover whether she has indeed made me so greatly her debtor. The Countess would have detained him, but Maurice was gone before she could speak. He had alluded to his father as involved in this mysterious affair, which the Countess was now tremblingly desirous of solving. She sought Count Tristan. He was in the drawing-room, where Maurice had left him. He sat beside the table, his hands clenched, his head bowed, his face rigid in its expression of stony despair. He looked like a man who awaited the sentence of death. The entrance of the Countess scarcely roused him, nor did he hear, or rather heed, her first address. But when she placed the letter received from Mr. Emerson in his hand, and asked him if he knew what it meant, he sprang from his seat with a sudden burst of half-frantic joy. "Who has done this?" he almost shrieked out. "Who, indeed?" returned his mother. "It has been suggested that it may be one of the evidences of Madeleine's presumption. I can scarcely credit it. I can scarcely believe that she would have had the audacity to use my name, or occupy herself with the affairs of my family. Yet there is no one else." "It is like her. It is she. May heaven bless her for it!" cried the Count, stirred by a sudden impulse of genuine gratitude. "I must have confirmation. I must go to her at once." "Yes, go to her," replied his mother. "But let it be to inform her that we disdain her bounty, that we are astonished at her temerity in offering it, and that we never hope to hear from her again." Count Tristan had left the room before his mother had finished speaking, an act of disrespect of which he had never before been guilty. Exasperated by his manner even more than that of Maurice, and dreading the result of their interview with Madeleine, the Countess resolved herself to take a step which would make her niece conscious of her true position and of the light in which her presumption was viewed by her aunt. She determined to follow her son to Madeleine's residence and to give her a lesson in the presence of the Count and Maurice, which would be the last he would ever need. She had rung the bell to order a carriage when Bertha entered. Learning her destination and its object, Bertha expressed her intention of accompanying her, and to this the Countess could not object. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 32. The Nobleman and the Mantua-maker. As we are already aware, Madeleine absolved herself from her usual duties for one day, and made Ruth her representative in the working department. In spite of Madeleine's habitual self-control, she experienced some slight stirrings of irritation when Victorine, who deemed herself a privileged person, intruded upon her privacy. "Pardon, mademoiselle," began the consequential forewoman. "I should not have ventured to disturb you, but there is a matter of importance to be settled. Madame Orlowski has come in person to order 6 ball dresses, and she is not satisfied to decide upon the varieties of style that will become her most without consulting Mademoiselle Melanie herself. She insisted upon my bringing you this message." "You have done wrong," answered Madeleine, somewhat less gently than was her wont. "But in case of such a great importance," began Victorine, flushing angrily. Madeleine interrupted her with a slight touch of sarcasm in her tone. "It is, no doubt, inconceivable to you that my mind should be occupied with matters of even greater importance than 6 ball dresses for one lady. Still, I must be tyrannical enough to request you to believe so, and not to allow me to be molested again. At all events," she added, her good humour returning, "I venture to hope that I have not often subjected you to tyranny or caprice." "No, certainly not," responded Victorine, a little mollified. "And since it was so obvious that mademoiselle had something upon her mind, I have exerted myself as much as possible to prevent her being annoyed." "Thank you. Have the goodness to send Robert here." This order was so pointedly a dismissal that the forewoman had no excuse to linger. She left the room thoroughly convinced that Mademoiselle Mélanie was in love. In love at last. The house would soon be gayer. Mademoiselle Mélanie would leave the business more in her forewoman's hands. The pleasant change so long desired was coming about. But she could not rest until she discovered the object of Mademoiselle Mélanie's attachment. One thing was certain. There was romance and mystery about the whole affair, and this lent zest to the Frenchwoman's enjoyment. Victorine not only summoned Robert, but stole after him on tiptoe to the door of Madeleine's boudoir to hear what order was given. She distinctly caught these words: "You will admit no one but the Count de Gramont and Monsieur Maurice de Gramont." "The Count de Gramont and his son?" said Victorine to herself, as she hurried back to her satins and velvets. "Oh, this is decidedly getting interesting. Mademoiselle Mélanie aims high, and in spite of her prudence and propriety, well, we shall see. It's always still waters that run deepest. The Count de Gramont and his son, dear me, Mademoiselle Mélanie would do better if she made me her confidant at once." Victorine, as she excused Mademoiselle Mélanie to the Countess Orlowski, could not help dropping a hint that Mademoiselle Mélanie might not in future be so wholly at the command of her customers. She would receive more visitors of her own. There were noblemen from her own country who were to have free access. When Madame Orlowski departed and the forewoman returned to the workroom, these innuendos were repeated and caused no little excitement among the group of young women who revered Madeleine almost as though she were a patron saint, and they the most devout Catholics. Ruth was highly indignant, but to have admonished the circulator of the intelligence, even by the faintest reproach, would have been to make the matters worse, and to induce Mademoiselle Victorine to defend her rash assertions by still rasher ones. Madeleine was not destined to enjoy the interrupted solitude she so much desired, for Robert had scarcely received his orders to admit no one when he returned to the boudoir with a card in his hand. He presented it with hesitation in spite of the large bribe he had received. "His lordship insisted upon my taking his card to mademoiselle," he said apologetically. "You should not have transgressed my orders," answered Madeleine, with some show of impatience. "I have given you the names of the only persons whom you are to admit today." "I understand that, mademoiselle, but his lordship would not be denied, and said that he called upon a matter of greatest importance, and that he knew Mademoiselle Mélanie would see him." Madeleine could not, after this, refuse to allow Lord Linden to enter. He no doubt brought her some information concerning the vote which she had charged him to obtain. Lord Linden's countenance, which usually wore a moody, discontented expression, was bright with expectation as he entered Madeleine's presence. "You will pardon," he began, "my refusing to accept your servant's denial. I based my hopes of forgiveness upon the good tidings which I bring. My advocacy, or rather my sister's, but that is entre nous, has not been used in vain with Mr. Rutledge. He had definitely made up his mind to cast his vote differently, but his gallantry could not withstand a fair lady's solicitation. He is too thoroughly an American for that, and you may depend upon his vote. I am more deeply grateful to you than you can imagine. I thank you heartily, exclaimed Madeleine, extending her hand with an impulsive frankness, but the action was checked almost as quickly as made. For a moment she had forgotten the difference of station which she had wished him to believe existed between them. "Do not withdraw your hand," he pleaded, making an attempt to imprison that in his own. But he had the good taste instantly to abandon his intention when he saw Madeleine's reluctance. "As you will. I am more than satisfied by the assurance that I have a claim upon your gratitude." "You have indeed, my lord. I am truly grateful." "I will only ask in return," commenced his lordship, "that you will listen to me for a few moments, and that you will allow me to tell you what is in my mind, my heart." Madeleine saw that the evil hour could not be escaped or postponed, and she answered with calm dignity which would have awed a man less under the dominion of passion, "You are at liberty to speak, my lord, yet what is there of importance which your lordship can have to say to the Mantua-maker?" Lord Linden at first found it difficult to avail himself of the privilege so frigidly given, but he soon collected himself. "Mantua-maker? How little that title seems to belong to you! The proudest, the noblest lady could not have inspired me with the respect, the veneration I feel for you." "Respect is peculiarly grateful to one in my position," answered Madeleine pointedly. The answer seemed to suggest that he might be forgetful of the respect due to her, and confused him for a moment, but such an opportunity as the present was not to be lost. He went on with renewed animation. "From the first moment I met you, from the moment when, during that memorable journey, you shone forth as the guardian angel of all the suffering, and especially mine." Madeleine tried to restrain him again by saying, with a forced smile, "An angelic Mantua-maker. You have a great faculty of idealizing, my lord. I believe the extent of my services to you consisted in the sacrifice of an old pocket handkerchief, torn into strips for a bandage, and the use of my own especial implement, a needle, with which the bandages were sewed." "I have those strips yet," replied the nobleman with ardor. "I shall never be parted with them. They are invaluable to me, for from the moment we met, I loved you." Madeleine was about to answer, but he frustrated her intent and went on. "You were lost to me for 6 months, yet I could not forget you. I sought you unceasingly, and thought to find you in the society of those who are not in reality your superiors, not your equals even. I found you at last, but let me pass that over. Since I have had the happiness of seeing you again, every moment has increased my admiration, my devotion." Madeleine would have interrupted him, but was again prevented. "If I had not the misfortune to be a nobleman, and if I were not accountable to my family for the connection I formed, I would say to you, will you honor me by becoming my wife? Never have I met a woman who united a higher degree all the attributes which are most beautiful in my eyes, all that a man could desire in a companion, all the charms of person, intellect, soul." Madeleine took advantage of a moment's pause, for his lordship found it sufficiently difficult to proceed, and replied with glacial dignity, "Were all your compliments as merited as you perhaps persuade yourself to imagine them to be, they would not alter the fact, my lord, that you are a nobleman and I a dressmaker." "True," replied Lord Linden, undaunted by her chilling demeanour, "and it is not easy to break the iron bounds of conventionality, but if the difference of our rank prevents my enjoying the triumph of presenting such a woman to the world as my wife, it does not prevent my renouncing the whole world for her, it does not prevent my devoting my life to her, my sharing with her some happy seclusion where I can forget everything except my vow to be hers only." This time Madeleine allowed him to conclude without word or movement. She sat with her eyes fastened upon the ground, and though a bright crimson spot burned on either cheek, her manner was as calm as though the offer just made her were full of honor. When it was unmistakable that he had finished speaking and awaited her answer, she said, in a firm voice, the mild serenity of which could not fail to penetrate the breast of a man who had just insulted her, "In other words, my lord, you have, in the most delicate phrases in which infamy can be couched, in phrases that are flowers to hide the serpent beneath them, given me to understand that were I of your own rank, you would address me as a man of honor might, and expect me to listen to you. But as I am a Mantua-maker and you are a nobleman, you offer me dishonor in place of honor, and expect that I shall accept it as befitting my position." "You use harsh language, my dear Mademoiselle Mélanie, language that clearly expresses your meaning, and therefore sounds harshly. I am accustomed to speak plainly myself, and to strip of their flowery entourage the sentiments to which I listen. It may be an ungraceful habit, but it is a safe one. I am persuaded that if vice were always called by its true name, shame, misery, and ruin would darken fewer lives." "Your candour is one of your greatest charms," said Lord Linden, who was deeply impressed by her singular and open treatment of a proposition which it had cost him a struggle to make. "I am glad that you approve of my frankness, for I must be franker still. When I ask you a favor, I was impelled by motives which may perhaps be explained to you hereafter. I was exceedingly unwilling to make the request which you so promptly accorded, but the strength of those motives urged me to set aside prudence and reserve. I will not pretend to conceal that I feared you might be placed upon a footing of less restraint through the performance of the service I solicited at your hands, and that you might make your visits more frequent than I should be inclined to permit. But I did not dream that the price you set upon the performance of this act of kindness was the privilege of your offering me an insult." "An insult? You do not imagine, you cannot suppose that I had any such intention." "You have spoken too plainly, my lord, to leave anything to my imagination. Possibly, however, you may be acquainted with some fine phrase unknown to me, in which you would couch what I have plainly styled, as plainly comprehended to be as insult. Your advocacy with Mr. Rutledge has brought about a result which will benefit one who has the strongest claims upon me, and under ordinary circumstances I should have been your debtor. As it is, you and I are quits. The privilege of insulting me will suffice you. And now, my lord, if you will excuse me, if being a woman who earns her livelihood and whose time is valuable, I will bring this interview to a close." Madeleine, as she spoke, rose and curtsied, and would have passed out of the room, but Lord Linden, forgetting himself for a moment, prevented her exit by springing between her and the door. "You will not leave me without at least a word of pardon?" "I have said we are quits. You demanded a price for a service you rendered me. I have paid it by listening for the first time to language which, had I a father, a brother, could not have been addressed to me with impunity. I have neither." "Let me at least vindicate myself. You do not know to what lengths passion will drive a man." "You are right.
I never knew until now. I have learned today. Allow me to pass without the necessity of ringing for a servant." "First, you must hear me," exclaimed Lord Linden, almost beside himself at the prospect of her leaving him in anger and closing her doors henceforth against him. "I know how contemptible I must seem in your eyes. I read it in your countenance. I have no excuse to offer except the plea that my love for you has overleapt the bounds of all discretion." "I ask for no excuse," answered Madeleine freezingly. "I only plead for forgiveness. I only entreat you that you will forget the error of which I have been guilty, that you will allow me to see you again, that you will permit me to endeavour to reinstate myself in your esteem. My lord, our intercourse is at an end. The service you have rendered me it is no longer in my power to refuse, but you have received its full equivalent. I can spare no more time in the discussion of this subject. Once more, I request that you let me pass without forcing me to ring the bell." "I obey you, but on condition that I may return, if it be but once more. Promise me to grant but one more interview, and I will leave you on the instant. I implore you not refuse." He approached her, but before Madeleine was even aware of his intention, seized her hand. The door opened. Monsieur Maurice de Gramont was announced just as Madeleine snatched away the hand Lord Linden had taken, but not before the action had been noticed by Maurice. He paused at the sight of the nobleman, but Madeleine, relieved and rejoiced by the presence of her cousin, unreflectingly hastened toward and greeting him with a beaming face. Lord Linden's astonishment was eloquently portrayed upon his countenance. His hostess, recovering her presence of mind, turned to the nobleman, and bowing as courteously as though she had no cause for indignation, wished him a good morning. Her tone seemed to imply that he was taking his leave when Maurice entered. Lord Linden had no alternative but to withdraw. Maurice, whose heart was swelling with deep gratitude, with increased tenderness, with exalted admiration, experienced at the sight of Lord Linden a sickening revulsion of feeling. This nobleman, then, was received by Madeleine in her own especial apartment, the doors of which were only open to her particular friends. He was alone with her, and his unusually agitated manner betrayed that he had been conversing upon some subject of the deepest interest. Madeleine, too, looked paler than usual, and the troubled expression which had displaced the wonted placidity of her countenance was doubtless owing to this unanticipated interruption. As Lord Linden made his exit, he glanced at Maurice, at once haughtily and inquiringly. What was this young man of his lordship's own rank doing here, in the boudoir of the Mantua-maker? What claim had he to admission? Must he not be upon an intimate footing? For had not Madeleine extended her hand to him without reserve, and as though she were greeting one who was far from a stranger? "A lover!" exclaimed Lord Linden to himself as he closed the door. "A rival to whom she listens in spite of her bewitching prudery. It is incomprehensible, and yet it has inspired me with new courage. I will not leave him an undisputed field." He had approached the street door when he reflected that something might be learned from Mademoiselle Mélanie's employees. He turned back and went upstairs to the exhibition rooms. Ruth Thornton received him and, at his request, displayed shawls, mantles, scarfs innumerable. He had desired to see these articles on the plea of making a selection for his sister. Hardly looking at them, he purchased one of the most extravagant, while making an attempt to lure Ruth into conversation. She replied simply and politely, but appeared to be only interested in her occupation, and quite to ignore the occasional gallantry of his remarks. He was on the point of desisting when Victorine, who had been attending to customers in another apartment, chanced to look into this room, saw Lord Linden, recognized him as the gentleman with whom she had noticed Mademoiselle Mélanie,
earnestly conversing on the day previous, and at once came forward as though to assist Ruth. The latter had been rendered very uncomfortable by the deportment of his lordship, and was only too glad to retire, leaving the forewoman alone with Lord Linden. The nobleman added so largely to his purchase that Lady Augusta's astonishment must have been greatly excited by the number of shawls and scarfs which her brother deemed it possible for a lady to bring into use during a season. As may be supposed, it was not difficult to lure the lively Frenchwoman into talking of the head of the establishment, and she very speedily gratified Lord Linden by communicating as much of Mademoiselle Melanie's history as she herself knew. But had Mademoiselle Melanie lovers, or was her Vestal-like demeanor genuine? This was difficult and delicate ground to tread upon, yet his lordship was too much in earnest not to venture a step or two. The wily Victorine now assumed a mysterious air, for she entertained a suspicion that the gentleman did not make inquiries without being deeply interested in the answers. It would be impossible to relate precisely what she said. Her confidences were given more by innuendos and arch glances and knowing shakes of the head, which suggested so much because they leave so much to the imagination. Lord Linden received the impression that Mademoiselle Melanie, though much admired by the opposite sex, had conducted herself with exemplary decorum until lately. But of late, certain mysterious proceedings had become known to the forewoman, of which she did not wish to speak too unreservedly. The handsome black shawl which Lord Linden begged Victorine to accept delighted her to a point which won further confidence, for, while folding it up with caressing touches, and thanking the donor with that grace which belongs to her nation, she admitted that there was a certain Monsieur de Gramont who was enamored of Mademoiselle Melanie, and for whom the latter had evinced a marked preference, though Mademoiselle Melanie evidently wished to act with all possible discretion and keep his attentions from the eyes of the public. Be it understood that with Victorine's lax ideas of morality, keeping an affaire de cour from the eyes of the public was all that was necessary to preserve the honor of a woman who chose to indulge in a liaison. Lord Linden had no alternative but to believe that Mademoiselle Melanie, in spite of her air of exquisite purity and the chaste dignity which had characterized all her words and action, was, after all, not inaccessible. It was, he reflected, as much out of the question for the Vicomte de Gramont to marry a Mantua-maker as it was for Lord Linden to marry her. As a natural sequence, their intentions must be the same, and it remained to be proved which would be the successful lover. He quitted the house enraged with himself for having been deceived, indignant with Madeleine for her successful acting, furious with Maurice because he looked upon him as a rival, determined to seize an early opportunity of quarreling with him, and resolved to find some pretext to gain admission to Mademoiselle Melanie's presence through the aid of her obliging forewoman. Let us return to Maurice, whom we left in Madeleine's boudoir. When the doors had closed upon Lord Linden, he said in a wounded tone, "I thought it only especial friends were admitted to this sanctum of yours. I did not know, Madeleine, that you are acquainted with Lord Linden." "He came to bring Mademoiselle Melanie an important piece of information, and one that concerns you, Maurice." Maurice was exasperated, rather than soothed, by this intelligence, and answered hastily, "I am sorry for it. He belongs to a class of men whom I hold in supreme contempt, a blasé idler, whose chief occupation in life is to kill time. Madeleine, forgive me. What a brute I am to speak so harshly when I come to thank you, but the sight of that senseless roué in your boudoir, and apparently upon a familiar footing, has made an idiot of me.
I will not pay you so bad a compliment as to suggest that he is the mysterious lover whom you have refused to name. But why is he here today? Why did I see him here yesterday? Why did he, yesterday, when he caught sight of me, suddenly disappear, as though desirous of eluding observation? Maurice, if there be true affection between us, said Madeleine gently, and laying her delicate white hand upon his, if there be true cousinly affection between us, we should trust each other wholly, and, in spite of appearances, though it is easy for me to explain why I admitted Lord Linden to a private interview, it may not always be equally easy for me to give you explanations, and we may bring great future sorrow upon each other if either give entertainment to a doubt. No, Madeleine, I can never doubt that all you do is well and wisely done. Would that I have no cause to doubt your affection for me, no cause to be distracted by jealousy when I see any other man allowed privileges which I long to claim as mine alone. But how is it possible to love you and not be hourly tormented by the position in which I am placed? Since you have rejected me as a lover, could I even be known to the world as your cousin, I might at least have the joy of protecting you. Must that, too, be denied me? Yes, Maurice. Do you not know how important it is that our relationship should remain undivulged, unsuspected? No, I cannot see the importance. I cannot submit to such an interdiction. Let my grandmother and father say what they will. I am not bound to yield to so unnatural a request. You will yield to it as my petition, Maurice. Think of it as a favor, a sacrifice I ask of you. If you refuse me, I shall believe that you feel I have no right to ask favors. No right? There you touch me deeply, Madeleine. I am here today to learn whether or not you have laid me under the deepest obligation, whether it was not by you. Madeleine, though she was not a little discomposed by learning that her recent interference in his behalf was suspected, had presence of mind left to endeavor to divert his thoughts. She interrupted him by saying in a lively tone, I have made several vain attempts to explain Lord Linden's presence here, and you will not permit me to do so, though his visits concerns yourself. Have you no curiosity? I am half inclined to punish you for your indifference. Before Maurice could reply, Count Tristan de Gramont was announced. It is you whom I have to thank. You, good, generous, noble Madeleine. I am sure it is, he said excitedly. It is your hand which has saved me and my son from the precipice over which we were suspended. I could scarcely credit the good news. If you talk of good news, replied Madeleine, I have some to give you which I just received from Lord Linden. Mr. Rutledge has promised his vote for the left road. The Count looked at her as though he could not trust his ears. Then he said, in a tremulous voice that broke into a childish sob, It is all wonder. You are the fairy they called you, the magician, the... Robert opened the door and announced the Countess de Gramont and Mademoiselle de Merivale. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Fairy Fingers by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 33. Madame de Gramont. The Countess entered the room, casting disdainful glances around her. Madeleine, who could not suspect the object of her visit, accosted her in astonishment. You, madame, beneath my roof? This is an unhoped-for condescension. Do not imagine that I come to be classed among your customers and order my dresses of you.
returned the Countess disdainfully, and waving Madeleine off as the latter advanced towards her. Bertha felt strongly inclined to quote from a former remark of Gaston de Bois and retort, "You have done that already, and the transaction was not particularly profitable," but she restrained herself. "Nor do I come," continued the imperious lady, "as one who stoops to be your visitor. I came to rebuke impertinence, and to demand by what right you have dared to make use of my name as a cloak to give respectability to charities forced upon your poor relations." Madeleine was silent. "Then the aid which came to me at such an opportune moment was yours, Madeleine," said Maurice. "It was you who saved me from worse than ruin." Still no answer came from Madeleine's quivering lips. "Do not force her to say, do not force her to acknowledge her own goodness and liberality," said Bertha. "We all know that it was she, and she will not deny it. Does not her silence speak for her?" "You thought, perhaps," resumed the Countess, even more angrily than before, "that because my son has flown in the face of my wishes and has mingled himself up with business matters, and because Maurice has chosen to degrade himself by entering a profession, you thought you might take the liberty of coming to his assistance in some temporary difficulty, and might also be pardoned the insolence of using my name. But I resent the impertinence, and I will not permit it to pass uncorrected. I will write to the person whom you have deceived, and let him know that the name of the Countess de Gramont has been used without her authority. I shall also inquire at whose suggestion he ventured to address an epistle to me." "No need of that, madame," said Monsieur de Bois, who had entered the room in time to hear this burst of indignation. "I alone am to blame for the liberty of using your name. Knowing how desirous Mademoiselle de Gramont was to conceal her relationship to your family, I suggested that the money indispensable to her cousin should be sent in such a manner that it might be supposed to come from you. I also took the responsibility of suggesting to Mr. Emerson that it would be well to send a line to you enclosing a receipt for the sum paid into his hands by me. One of my motives was to ensure that the news of its payment would at once reach Maurice." "You presumed unwarrantably, sir," replied the Countess. "You presumed almost as much as did Mademoiselle de Gramont in supposing that she could use the money acquired in a manner so degrading to our noble house for the benefit of my grandson." "That money, madame," rejoined Monsieur de Bois warmly, "has saved the honor of your noble house. I will leave you to learn of Count Tristan how it was imperiled, and how it would have been sullied but for Mademoiselle Madeleine's timely aid." "It has been sullied," began the Countess. "Not by Mademoiselle de Gramont," returned Monsieur de Bois. "Once more, I tell you that she has saved your escutcheon from a stain which could never have been effaced. And for this act you spurn her, you scorn her generosity, you tell her that she is not worthy of rendering you a service, instead of bowing down before her as you, as well we all might do in reverence and admiration, thanking heaven that such a woman has been placed in the world, as a glorious example to her own sex, and an inspiration to ours. The burden of her nobility has not crushed the noble instincts of her heart, or paralyzed her noble hands. But you do not know all yet. You owe her another debt." "Another debt!" Count Tristan was the first to exclaim. "Yes," continued Monsieur de Bois, in a tone of pride.
through her influence and the influence of the Duchess Mantua-maker, the votes you could never otherwise have secured have been obtained. The committee met an hour ago, and the road to the left, which you so much desired, has been decided upon, and this too, you owe to Mademoiselle Madeleine's exertions." Neither Maurice nor Count Tristan was allowed to speak, for Monsieur de Bois went on without pause. "And do you deem this too, madame, an impertinence, a presumption, a crime upon the part of your niece? Do you say that this is a favor which you desire to reject? Happily, it is not in your power. And now, after she has been cast off, despised and denounced by you and your son, you are bound to come to her with thanks, if not to implore her pardon." "Sir," answered the Countess, "you have forgotten yourself in a manner which astonishes me, and must astonish all who hear you, and henceforth I beg you to understand." Bertha prevented the sentence of banishment, which the Countess was about to pronounce against Monsieur de Bois, from being completed by saying abruptly, "You will readily understand, Monsieur de Bois, that we are so much surprised that astonishment deprives us of fitting words." Maurice now turned to Madeleine and said, with the emotion of a genuinely manly nature which is not ashamed to receive a benefit, "To owe you so much is not oppressive to me, Madeleine. There is no being on earth, man or woman, to whom I would so willingly be indebted. I know the happiness it confers upon you to be able to do what you have done. I know your thankfulness is greater even than mine, though how great that is, even you cannot." "What, Maurice!" broke in the Countess. "Are you so thoroughly without pride or self-respect that you talk of accepting the bounty of Mademoiselle de Gramont? You consent to receive this charity doled out by the hands of a Mantua-maker?" Maurice grew livid with suppressed anger at this new insult, because it was levelled at Madeleine rather than at himself. "My grandmother, when you are calmer, and when I myself am calmer, I will speak to you on this subject." "How pale you look, Madeleine!" cried Bertha suddenly. "Surely you are ill." These words caused Maurice and Monsieur de Bois to spring to the side of Madeleine. Her strength had been overtaxed by the emotions of the last few days, and it suddenly gave way. It was by a strong effort of volition that she prevented herself from fainting. Maurice, who had caught her in his arms, placed her tenderly in a chair, and for a moment her beautiful head fell upon his shoulder, but she struggled against the insensibility which was stealing over her, and feebly waved her hand in the direction of a small table, upon which stood a tumbler and a carafe of water. Monsieur de Bois poured some water into a glass, and would have held it to her lips, but Maurice took the tumbler from him, and, as Madeleine drank, the delight of ministering to her overcame his alarm at her indisposition, and sent shivering through his frame a thrill of almost rapture. In a few moments she lifted her eyes, over which the lids had drooped heavily, and, trying to smile, sat up and made an effort to speak, but the pale lips moved without sound, and her countenance still wore a ghastly hue. "Are you better, my own dear Madeleine? What can I do for you?" asked Bertha, who was kneeling in front of her. Madeleine murmured faintly, "I would like to be left alone, dear. Forgive me for sending you away. I shall soon be better when I am alone." "Impossible, Madeleine!" cried Maurice, his arm still about her waist. "You will not ask me to leave you." Perhaps she only at that moment became conscious of the supporting arm, for she gently drew herself away, and the palest rose began to tinge her ashy cheek,
but it deepened into a sudden crimson flush as she saw the eyes of the Countess angrily fixed upon her. "Yes, Maurice, do not refuse me. I am better. I am quite well." And she rose up, forcing her limbs to obey her will. Then, leaning upon Bertha's shoulder, she whispered, "I entreat you, dear, to make them go. Make them all go. I cannot bear more at this moment. Spare me, if you love me." "Oh, Madeleine, how can you?" began Bertha. But Monsieur de Bois, who had perfect reliance in Madeleine's judgment, felt certain that she herself knew what was best for her, and said, "Mademoiselle de Gramont will be better alone. If she will allow me, I will apprise Miss Thornton of her indisposition, and we will take our leave." Madeleine smiled assent, and sank into her seat, for her limbs were faltering. Monsieur de Bois could not have uttered words better calculated to induce the Countess to take her leave. She had no desire to be found in the boudoir of a Mantua-maker by any of Madeleine's friends. She said commandingly, "Bertha, Maurice, I desire you to accompany my son and myself. Mademoiselle de Gramont, though my errand here is not fully accomplished, I wish you good morning." Neither Bertha nor Maurice showed the slightest disposition to obey the order of the Countess, but Madeleine said pleadingly, "Go, go, I pray you. You cannot help me so much as by going." They both began to remonstrate, but she checked them by the pressure of her trembling fingers, for each held one of her hands, and said pleadingly, "Do not speak to me now, another time, when you will, but not now." There was something so beseeching in her voice that it was impossible to resist its appeal. Bertha embraced her in silence. Maurice pressed the hand that lay in his to his lips, and both followed the Countess out of the room. Count Tristan took the hand Maurice had relinquished, and, giving a glance at the retreating figure of the Countess, commenced speaking, but Madeleine interrupted him with, "Another time, I beg. Leave me now." Just then Gaston de Bois entered, accompanied by Ruth, and, reading Madeleine's wishes in her eyes, placed his arm through that of the Count, and conducted him out of the room, closing the door behind him. End of chapter 33.